Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the Queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. We are live in Madrid, Spain. That is El Retiro. Beautiful park where people go and play lots of chess, lots of street chess. Visit it if you're ever there. Over in downtown Madrid, that is Palacio de Santoña, the host site for the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Those are the beautiful doors that the players enter in daily. Everyone enters in daily to go into that room right there. A playing hall where the chess on the board has been entertaining fans around the world via the many live streams on the internet. I think the chess is going to continue to deliver here in Madrid as Almira, Skripchenko, and I will continue to deliver here. It's day 3. How have you enjoyed the first 3 days to this point, Almira?
Well, the first 2 days, I guess, they were really intense, I think.
Yeah. I guess I'm looking ahead too much, yeah.
Yes, filled with a lot of exciting chess and a lot of brilliant ideas. But I think at the end of the day, they were grueling for the players and the commentators.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to the day 3 and maybe to the free day.
Maybe the rest. The weather's nicer today. So let's hope it continues that way for tomorrow, right? We'll have a little more, won't be quite as hot outside for whatever we can get up to on the rest day, right? So.
Well, I'm looking forward to visiting Del Prado.
Yeah. All right, well, before we get into the chess, I wanted to quickly address the situation that, of course, many have been following around the world. At this point, a statement has been released, so the world is aware that Grandmaster Jan-Ludwig Hammer did test positive for COVID. I wanted to make sure that everyone around the world knew the story, knew how that went down, and so for those who didn't see the statement, I'm going to go ahead and read it for the fans now, and then address some of the questions that have come from our community. During Chess.com's commentary for round 2 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament, GM Jan-Ludwig Hammer, one of our lead commentators on the broadcast, began to feel unwell and took a rapid antigen test for COVID. The test was positive. GM Hammer was immediately directed to isolate, and all other broadcast staff were also given rapid tests. All other staff have presently tested negative. All members of our broadcast team and all known contacts of GM Hammer have been informed of the situation and been instructed to take appropriate precautions and begin daily testing and monitoring. We are presently working with FIDE leadership to assess risks and proceed as safely as possible. We will continue to do our live broadcast with appropriate masks and social distancing, but we will not be conducting player interviews until it is determined that it is safe to do so. We wish to thank GM Hammer for his commentary and wish him the speediest possible recovery, of course. So, there's the statement for anyone who missed it, and I think one of the most important things I wanted to address is I know that as that was going down in real time, it was sort of awkward, and for those who were wondering why weren't we addressing it, the most important thing for us was to not provide information until we had complete information. Everybody was getting tested. We wanted to make sure that before we broke that news that we didn't know what might have been the case. Once we knew that people were testing negative, we were taking precautions. We had contacted FIDE, and they were obviously taking their necessary steps with the players and their staff. Then we were able to release that statement and, of course, make a plan to continue the show. As with anything involving that type of stuff, we're being safe, we're monitoring it, doing everything we can to keep everybody where where they belong. We're doing daily testing, and so the show will continue. And of course, if anything changes, the community will be updated as appropriate, and we will go from there. So going from there, I think it's time for us to go back to the chess and say that, again, we appreciate everyone's support as we continue to move forward with the action here in Madrid. And on that note, as we look at the standings, Almira, let's talk about the first 2 days of action, right? Not just the games yesterday, but that's where we sit after 2 games of play, 2 leaders who drew their game yesterday. Your biggest highlights so far after 2 days of chess?
Well, first of all, the first day started with stunning 2 wins by Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, and then they faced each other yesterday. So this was a very interesting game, a theoretical battle. Yeah. But on the other hand, everyone had the feeling that this was some sort of unfinished business. You know, we wanted to see more. And I'm sure that players, the first thing that they did when they came home, they just analyzed the game thoroughly.
It takes me too. They looked at that. Yeah.
They did? Okay.
Yeah.
I want to hear their insights. And like, I really have a feeling that we missed so many things, well, in this game in particular. So there was another stunning game yesterday where Hikaru Nakamura bounced back and he won well, like a very beautiful game against Teimour Radjabov. And what do you think, Dani, about this game? It was a very fine technical win.
Well, you got right into it. I think it's been the talk of the tournament, right? As we dive into day 2's results, I think that Hikaru's win is the talk of the town, right? It wasn't just because he won yesterday in day 2. It was because he was bouncing back from a loss. So as let's take a look at the results specifically from day 2 and just talk about that, because, you know, the only win was the win by Hikaru over Radjabov. Scoreboard there will be updated. But the other games were also exciting. You mentioned unfinished business, Nepomniachtchi and Caruana. Rapport versus Firouzja was also very exciting. A missed win that maybe who knows, maybe we'll have some time on the monitor to show how Rapport missed his win yesterday, because many people were asking that question. So it's something else we can get into. But I think, again, Hikaru's win, not just that he did it, but that he was bouncing back from a loss, a grind-out victory that had the internet talking. And on that note, the internet talking about Hikaru's win. Hikaru keeps talking and doing great analysis, but we also put together a fun highlight reel of that game as it had everyone tuning in. So on that note, let's let our video highlights of what went down between Nakamura and Radjabov tell the story.
After a difficult first-round defeat against his countryman Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura needed to turn things around with white against Teimour Radjabov, the bottom seed, and by a few months over Hikaru, the oldest player in the event.
Well, Nakamura has something to avenge, and you know, these white games are precious. Yeah. So he's going to want to put pressure on his opponent, but Radjabov is infamously difficult to beat. And the stats kind of showcase that even though Nakamura has the advantage in heads-up play, there are a lot of draws between them.
In his second Berlin defense in 2 days, this time on the white side, Nakamura avoided the famous Berlin endgame in favor of a sharp, known line that wrecked Radjabov's pawn structure, but conceded the bishop pair.
Teimour Radjabov feels that he might go down to more than an hour behind Hikaru.
Radjabov, ever a dynamic player, quickly elected to sacrifice a pawn. For the pawn, he managed to activate his bishop pair. At this point, Hammer was optimistic that Radjabov's counterplay should be sufficient for a draw.
It might very soon be a one result position.
Meaning only Hikaru wins?
No, Danny, meaning that it's going to be a draw.
Oh, okay.
Because I do feel like this endgame down a pawn for Radjabov, it really resembles what is called the Marshall endgame.
Diving deep into the position as Radjabov activated his rook, Nakamura consumed an hour on the clock and ultimately gave the pawn back to elegantly step his rook up the board. The engine thought Nakamura's advantage was gone. But on a human level, Hikaru's active rook and superior knight were difficult to combat. In the time pressure, Hikaru soon snagged a pawn.
I think Hikaru's going to win this game.
Hikaru's advantage escalated quickly as the players scrambled to reach the time control. and though Radjabov gained refuge on the clock, the resulting endgame was close to losing, although it was still so complex that it baffled spectating grandmasters.
Now he did it, so he will win this game for sure.
In the final phase, Radjabov sacrificed his bishop to push the h-pawn all the way to h2. But there, Nakamura's knight halted it. Radjabov attempted to round up Hikaru's lone remaining pawn and escape with a draw. Hikaru's knight raced back to the opposite corner to defend the pawn and ultimately secure its promotion.
Yeah. Okay, we finally get knight e7. And when will Radjabov realize that there's no way to stop this plan that we highlighted? Knight c8 and rook b8.
With no way to stop this plan, Radjabov resigned. Though Hikaru's loss against Fabiano was a major setback, it was his hardest pairing in the whole event, and to have bounced back immediately in round 2 will surely lift the spirits of both Hikaru and his millions of fans.
A great recap, a great breakdown, and Almira, it was just a great game. What was the most impressive part of Hikaru's victory yesterday for you?
Well, I think that they had to find so many difficult moves at different points of the game. I'm still surprised by this king of two. Yes, he was struggling to find it, and then everything became clear. You know, it's crystal clear after that he's winning. But that was such a difficult move to find. And, well, of course, there were several points at the game where he had to neutralize his opponent's counterplay and to convert his extra pawn in a very technical manner. But this move will stay with me for quite a while. Yeah,
it was impressive. And, of course, he found many difficult moves. How many difficult moves will he find today? We'll talk about that as we preview round 3 in a minute. But first, we jump into the Players' Hall as we see Fabiano Caruana and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That'll be another very interesting matchup today. Of course, we know how many people are already excited for the Firouzja-Nakamura match. Liren, can he bounce back with the white pieces against Rapport? We'll find out. And there you see the, it's funny, that's the matchup I think of the day many want to see, and neither player there yet, Firouzja and Hikaru. Oh, right on cue. Alireza, the now 19-year-old. He's so old. Look how mature he looks now. He's so much older than he was yesterday, you know? Well,
I think those two draws actually, you know, make him grow.
he grew so much, and we'll see what happens when a 19-year-old Firouzja takes on Hikaru Nakamura. We got to start there, right? There's many interesting matchups here. We're going to preview all of them quickly, but Firouzja, Nakamura, Almira, we're going to have to really make an effort to look at the other games because I cannot wait for that battle to go down.
Well, and as you can see, they haven't played a single classical game against each other. So you told me that they've played millions of games online. Yeah,
well, not millions, but yes, but an appropriate exaggeration, yes.
Well, I think they faced each other in a rapid game recently. Yeah. That was a draw. Yeah. Okay, but I'm really looking forward to this game, especially that Alireza Firouzja started with 2 blacks. Yeah. And those were very difficult 2 rounds for him. Yep. So I think that he will try to capitalize on with white.
That's today. A good point. As if we needed more storylines about this Firouzja-Nakamura matchup, it is the young Alireza Firouzja's first white in his first Candidates Tournament. So we'll see how aggressive that makes him play. Speaking of someone playing the white pieces, though, we have to jump from there to the Caruana-Duda matchup because the 3-0 lopsided score is definitely something of note, right? Given that he's the tournament leader, tied tournament leader right now, Almira, playing someone he has a great record against. How aggressive do you expect Fabi to be?
Well, as aggressive as he was in his first game, because he also had a very nice recent record against Hikaru Nakamura, and we all know how difficult it is to play against Fabiano Caruana because, well, look at the game which was played yesterday. Yeah. He used the novelty, dubious novelty, but he was counting on a surprise factor. So, well, I'm expecting no less today.
Okay. One more prediction. I'm going to combine the two games together in an interesting way and say that both Ding and Radjabov have one game advantages over their respective opponents, Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. But here's the question. If you had to pick someone who's going to get a win before I pick the results on chess.com's Vote Chess, who would you say is going to get a win?
Okay, let me think a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised by this score Teimour has against Jan Nepomniachtchi. They played very little games, so yeah. I think that maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi will try to play for a win today.
Okay, even with black.
Yes, even with black.
Wow,
yes.
Interesting. Well, we see the first move being made on the board by our guest of honor. We'll find out whether that was a troll or not. I think it was a D pawn, if I'm not mistaken. But okay. Remember, everybody, that here we go. Okay, so we have E4 on the board, potentially, but we're going to keep a look at the playing hole. Remember, everybody, you can vote at chess.com. I will do so as soon as we have a chance. In fact, there we go. On that note, I'm gonna dive right in. We've got this Caruana Duda game. I'm gonna pick the favorite, Fabiano. We see that, okay, I'm in line with 795 other members.
But you have an insider's information. You're casting your vote, you know, when you saw the opening.
I don't know what the stats are, but I'm also going to vote for Liren to get a win. I have a feeling that today's the day that he starts to find his groove a little bit. I'm going to predict a draw in the Radjabov-Nepomniachtchi game.
Okay.
So I'm going against you, Almira, there. That'll give us something to argue about. We're always looking for things to argue about. And then we have Firouzja versus Hikaru. I literally don't know what to pick here. I'm going to close my eyes and move my mouse really fast and then click. What'd I pick? A draw?
Okay.
Okay, I picked a draw. I was closing my eyes. I don't know what to pick here. I'm just as excited as everyone else. Remember, fans, you can vote. All you have to do is go to chess.com/events. You can use the command vote to get a direct link. So many ways to get involved. Just head over to chess.com and cast your vote. Remember that we are keeping track of all of these standings throughout the event. And the top guessers, the top voters, are going to take their part in cash prizes as well as premium memberships.
And how long do we have until the voting is closed? You know, it's like when the dealer says rien ne va plus.
I think it's move 5.
Okay. That's right.
I should know because I helped advise what the text should be, and I think I said move 5 because I think going to move 10, you can already get a lot more information. But exactly, at the highest level, predicting a result before move 5, I think, is pretty safe for no one to feel like they're getting any kind of big advantage. But oh man, I love looking at all 4 games from this view, and just like I said, kid in a candy store. Ooh, we have a Najdorf English attack and Caruana Duda. Okay, so that's how they get my attention. Bobby knows how to keep my attention when Firouzja is playing Hikaru, and that's to play an English attack.
I'm like, where?
Yeah,
where?
Like, right, upper right corner, look at that. We've got Caruana playing an English attack against Duda, who does not run away from the Najdorf. For those who don't know just how spicy that opening is about to get, it is going to be a lot. Ooh, and he plays the H5 line, which of course prevents the G4 move. So
it's very important, yes.
Caruana has played many battles against many of the world's best players in the English attack. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave comes to mind, as MBL rarely goes away from his pet Najdorf. But you could argue that Fabi is currently the world's leading expert among top players in this type of Sicilian. Maybe before him was Vichy Anand, someone who played a lot of these systems, but that's going to be a fun one.
Yes, but I also think that Jan-Krzysztof Duda never declines the challenge. He's always up to it. So the only thing that when you're preparing against Fabiano, and I know how difficult it must be, like when you prepare, you have to prepare against every possible move. First of all, E4, D4,
yep.
Even C4, Knight 3, it depends. Like if Fabiano is spotting a weakness, so basically you should do it in a retro analysis. What is like my weakness, where I don't feel comfortable? Those are the lines that I should look into
I love
first.
that point. In fact, I really feel like that's an underrated part of prep that people don't talk about, is looking at your own games and predicting, okay, he's going to go for this, right? Or she's going to go for this because I have a loss in this line, right? Talk a little bit about that. Is that something you do regularly, looking at your own weaknesses and then trying to anticipate what they'll try to go after?
Well, of course, this is something that I do when I prepare against my opponents. And also I'm checking, well, this is a very difficult topic because not only you have to look through your games to look for the weaknesses, through your opponent games, you're looking through their seconds games sometimes. Okay, if their husband is a very strong player, then you have to look through those games as well. So that's why you're preparing until 6 in the morning.
Yeah. That's why you're preparing till 6 in the morning. I gave up at midnight and went to bed, okay? But, all right, no, that makes sense, okay.
So let's have a look at the game between Firouzja Alireza and Hikaru Nakamura.
I think we have to, right? Yes. So we gotta go to Firouzja and Nakamura. I've got the game pulled up here. We'll quickly back up, and I'm just going to show the opening real quick. We have a Nimzo, a classical Nimzo with Queen C2. If memory serves me correctly, I believe I've seen Hikaru play this line many, many times, and I'm saying that a little bit just, feigning caution because I know he's played this many times. In fact, Jeffrey Zhang versus Hikaru Nakamura, I feel like we see this position on the board every weekend in the Rapid Chess Championship. And again, that's an exaggeration, but the point is, this is well-known theory. White is losing some time with the queen, but gained the bishop pair, and in the process, of course, eventually hopes to get a big center. But these lines are very deep, Almira, in that we're not going to see a novelty probably until mid-20s. Some of these games have been played many times.
And also, this line has a reputation of being very solid for black. I think that's why Hikaru, has made this choice. It's very important because let's get back just a little bit before Hikaru played d5. I just wanted to explain because here you also have an option of playing b6 and developing the bishop b7.
Right.
So.
Well, there's d5 is the main line, as you said, b6. You can even play d6 as a move if you're just immediately committing to hoping to get e5 in a very close position. Of course, if you just look at the macro plans of the position, knowing that white has the bishop pair, black is often trying to keep the position closed.
I actually like the plan with d6 because it changes the character of the position completely. You know, so you're opting for the e5 and knight bd7. This is a completely different plan in this position.
Yeah, something like this is not super popular, but again, this would just highlight a closed approach for black, given the white has the bishop pair. So the way that Hikaru plays, though, is the most challenging, I think, from like a preparation standpoint, because like you said, it's very solid, and it means that he's going to have a line well prepared. And we'll just hop up to what was happening in the game here.
And I also wanted to draw your attention to this move, which might look peculiar for our viewers, like bishop a6. But it has a very interesting point. For example, black took on c4, but gave up the center. This move has direct consequences. So, like, if white were given a choice, at some point they will play e4 and grab the center and e5 then, and control a lot of space. So bishop a6 has a point behind it. So like if you play e4 simply, I will take on f1 and you will no longer be able to castle.
Exactly.
So it delays this central advance.
And that still might happen because one of the points to white's position is that sometimes they're willing to play a move like e4 anyway, just to make sure they get a big center with the threats. But there's another move here that has been tried a few times and also takes advantage of the pin knight. This idea is something that we've seen be more and more popular. Okay, Firouzja doesn't go for the crazy g4 line. I believe the last person I saw play this was Mohamed Yarov, played g4 in a game recently.
But those ideas have become very, very popular in different type of structures. So it's very important to keep an eye on those, like g4 or h4 in different positions. So.
It's almost the equivalent to all these g5s we've been seeing, right? We see Hikaru play g5, Caruana play g5. It's the equivalent for white to play g4 with the idea of sometimes getting g5. You're prying open the king's side and eventually hoping to do some very dangerous things. So
I'm actually thinking like of days like before the computers will helping us to analyze the positions, since like moves like G5 or G4, like back to my days, you know, when I was like probably your hands would be cut off. You know?
I'm so glad you went to that direction, because I was going to say and admit that I have scolded many students for playing such moves, right? Especially when they first learn chess, you really teach them one major principle, which is what? Don't move the pawns around your king. It's you want to call it a Soviet chess school rule, right? You don't move the pawns around your king because they can't go back. Although modern chess now begs to differ in a lot of ways.
And I find it's very interesting how computers modified our way of thinking and also the way of selecting the candidates move. You know, before this Rensch was, you know, completely different, and now it's becoming more and more bold, I would suggest, because we know that the defensive resources are well, incredible in chess now. So it's very difficult to beat any given opponent, especially in these tournaments. So
and the players know that, meaning they all know that chess is hard to win. Right? And they see how computers defend what seems to look like horrible positions. And so I would argue the modern grandmasters they have an attitude that is very stubborn, right? I mean, in commenting on a match recently with Jan-Krzysztof Duda, again, in our Rapid Chess Champion weekend, he went as far as saying in a position where one player was defending that grandmasters in the 50s might have resigned, literally, right? But players these days just don't do that, right? They understand how tricky and how many opportunities there might be for your opponent to blunder. It's funny, these two well-known speed demons, Almira, just seem very calm today, very poised. I don't know what. I'm just getting this vibe. Like they're both just. Look at it, Hikaru not even reacting to the move. Take a sip of the Joe. Likely a cafe. Likely a latte, almond milk, no soy. If I had to guess, it's a frappuccino with almond milk, if I had to guess.
Queen C2, normally I think that Black has a choice to continue with C5, because this is a very natural strategic idea in this position. So, but I was thinking, was G4 possible before Queen C2 was played? Because I think
before Queen C2.
No, Rook D8, because like now everything is pinned.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
so was it possible to play G4 here just to speculate a little bit?
And we should just show that playing a move like G5 after Bishop G3 to unpin and go take this pawn is actually not a good idea at all.
I think it looks very dangerous. H4
and this is to show how dangerous the attack can be. You can make a number of moves here and be better as white, but even just a simple move like H4, you start to launch the attack. Black wishes he could play the best move on the board, which is pawn back to G7, but he cannot. And so it's again, as Almira said, this is modern day chess, that this pawn, you wouldn't even consider a move like this maybe 30 years ago, but now you see these tactics and you realize that that pawn's not even capturable. So it was possible, Almira. The best move is, I think theoretically, the bishop comes back to B7.
So Black simply allows white to play G5 here.
Yeah, if I remember, one line is to go like this, and now you just try to play solidly, right? It's an absolutely just nutty position, completely imbalanced. Bishops versus knights. Where's Hammer when you need him? You know, bishops versus knights, and the crazy stuff he loves to highlight. Hammer has a great series on chess.com, by the way, about using the bishop pair, a video series. So he really loves the bishop pair. But you.
Well, I would feel really very uncomfortable in this position. I think for both colors, that's how difficult it is. You know, I think that white have a terrible structure after bishop f3. You know, that's the position that you've shown. But on the other hand, you know, those powerful bishops, open lines give white very good chances for building an attack in a long run. So
Magnus would win this position with both sides. I would lose this position with either side. Doesn't matter.
You see an isolated pawn in d4, so it's a very easy target here. Okay, so that's why I think that Alireza went for Queen C2, a more positional approach.
He did. He played the super solid retreating move, and note that this move prepares e4. That's really the immediate idea. Sacrificing the e-pawn is very different than the g-pawn. If white were to play e4 here instead of g4, black would take on f1, and then immediately respond with g5, most likely, to go after the pawn as soon as the knight is unpinned. So just because you can sacrifice the g pawn, everyone, doesn't mean you can sack the e pawn, and that's why Firouzja brings the queen back to c2.
So I think that Hikaru will keep his bishop on a6. He will wait for some... What do you think about c5 in this position?
Yeah, this position has still been played in c5 as the...
Oh, we still have one game?
Yeah, it's still... We still have had theory here, and after c5, bishop takes f6 was the game. dc, rook d1, knight d7. And I again, it was very similar, but I feel like it was after e4. It was the same type of position, but the king was on f1 is a game I saw recently. So this is...
It's very important also, like, even though this game... there was an interesting point, like when white took on c5, even though like the king like shouldn't be on d1, it's like sometimes black doesn't recapture on c5, but play knight d7.
Yes.
You know, that's a very important idea in this variation. So just in case, like maybe later it could be also useful. So just because black is clearly playing for the initiative here. Yeah,
this is very dangerous, and that example right there is a good showing as to why you don't really want to be taking this way with the king. You'd actually rather take the bishop and hopefully eventually find some safety over here, because that idea of knight d7, just to show it again, can highlight that if your king is coming this way and the position is just getting blown open, your king will never find safety, even if it reaches all the way to b1, right? There's just already too many open lines, too many opportunities for the pieces to come over to this side of the board. So,
so maybe c5 and e4 then.
Yeah, c5, e4.
Bishop f1.
Something like this. Takes f1. I think
how do you take on f1?
Both rook and king, I think, are possible. I mean, it's roughly equal, kind of either way.
It's a very tough choice actually for me in this position. I'm not sure, like. Because you don't want to play g3, king g2, because your bishop is stuck there on h4. So
that's a really good point. We'll just show that real quick for everyone, that the reason this is kind of awkward is because most of the time you'd think this is the way the king finds safety, but the moment you play g3, you might be trapping your own bishop. But sometimes the king can actually just come right back to e2, because without the light squared bishop on this diagonal for black, the king is surprisingly safe there. And because this type of position often leads to an endgame, everyone, you actually want your king in the center. So one of the fun things I've observed about seeing this line become so popular among the top players is that in blitz chess, or when they're, maybe they don't take as much time or they get out of prep too quickly, I've seen many games where white's king goes from looking awkward and breaking classical principles to every major piece coming off the board, basically. And then when the queens come off, suddenly white is actually doing quite well in the endgame, because the king is perfectly primed for to put on his shoes and run, Forrest, run over here. So it's just an interesting way to look at a position, classically breaking principles, not castling, but finding safety because of black's lack of opportunity, and always keeping an eye on the bigger picture storyline of the position. Are you quickly getting to an endgame? Maybe my king is not so bad here.
Yes, but the more I look at this position, the more I like king f1, and look at the spin. So what are you doing in this position as black? Because e5 is a very concrete threat.
Yep.
And how are you going to parry it? Are you going to play g5 in this position once again?
Yeah. No, that's why the eval bar is equally evil.
I actually think that this might be already a critical position if the players will reach it.
Agreed. And real quickly, we want to hit the reset button and remind you again of what the results were from round 2. There we see the man on camera and the only man to get a win over there on the left side of that results table. Again, if you missed the highlight video, check it out. It's on all of our different video distribution platforms, which is just a fancy word these days for YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, all that stuff. So Hikaru got a big win. Now he gets the black pieces against Alireza Firouzja. And those were the results as we saw them from day 2. Yeah, and as we said, the matchups today are what we have before you now. Hikaru playing black against Firouzja, playing Alireza Firouzja in a classical game of chess for the first time in his career. I still can't believe I'm saying that. It's so funny. but this is going to be a fun one. You know, Almira, we see Hikaru kind of looking off to the side. This is not a position where either player is out of theory yet. This is just a position where he's trying to be very deliberate and clear about what line he chooses. I think he's really trying to be careful, and he's knee-deep in the weeds of his prep right now in his head.
Well, I think that, first of all, of course, Hikaru, as we have seen, needs to be very careful in this position. So is he looking for another move which looks a little bit artificial because he played bishop a6? But since white also has lost a lot of tempos with its queen, so maybe he's looking for bishop b7. Maybe like he needs to prevent this advance in the center. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's got to be a candidate move as well. And again, Almira's making a great point, because as artificial as it looks, the word you chose, white's position is also kind of artificial. Let's think about how many times the queen has moved. She went here, she went here, she went here, she went here, and now she's back on c2, right?
Exactly.
And so it's, you know, from a classical perspective, Almira, there's a lot of features that are very Nimzo-Indian-esque, right? White has the bishop pair. White has lost time with the queen in the classical Nimzo. White is going for the big center. But the specific move orders and the tactics to this position are so unique in terms of modern theory.
And that's why actually this opening is very difficult to understand. You have to play numerous games, because also the positions that arise after this openings are very different. So you could have different structure in the center, different ideas to master and to use. So, for example, how would Soviet players train at the time? Is we can see nowadays players, they can play literally like 1,000 games per year if they would want to. So they participate in online events, classical events. Before this was not even a possibility. There were not so many tournaments. So what would Soviet players do, or the Soviet school would advise? So then you study an opening, then you have a very tough sparring partner, and you would play like 10, 20 games in this opening until you have the perfect feel of the position and the plans and the ideas.
But I love that point, and I think that still goes on, you know, in online settings all the time, right? We know the players can play in many serious games for money and all kinds of stuff, but I know that many of them have anonymous accounts. You find a sparring partner and you're just playing. It's a great way to train for anyone looking for advice. I think so many players spend, too much time in the opening at certain levels, but let's say they're ready to really start diving into their openings. They spend so much time in the book of the opening or on the encyclopedia, when really the way you start to understand a position is by playing it, right? Getting a sparring partner and play just 100 games in a Nimzo Indian with both colors even, right? Switch colors and just keep playing. Fastest way to really get the feel for how to master a pawn structure, master a plan in the middle game.
And actually, I was so surprised because I was reading a lot of players' interviews before this event, and that was a very insightful interview given by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, especially about his preparation and like how much time he spends on his opening preparation. It was almost 80%, like every day. You know, can you imagine how big is the knowledge they need to to oversee, and like all the ideas and all the opening ideas. So 80% of all of his preparation is devoted to the openings.
I don't know what I spend 80% of my life on, let alone 80% of my chess preparation. Wow. Well, speaking of Jan-Krzysztof Duda, why don't we back up to our bird's eye view, remind everybody that all 4 games are in progress here in round 3 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Thanks for spending your Sunday with us, no matter where you are in the global world that is. This is going to be quite the day. I feel like, speaking of Jan-Krzysztof Duda, you mentioned him, right? We already mentioned that him and Fabiano Caruana are also going to be engaged in a very theoretical battle. That, of course, being a Najdorf English attack. I say we head over to that game.
Yes, let's have a look, of course.
Okay. I'm gonna back up and quickly run through the opening as soon as we bring that board up and show everybody how we got into this Sicilian. We had a open Najdorf. Again, the Najdorf Sicilian is defined by this move A6. For those wondering, there are so many moves here: classical Sicilian, dragon Sicilian, Scheveningen Sicilian. The Najdorf, often the choice for those who want to go into open Sicilians at the highest levels these days. First really popularized probably by Bobby Fischer, and now is the staple for attacking players as black around the world, right? You get all theory here in that black is kicking the knight and trying to develop in a hurry, because the idea is I'm going to need to advance on the queen side and get pieces there in order to get pressure on this side of the board before white can really start to dominate with this side. But what's funny is, so now Duda plays a move that has become more and more popular over the years. It's an evolved idea where you make a big commitment. It's a big weakness to push an H-pawn over here, but you do it to slow down white's attack, because this pawn on F3 is supporting G4. These types of positions have become more and more popular. Almira, do you have any experience on either side of these lines?
Well, I don't play in either. Very little open Sicilian. I wanted to show you, like, there's sometimes, like when we're playing for a team in France, you know, well, there's a lot of on stake. So once I played an open Sicilian against the very strong French player Marie Sebag, and MVL prepared me.
Okay.
So I just wanted to come back to, like, just at the very beginning, like knight c3 a6. Just at the very beginning, and like I think, like here, MVL, you know, like I had to work up the courage, but so, like we prepared for a while, and I had to play h4.
Okay, wow.
So you have a look at this move. So, you know, there are a lot of interesting ideas here, and especially at the time, this was not the variation which was analyzed that much, even at the top level. So, you know, I managed to have a winning position, but well, eventually the game ended in a draw. But I really liked the character of the positions. Yeah. It's, you know, that were.
It's Maxime giving you the special prep.
Yes,
I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I've spent a lot of time with Maxime, and he never gave me any of his inside Najdorf pep lines. So.
Well, actually, of course, I know how dangerous those attacks could be. So, h5 is a very committal move, but I would say that in the modern theory, it's a very necessary approach.
Yeah. Here we've got a comment from Hamsoon. In Twitch chat, Fabi is about to wipe Duda off the board. I can't wait to get to the live position. We're taking our time to sort of tell the story of how we got to it, and hearing Almira's story is great. But I don't know that I disagree with that comment, Hamsman. I think if anyone is going to wipe someone off the board in an English attack, it is Caruana. Yippee. My predictions: Ding, Caruana, draw. So those, I think that was kind of what I predicted, actually. I think I predicted Ding wins, Caruana wins, and that both Firouzja and Nakamura, as well as Radjabov and Nepomniachtchi would be a draw. So I'm right there with you. That was. I think you stole my votes there.
I just wanted to show here, Daniel, that, for example, most of the Najdorf players, they want to play e5 here,
right.
But you know, if you play e6, for example, because you change the structure,
right.
Then you simply continue with g4.
Yeah, you're just all in here.
Of course. So that's how interesting it could be simply after, like, how many 7 moves which were played in opening. So.
And it makes a lot of sense. And for those wondering what are we doing with these aggressive pawns, or obviously you look at the live position, you know that one of the characteristics of the Najdorf is white is almost always putting his king on this side of the board, the queen side, as we see Fabiano did, which means black's king either stays in the center or goes to the king side. So that's how we explain moves like h4, or as Almira said, if e6 is played, you're just all in. And these are usually not the type of moves you can play in the neglect of your own development, but in positions like this that are going to become so sharp, white is just all in to create as many threats on the king side as you can be. So f3 is played to support g4. This is the more cautious way, Almira, than your h4 that Maxime gave you. And a traditional English attack. When we say English attack, we're referring to this structure and the idea of an attack here. e5, knight b3, bishop e6, and again h5 after bishop e3. So as Almira said, this is a necessary move if you want to slow down white's attack, but it's also a huge commitment, because eventually, if white is able to orchestrate this anyway, you're going to have more weaknesses here than you otherwise would have had if the pawn had stayed put. And also, because it's a commitment, white can sometimes play a little more positionally, which we've seen Fabi already do in the main line. You can start to change to the other weakness in black's position, which is this open square d5, and try to get black to part with this light square bishop. So that's kind of what happens here.
Tanya, just one more idea. Just before black plays h5, maybe we can explain a very important idea in this opening. So what will happen if black plays d5 simply? Because you want to break through in the center. I think this is very important to show. So you simply take, I think knight takes, and here, well, you're facing a dilemma. How are you going to take? Because white is going to play queen d2 and long castle anyway. So this is so queen d2 here, let's say, and knight c6. I think you simply castle long. And I wanted you to have a look at this position. So like white is ahead in development, and this position looks very, very dangerous for black.
Yeah, and if the bishop moves, often white will simply slide the queen over, unleashing a discovered attack, and then looking to execute over here on the dark squares. So
of course, and it's one of the advantages of the move f3 as well. So because you have this queen f2 maneuver, you have this square.
No, it's a basic point, and so for advanced players who are like, I know I play the Sicilian, I know I can't play d5 here, but I think it's a super instructive one for most of the viewers, because when you played e5 here, you've made a huge commitment, right? You did it to gain time. You're kicking the knight in order to speed up your development, but don't kid yourself. You've made what could be classified as a positional blunder if you're just talking about the pawn structure because of how weak this square is. And in Sicilians, when you've made that commitment, usually what you're looking to do at some point is to play d5 to eliminate this positional weakness on the board. So from white's perspective, as Almira said, white is always making sure black can't play d5 tactically. In fact, there's like a saying that like, if black can play d5 and he doesn't get blown off the board, then he's equalized in like almost any Sicilian, right? And you have to watch out for this.
Of course, and I wanted to add that another justification of playing the e5 is just that in many positions this knight on b3, is is considered to be a bad knight.
Yeah, a donkey, not a knight. Yeah,
no, it's not a knight. So, I think it's once again it's a very interesting position. So let's see how Fabiano continued.
So this is all still theory, and again, we were just setting the tone as to why black played h5, why you can't play d5. Here comes the knight to d7, and as we already know, black is trying to accelerate everything he can on the queen side of the board before white's attack gets going. And now you see this move knight to d5. This is a very common approach when black has wasted a tempo to slow down your attack. You switch gears and focus a little more on the light square positional weaknesses.
Also, this is a very interesting maneuver because now, as you can see, white, at some point can play knight a5 and knight c6.
Right on that note, we just saw Fabiano do it. That was...
oh, no.
Yeah, no, right. And so we're getting to... I love how I don't know why, we've slipped into this like really educational mode. I'm having a good time, but the whole reason knight a5 was coming is because what happened when you put the knight on d5 is you traded one outpost square, i.e., you traded this outpost square for a new one on c6. And so knight d5 is very often followed by some idea of knight a5 to get a knight here on this square. And it's even worth parting ways with your dark squared bishop as Caruana did so, because your goal is very simple. I'm going to put a knight on c6, have a positional advantage from now until kingdom come, and black has to play very, very slow plans to kind of eventually remaneuver and get his pieces on better squares.
Well, this is, of course, a very concrete sequence because Fabi, when he played knight d5, of course, he anticipated that he has to play bishop b6 because the pawn on d5 is hanging. So he has to give up his bishop. And then, he plays knight a5, but he has to be careful as well. So at some point, there always be tactical motives to take knight d5, and for example, if the rook is on c8, and win a pawn.
You just did it again. You said knight a5 and then rook c8. Let's keep doing this. Every time you do it, you look into the crystal ball. But I'll just highlight real quick, of course, you cannot play knight d5 right away, because even though that distracts the queen from the knight, and that looks good, you would lose your rook in the end. So you can't get away with that. On that note, right as Almira said it, Jan-Krzysztof plays rook c8. So now if something like knight to c6 is played, this knight takes d5 is already a possibility for Duda, given that if you take here,
knight takes
the knight can take back and save itself. And if you take the knight, black wins the knight back on c6 and is ultimately up a pawn. So Caruana will show what his prep is here. There's a number of different options here for white still. And don't be surprised if at some point there is some sort of weird compensation that Fabi goes for, right? Where let's say the knight does take on d5, and maybe white even loses the pawn, right? You take back, and your knight is lost somewhere, whether here on c6. Even in a position like that, if you just visualize it, just going to make some random weird move just to show. And it is good for black in this way. But even here, you can already see how the computer feels, right? Just getting to the point that a move like bishop d3, right? And now you see the effects of h5, the move that I was highlighting earlier as, yes, you slowed down my attack, but in every road that leads to Rome, you will have long-term problems from here on out. I have this type of threat. You don't have a safe place for your king, even if you want to, because there's always an idea of checkmate over here. And by the way, I might still get g4 in.
Of course, this is a very important element while you're assessing your position. It's just, okay, let's have a look at the board. Well, we cannot compare queens, rooks, this is okay. But one piece that we have compared is the bishop, you know. So how would you feel about white's bishop and black's bishop in those positions? So very often white sacrifices a pawn in order to get this very active bishop and to get a direct attack on the black's king, because are you going to castle here? I'm not sure.
No, it's funny. If black could play one maneuver, and this is a common Najdorf maneuver, again, I guess we're doing this is like a Najdorf masterclass here. And if anyone is considering or wanting to know more about these types of very, very complicated lines, sometimes you see the top players bust out 30 moves of theory, and you're like, well, why that move? Why that move, right? So a lot of the context we're providing is hopefully giving a little bit of, as we said, the story to the position. If black could play a couple things, which is the pawn on g6 and then just put the bishop on g7, there are so many variations of other lines in the Najdorf English attack where black will actually do that. He'll, again, I'm not going to do it here because it won't, white is already playing g4 and this is trouble, but if black had g6 and this rook was gone and the bishop remaneuvered, that's a long-term plan black will often go for to kind of return the favor. Eventually you push this pawn and you go for attacks on the dark squares. But it really highlights how dangerous Duda's position is in that line, Almira, because that type of thing is not happening here, right? Black is not going to ever have the time to play for this, and g4 is coming very quickly. So these are the types of positions that you shouldn't be surprised if we get. Yes, maybe a computer can play those positions as black, and we'll see how deeply Duda's computer prep goes. He might be just playing with the computer say, but it's very dangerous, even up a pawn there.
And once again, I think Fabiano has explained the way he prepares. So very often he would go maybe even for a worse position or dubious one, but where he knows all the plans and where he knows like where he's like one step ahead of his opponent. We saw this yesterday. Knight g4 was a huge surprise for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and well, he was like 1 hour ahead on the clock at some point, I think so.
And kudos to Jan again. If you missed that game, we had a great highlight video of Nakamura Radjabov, but that game was also very interesting. You should definitely check out some of the parts of the broadcast because Jan ended up playing very well despite being surprised and despite Fabi being up an hour on the clock.
So in this position, we just have to give a verdict. Is knight d5 is a threat? For example, is black is threatening to win the pawn, or should white do something?
Well,
C4,
and we're going to find out. I think Fabi's on the clock here for a good reason because it's a big crossroads right now. But one game has had a massively exciting development, and that is back to our very featured matchup in Firouzja versus Nakamura. We've had a full piece sacrifice here.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. How do you deal with the pin? You have to play g5 after e4. So Hikaru went for this variation, and then Alireza simply sacrificed the piece.
Man, this is again one of those positions where like the eval bar saying this is equal, everyone, is just the computer saying I haven't had enough time to figure this out because this position is absolutely wild. You know what I mean? When sometimes you look at it being equal, you think, oh, it's just equal. But this is the definition of unclear.
Exactly. But I was just trying to figure out, first of all, just to have a fresh look at the position. So let's get back just a little bit. He took with the rook. You see that was not clear?
Shout out to Akila from chat saying Hikaru Ali is going to be a bloodbath. I'd be surprised to see a draw. It's funny. So we're gonna back up. I both agree that it's a bloodbath, although I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those 35 move like force known lines that they both know. So we'll see. Time will tell. But all right, Almira, take us through. So queen c2, we were predicting c5.
Yes,
Hikaru played it.
Yes, for the most typical plan, this position, e4.
Right.
Bishop, and you see rook f1. I was not sure even,
Yeah.
about this capture. So rook or king, let's see.
And then g5.
g5, because e5 was a major threat.
Yep. e5 is a threat because the knight is pinned. And that's a problem. Shout out to Twitch again. I mean, it seems like white will get the piece back soon here with e5. We're going to get to that in just a second and find out. But as Almira said, e5 was a threat now. So Hikaru says, I'm not going to let that happen. But here we go.
Knight g5. It's a standard sacrifice. I mean, if it is possible. So if it's sound. So knight c6.
And not e5.
Yes, well, he can win the piece back by playing e5, of course, but then
Knight takes d4.
well, a huge tactical line probably. So, but, well, this is not over. Knight d4, you have to move back. Well, where?
I don't know where I want to go. I want to go somewhere that comes over here. So I'm
Yes,
just going to play a
exactly.
move
Queen
like
d3
this.
is a very nice move. So maybe knight f5, and you're
Right.
covering the g3 square, attacking the queen. That's very important. So where do you go now?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that when someone sacrifices a piece in front of a king, you think they're the ones that are getting an attack. But just to show how dangerous this could be, if the queen goes to the wrong square, black is taking on d1, and black is the one quickly coming to these open squares with the queen and the knight. Actually saving a piece here, right? Because you've unpinned the knight, and now the knight can find safety. So the queen has to be very careful and stay close to home. Probably something like this. I'll just play it.
But you have another possibility. You can also take on f6. You have at least
That's true.
to show
you
it.
can
Yes,
go
of
for
course.
something that's closer to equal.
So let's see. Where do we? Looks
to
very
c7, so you go to
dangerous.
e5, or you can even go to b7 and hit g2. And
Yes, queen b7 is a very good move. Because
that actually highlights the overwhelm of the queen. She's overwhelmed to guard both the pawn and not allow rook takes d1, right? So this is actually probably bad.
Because after rook d3, f takes c7, the position seemed very unclear to me. Just if you move your queen to e7 back.
Okay.
Just here, if rook takes d3, f takes c7, I didn't know how to evaluate this one. So rook d1, king d1,
the whole question is, can black get this pawn back, right?
Exactly. So queen b7 is a very precise move in that position. Okay, let's get back. So maybe not e5, name it e5. What was played? Queen c1.
Queen to c1 was played in. When Hikaru first came back to the board, everyone, as much as I am distracted by the beautiful Palacio de Santonia behind him, I did look at his facial expression. He gave a little bit of the Hikaru raised eyebrows, like, okay. And I don't know if that was just, again, that's why people love him. He's an emotive player, and who knows what he really means with his facial expressions. But if we're taking it at face value, he kind of showed a little bit of surprise. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, this is awesome, right? This is one of those games where, despite the eval bar being close to equality, don't kid yourself. Both players are one step away from that eval bar giving you a heart attack and going. They are literally one step, whether it's forgotten preparation, a miscalculated line, from this game being over, right? And that's why this is going to be a blast.
I was just smiling because I was thinking, well, compared to poker, chess is a game of complete information.
Right.
But what we're coming down to is just to speculating about the face value.
Right. The face value. No, it's true. If we're taking it at face value, and speaking of the complete information, that's one of the things that the eval bar has helped us, right? Sometimes it drives you crazy when the computers are announcing something that nobody sees, but oftentimes it also now helps paint the story where for many years you're looking at a chessboard and with no real idea, right? And now we know very quickly if a mistake is made. And
so let's look at Hikaru and try to analyze it from a poker player perspective.
Okay, yeah, you're the poker player, so I'm going to let you lead on this.
Let's say, so what is he thinking at this position after queen c1? Okay, there is a 50% chance that, that my opponent has analyzed this position and, well, I'm falling into it. Okay. There is maybe 20%, let's say, that he's bluffing.
Okay.
Probably this 20% is already, I think, too much at this point. But
right.
Okay, let's say. So from our perspective, we should leave maybe 10% that Hikaru forgot his preparation. Could it be possible?
I'm looking
Because
at his
this
face
is-
as you're talking.
Exactly.
I don't know. I mean, so what you said, 50% I'm walking into something my opponent knows. 20% he's bluffing.
Okay, so
we've got 30% left.
So maybe 20%, like this is like he forgot about his preparation. So this is Hikaru, like so,
Okay.
and we have 10% for.
And then you're forgetting there's 5% that he's singing an ABBA song in his head.
Okay.
Dancing Queen, only 17. Oh yeah, that's probably, and maybe another 3% that he just literally doesn't care. Those are all the options.
Okay, so there we just evaluated all the options, but he looks on a more serious note. Of course, he looks worried. So it increases like that. This is all the chances that this is an opening preparation.
Okay. But I don't really see a lot of worry on Hikaru's face, but I think he appreciates how critical it is. And the other argument that backs up your point of view is one we haven't talked about yet in any of the games, which is the clock. Hikaru is 30 minutes behind Firouzja. Mm-hmm. So regardless of whether the speculation of Hikaru forgetting prep or whatever is true, he's clearly less sure about what to do than Firouzja, right? Mm-hmm. The clock doesn't lie, as they say, right?
Okay. First of all, it's this position is so complicated, and once again, we have at least to explain a few possible moves, because e5 is still a threat. And why did Alireza played queen c1? Because, well, he wants to keep the queen, on this diagonal, and he wants to play queen f4 first. So e5 is the threat, queen f4 is the threat. First move which comes to my mind is e5 for black, because it parries both of those threats, but it looks very dangerous as well. So how do you continue after e5?
Yeah, well, let's look at this, because I agree. I think that the more I look at the position, and we spend a lot of time talking about the non-X's and O's, the more I think that e5 almost feels like an only move. I mean, there may be other options. In fact, the position is crazy enough. Maybe you can take on d4 and look for other ways to sack the piece back. But let's assume...
Danny, now I'm like Jan Ludwig. No, I'm like Jan Ludwig now. Like, it all makes sense to me. Rook f1 prepares your idea, f4. After e5, so let's say d5, then f4 is coming, and it's going to be devastating. The rook on d1 is coming to play via d3. That's why queen c1, not only it leaves the rook free, so for any moves, and the queen is also going to the king side via e3, queen e3, queen g3.
I love this idea. I mean, you can't play queen e3 if you're careful, but you have other ways to get over
like
there.
If the knight is not on d4, of course.
And the rook taking on f1 is really huge, because possibly even before rook d3 we could analyze the move f4, and I'm not sure it works, but I'm going to forget the engine here for a second. Yeah, okay, I knew you were going to do that, Evalbar. I don't really care. I was just trying to show that this may not be so simple. I mean, the pieces start coming to life, and
well, you have to protect the knight by rook d6. I think that's the only move here, but maybe we should prepare it. So let's see, e5, knight d4.
So e5, knight d4. e5, d5, knight d4. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, queen e3 here doesn't work. We have knight c2. We have to bring another piece to the attack.
I think your idea of rook d3 was actually really awesome. And oh man, this game is going to be awesome. Real quick, Almira, you know what else is going to be awesome?
Please tell me.
Our last quarterfinal for the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Coming up next, we have Polina Shuvalova taking on National Master James Canty. You need to tune in to chess.com on June 20th at 10 a.m. Pacific to see this match. Yours truly already went down. I don't really want to talk about it, but Eric Rosen defeated me. This quarterfinal matchup, the winner will take on Lawrence Trent in the semifinals. And as we said, Rosen already beat me in the semifinals on the other side of the bracket, so he is waiting in the championship for whoever comes from the left side. So tune in to Canty versus Shuvalova while we tune in here again to Hikaru and whatever he's thinking about in his head.
Well, please don't shoot me. I have to share a secret. You know that I've never played in those tournaments, not even once.
I think we invited you, though.
No, I've never, ever.
Are you,
it's
are
not,
you confronting me on camera about
it's
this?
not a question of the invitation. It's like because I thought that you need to qualify. I just
no.
felt like so, I just didn't know how. It's like.
It wouldn't be the first time I've been confronted by a co-host about this. I was teasing. No, we can invite you next. You want to be invited next year? We'll just do it right now.
I don't even know what is the system of this. So it's like I was looking. Oh,
okay. We'll fist bump agreement instead of handshake. You're invited next year. Okay.
So, this is like every year thing.
Every year.
Okay.
We do. All right. So everyone, you hear it. Our first competitor confirmed. Our first two competitors confirmed for the 2023 I'm Not a GM SCC right here. So.
I'm not a GM. This is like.
You can't be a GM. That's the tournament.
So, okay, I'm fine. I'm a perfect candidate. Candidate. I will never be a GM.
I love it. All right, but I like your rook d3 a lot because f4 was too aggressive, according to the computer, but this move, as you said, brings in more firepower. Yes, we still haven't solved how the queen comes in because of the fork on c2, but we'll figure that out at some point.
But let's say if you bring your rook on g3, there are so many ideas, even if you... Where are you bringing your king? Like king f8? Then bishop h6 or queen g5, it's so dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm so glad I don't have to figure it out because I'm not sitting in that chair. Only Hikaru does.
Oh my God! It's not like now that's we understand the subtleties of this position. I start to understand why Hikaru is feeling very worried. That's the feeling that I got and. So if not e5, then okay. Did we have a look here at knight d4 or king rook d4? There are several possibilities in this position.
Real quick, first we're going to have a look at that comment from Twitch. Does Hikaru just hate having pawns in front of his king? That's actually funny. Obviously referencing the first set of games, round one, where he moved the pawns in front of his king against Fabiano. But I don't think Hikaru hates having pawns in front of his king. I think he just plays exciting chess, and as he said, he plays for the fans. So I feel like Russell Crowe screaming in the middle of the whatever it is,
the arena.
The arena, right? Are you not entertained? Someone Photoshop Hikaru's face on top of Russell Crowe's body, screaming, "Are you not entertained?" And you get a 1-year diamond membership. Hit me on Twitter. As we take a break pretty soon here, hit me on Twitter with that Photoshop. First fan to get me Hikaru's face on Russell Crowe's body gets a 1-year diamond membership. That's the kind of day we're going to have here. So we're going to leave you with the bird's eye view. Almira and I have so much more to dive into when we return, but it's round 3 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Just on the other side of this break, we will be back in a moment.
Right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Rensch's games all-time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders maiden one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Speaking of Queen Isabella and the legacy she left behind, there she is right there, riding a noble steed, the lady herself. At one point, maybe the most powerful human being on the planet when she influenced the changing of the rules and gave the queen her powers, as the legend tells. It's not even legend, it is well-documented fact. Also well-documented fact, Jan Nepomniachtchi is a very good chess player. And, oh, hey, buddy. Just right there. Hey there, man. his eyes pop up. Of course, we're going to be looking at Radjabov and Nepomniachtchi, along with Liren and Richard Rapport as well. We know we haven't looked at those games. Here we can see, again, a snapshot of all 4 games. But for good reason, Almira. Firouzja Nakamura, that game's going to be lit.
By the way, you know, talking about Queen Isabella and how powerful the queen became on the chessboard, you know. First one to understand this were the Italian masters, you know, of the Renaissance. So there are a few games which we have left, but they were crazy attackers. They were sacrificing everything. So here, a perfect illustration, you know.
This is exactly right from the Renaissance era, the romantic era of chess, when peace sacrifices were aplenty, right? Discussion on whether Paul Morphy, how would he have done in the candidates?
Oh my God, those questions are so difficult. Well, I really think that the masters of that time, they do not stand a chance in the modern era.
It was a bit of a troll. I've been sort of well documented as saying that Paul Morphy was about maybe a candidate master level, whatever. And I exaggerate on purpose because it gets a lot of the hate from the fans. I love it, but the truth is, I agree. I think that the level of understanding is not only so much higher, but it's not even the same game in some ways, you know. But we do love to see peace sacrifices and some artistic maneuvers on the board.
Well, it's not even the same game because of also how physical it became.
Yeah.
So it's like we've been here only for 2 days. You know, players have, in order to qualify, they have to complete 14 rounds. You know, and each of these 14 rounds are, well, I could compare them to winning a Grand Slam almost. So they have to win 14 rounds, like to play a tournament 14 rounds, like they're playing 14 Grand Slams. So in order to qualify for the match.
Yeah.
How difficult it is, given the opposition strength.
Yeah. No, it is a professional sport, right? Not something where you have amateur enthusiasts maybe playing beautiful games, but it is a completely different game, different lifestyle, different culture.
Yes, because we're no longer talking just about the game, we're talking about performance.
Yeah.
In order to perform at such level, there are so many elements that should be taken into account.
Yeah. Well, right now, Hikaru is taking a lot of things into account, head in hand, because he is trying to work his way through what is a very, very complicated position with no more pawns in front of his king. Alireza Firouzja has sacrificed a piece, and Hikaru is now down roughly 50 minutes on the clock. By the way, shout out to everybody who delivered on Twitter. It's funny, I told one of our amazing producers working hard behind the scenes, shout out to the crew, that hey, if anybody does a good Photoshop, we'll show it on screen. Well, I don't know that we can show all the ones you did. I checked my Twitter for like 30 seconds before we went live, and there were already like easily 25 different versions of Hikaru Nakamura's face on top of Russell Crowe's body. So
I'm always so curious to see those because, well, another secret, I don't have a social media account, so I'm living in another.
That makes me so happy. Stay away from social media.
But I'm curious to see, like, what is the masterpiece?
Well, we'll probably see at least one or two, and I will do my best to give away as many Diamond memberships as I can. Only one of you is getting a 1 year, but we'll throw some monthly Diamond memberships at you. Thank you for your Photoshop. Thank you for tuning in, playing along with us here. This is going to be an awesome day. Well, I guess we should
weigh the options. Really, this is. I mean, one mistake in this position will be fatal.
Is over. Yeah. So let's step out and pay off looking at some of their games real quick because I don't know when Hikaru is going to move, and so. I agree with you. We should analyze it at some point and try to figure out, what's going on. But right now, why don't we let Hikaru do the work? I'm really good at that. We're gonna let Hikaru do the work, and we're gonna just quickly back out and look at. First of all, Radjabov Nepomniachtchi is not going to get much attention from us, and the reason, everybody, is just look at the board. This game is. I expect the bishop to take the knight, and I expect this game to be a rather bloodless affair, if you will, the opposite of Firouzja Nakamura. And even Caruana Duda, because that's an endgame, but I expect that one to be a very long fight of an imbalanced endgame bishop versus knight.
So I have to admit that you were right about this game.
So you said Nepomniachtchi would win, and I took a draw. I could go 4 for 4 today.
I said that he would go for a win, you know, but like, this position is way too simple.
Yeah, and it's no disrespect and understood. I mean, if you're in Radjabov's shoes, everyone, you just lost a devastating game to Hikaru Nakamura, a very long game yesterday, and sometimes, as we say, as the Soviet chess school would advise, never lose 2 games in a row. That's kind of the rule, right? Stop the bleeding right away, because that's how bad things happen. Radjabov, even with the white pieces, is probably also okay with a peaceful result on that note. So the only other one we haven't looked at is Rapport and Liren. That one's going to have some interesting stuff to it. So maybe we hop over there, give that one a little bit of time as we wait for some action in Caruana Duda and Firouzja Nakamura.
Yes, let's have a look at just
so
the opening phase.
We'll go look over here. My apologies, I'm slow right now on the switch over. There's my mouse. Sorry, took a second to get that back. My apologies. All right, what do we think about? Let's evaluate where we stand. And then we'll maybe back up and see how we got here, Almira.
Well, it looks like a Grunfeld to me anyway.
For sure, the structure's a Grunfeld.
Of course. But the thing is, like, I was trying to remember if I've seen Richard play this opening, because, well, he loves very much the King's Indian, sometimes also the Nimzo, you know, so, well, maybe a rare Grunfeld, but okay, let's have a look at his preparation.
I would going to say, first we got to have a look at his suit today. You said he looks like a rock star with the long hair. I feel like he's about to go sing lead vocals for Leonard Skinner, you know, and I'm in the front row wearing a tuxedo t-shirt, just partying. I'm out of my mind, right? We're never mind. Okay, we're gonna move on. All right. We have a Grunfeld. By the way, the reason Almira and I said that, you want to let's paint what the storyline is from here in this game, because why did we both quickly say it was a Grunfeld? It's because we have a big center versus the 2-on-1 majority. So what's the general sort of battle in these structures that both sides are playing for?
No, but it's so strange. Like, you have a big center versus the queen-side majority. For me, the main aspect of the Grunfeld is the bishop on g7 in the center. You see, that's like how I would characterize it.
Well,
that's how I knew, you know.
No, I mean, of course, the Grunfeld definitely defined by the FIDE, but for me, I mean, okay, so it's funny, we both looked at it. To me, the immediately defining factor is the central majority versus the long-term endgame advantage, maybe, of this 2-on-1.
Of course, but, well, sometimes, this is not the type of position which we usually have on the board, so let's have a look.
Let's look at how we got here?
Yes, how we got here.
Okay, it was a Grunfeld, as Almira said. The Grunfeld is defined right here because you can play bishop g7, and this would be maybe a more traditional King's Indian for those who play that. But the Grunfeld is with d5. Black sacrifices a center pawn, giving white the Peshki majority. I know that's not the proper way to say it. But what compensation is Black getting for the big center?
Well, first of all, we should explain that Black almost always starts to attack this center by playing c5.
Yep.
It's very important. And then bring all the pieces into play. So let's say this compensation is sort of the dynamic play, which Black is opting for almost everywhere. And one of the leading specialists in this opening is Maxim Vachilarov, once again.
Again, an MBL reference, a Najdorf expert in the Duda game, and a Grunfeld expert in this game.
The same. So those are his two pet openings.
Yep.
And also it also shows how easy it is to target his preparation. For example, like I was interviewing quite a lot of strong players about Maxim, especially like before the previous candidates. And almost all of them told me that he has a very narrow repertoire, which is also his strengths and his weakness. Because he knows these positions, he feels them very well, but it makes it so easy to prepare against him. For example, we were talking about the preparation for the candidates. You have a team of people who is looking through the games of your opponent, and they would say, okay, this is the weakness, this is what we are going to concentrate on, and there are very little surprise value from Maxime.
Yeah.
And very often, well, he would be targeted in a line, in a particular line, and where computers will improve.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, I want to unpack that storyline of MVL a little more, because I think that it's been a topic that Robert Hess and I have gotten into a lot, you know, in the last candidates, and of course when we talk about Maxime, whether it's time to kind of change that, right? He's one of the last musketeers, or last of the Mohicans, if you will, that he's so many top players are defined these days by their flexibility, by the fact that they're evading preparation, looking for an original position as early as possible, or as Fabi said, right, trying to even give your opponent a small advantage but surprise them. Maxime is old school in that way, right? He has his systems and he sticks with them. But I wonder if do you think that that's something that he might be adjusting at some point?
Well, he's certainly, I think, adjusting it already. And, you know, I've seen him play in different openings, you know, so he's like testing the waters, if I can say. But I feel that when he's playing the Grunfeld and the Najdorf, he's in his element.
Yeah.
You know, I think he simply loves those openings.
I agree, and it is important to play chess when you love it. And so let's talk about the opening he loves, so we can get caught up here. The move b6 was played. This is still kind of well known, but after rook c1, bishop b7, bishop b5.
Then just one more question. Like when b6 was played,
yep.
It would be legitimate to ask, why can't I take on c5? You know, just to show it. You know, because this is well, a very interesting option. The thing is here, like you're also looking for a dynamic play, so you do not capture at this position. So I don't know, like I cannot remember if knight a5 or queen c7. Like
one of these two. I think this move first to avoid the queen trade, and then you have both knight a5, knight e5 on the table at some point. The idea is that, of course, if white takes another pawn.
And I think that this example actually perfectly illustrates the spirit of this opening. Yes, yeah. Because very often you would sacrifice a pawn, but you will always get the dynamic play. Your pieces are very active, and the positions are very interesting.
Yeah, and so here you see black long-term compensation, a weak c3 pawn on a diagonal and a file, a weak a2 pawn over here. You have rook d8, knight a5, all kinds of stuff. So this is definitely in the spirit of the Grunfeld. White doesn't like those positions. In fact, often kind of wants to parry the threats of black's pressure by just buckling down and holding on to the big majority. Bishop to b5. We were still in opening theory here. Rook c8, slightly less common than, I guess, knight a5 immediately, and e6. I know I've seen e6 several times, but rook c8, and after queen to d2, cd, cd, and queen d6. So this was perhaps the first sort of new move in the game for black. It makes sense. You're bringing the queen up so that you can put the rook on d8. This is just a normal way to continue to increase pressure.
But this is a very unusual idea, I would say, queen d6.
Yeah.
Why not, let's get just back a little bit, because Richard is still thinking, so...
Well, the live position is queen d6.
We have the live position, okay.
Rook d1 offers the queen trade.
That's what I wanted to say. The idea behind queen d6 is probably to play queen b4, actually. Right. So, because otherwise it seems very strange to me.
Well, and let's highlight, of course, white could take on b4, and the position is still close to equal, and that would maybe give us a chance to just talk a little bit about the dynamic I first noticed when we came here, which to me was the defining characteristic of the Grunfeld. White has the center, but black has a 2-on-1, and so in some ways, if the pieces are coming off the board and black feels that white isn't getting a big advantage with the pawns, the long-term idea is that black, whenever you have a 2-on-1 majority in an endgame, in theory, you should be able to get a passed pawn, and passed pawns eventually maybe become queens. So this is just sort of the long-term positional feature. And usually with the pieces traded, it actually helps black's pieces just sort of poke at these pawns that rather than them being a strength like they would be in a middle game when you've got a bunch of pieces on the board and your queen, maybe they become a weakness too, or at least something you have to defend. So anyway, of course white's still fine, but that's just high level one of the things that could be going on here. In the game, Liren refused to trade queens, put the lady on d3, and there you have the current position. Well, while Liren may have refused the queen trade, he did not refuse an interview from our own Dina Belenkaya yesterday. Okay. And so we're going to take a second and talk to Liren about him getting into the candidates, about his choice of chair, which is, by the way, again, a dynamic. Take a look. He's got a shorter chair than Richard Rapport. We're going to listen in now and see all the things that Dina Belenkaya and Liren talked about yesterday.
Ding, thank you for joining us. Please take us through your emotions during the game.
Oh well, it's a quiet game, but quite interesting. I think at some point I thought I was better, but he played a very good move, Rook B1. I think that's a very good idea he found. So it looks my move G5 is not that good, but I don't know where I went wrong. It turns out my position is slightly worse in the final position, I think. But I don't know how to process for white. At least comparing to yesterday. Yesterday I played, I think, one of the worst games recently in my career. But today I feel much better. I think the draw is a quite good result for me.
So you're going like between ink. After a loss, a draw is a good result.
Yeah, especially after yesterday's defeat.
And do you think for your opponent, draw was also a good result, judging that you had the 3 times repetition afterwards?
At first I thought he is slightly better, since maybe he can try for more, but I don't know.
All right, on another note, we were wondering, what were your first thoughts when you realized you actually could be the candidates, that you actually had a chance to be in the candidates? What were the first things you thought about?
Well, at first, they told me that I only need to play 30 games to qualify. Even if I lost all the games, I can still play the candidates. But then somebody told me that it depends on the average ratings. So I not only need to play 30 games, but I need to get a quite good results. So I feel I'm not sure if I'm going to play these games, but after in the end, they convinced me that I had good chance here. So I just.
So you didn't accept immediately, but you had a thought.
Yeah, but in the end, I take the challenge. Yes.
Do you feel like, having played so many games in 1 month, now that you are 14 games to play in the candidates, it's in a way even easier than the 30 in 1 month?
No, the candidates is much more difficult comparing to the 30 games I played. Yeah. Also, the over-the-board games are not similar to the games played on the internet. It's totally different games, different things.
Which ones do you prefer?
Now I might prefer play online. Yeah, it's more relaxing.
All right. My final question to you. It seemed that you changed your chair today. Are you satisfied with your new chair?
Yeah, I like this kind of simple and normal chairs. Since yesterday the chairs was, when I look back, I cannot see what's going on after. So also in the last candidates, I changed chairs. I forgot after the first or at the beginning of the tournament. So
it was a good tradition.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck for tomorrow.
That was a great interview. How do you not love Liren?
Well, I'm always smiling. Like he's such a sweet character. And so, Danny, are you happy with your chair?
First of all, I am happy with my chair, as I well documented when Fabi came and did his interview in round 1. I feel much better in this chair than I did the last time. I was in a chair for a long time during the World Chess Championship. So it's funny. I want to unpack one thing he said about the chair, and shout out to Chad. We love Ding, you love Ding, and we appreciate the love. He said he can't see behind him with the tall chair. That was an interesting point about that. Is that something that you have an opinion about? I mean, do you want to see behind you when you're playing a chess game?
It's a very interesting observation. Like, well, if you want to drive in a historical parallel, I was reading a lot about the Japanese society. So whenever you will be seated, and especially if you would be a warrior, you would have to control almost everything, So this observation brought the memories of everything I've read about those situations. But I think he wants to have a look at the games, or, for example, if you are walking, maybe the chair does not allow. Sometimes maybe the chair does not allow you to see the clock. Mm-hmm. And you don't see if it's your move or not, So maybe there's some uncomfortable feeling about this.
Yes. Other things he said that were interesting there, Dina obviously asked him about the experience, the feelings he had when he found out that he might have a chance to get into the candidates. Of course, everyone who followed that story, Sergei Karyakin's spot was not his anymore, and Liren was told, he said at first, that it didn't matter if he lost all the games, he's in because of where they set the rating mark as long as he plays 30 games. But then they changed it on him, said the average opponent matters. What do you think about that?
Well, I really think that it was not easy for him. There were so many requirements, and overall he couldn't play already during the pandemic. And I think he was simply happy that he was able to qualify after all. But there was another question when Dina asked him that's like if he would prefer online versus live now. And his reply actually surprised me a lot, because I was sure he's going to say over-the-board chess.
Didn't surprise me. Did you watch the Hikaru Nakamura Liren Speed Chess Championship? That was, and he said in his interview that was probably like the most fun he's ever had playing chess.
Wow, but that's exactly the point. It's like you said that it's less stressful.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, fun versus shot for the title.
It's fair. But I think that obviously there's so much that is evolving and changing, right? I mean, online chess, whatever small prizes were in it 10 years ago, it was seen as it was. Right now you're talking about large six-figure sums, and in our global championship, more than $1 million in prizes, right? So I think that, the convenience of playing from home for pretty significant prizes, is definitely a big part of how these professionals look at their chance to make a livelihood, to earn a living going forward, right? And that I'm not in any way saying that he wanted the Speed Chess Championship title. I'm that self-aware, Chad. Okay, I'm not being that biased to our events, but I'm saying like he clearly wanted it. It was an epic match. I would say that in everything that happened during this big chess boom and the pandemic, you think of the Nakamura Carlsen final in the Champions Chess Tour first year, and then you think of the Nakamura Liren match, and that match was just absolutely just crazy awesome. So
no, I understand this, but I have a completely different perspective. I think that I look at chess events as a sports event, not even as an e-sport event. So for me, this hall is a stadium. You have to be in a special place, in a particular mood, and certainly not at home in your slippers. It's like playing for six figures. Like it's not even a motivation for me.
Well, you're about to play in your first I'm Not a GMSCC next year, so we'll see how you feel about that.
Well, I did not play.
And I agree with you. These are, it's the Coliseum, as we said. It's gladiators. They're here, right? This is the arena. The stage is set. And there's obviously, there is no replacing what we see before us. I mean, this is the oldest and most popular sporting event maybe in the world, actually. I mean, it's been around forever, right? So I'm not arguing that, but I think it's fun to see that he gave an honest answer. Like he actually enjoys playing online more, and who knows what that means for his future. But okay, we're having a great time. We hope you are, chat. Thanks for playing along. Again, this is round 3, the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Really just underway. We're going to have several weeks ahead of us here in Madrid. The weather cooled down a little bit, just for the record, in case you didn't get the memo. Radjabov, Nepomniachtchi, I know we could head over there, but you see what's on the board. That game is right now a matter of formalities. There's no world where that game isn't ending in a draw. We will keep an eye on Liren report, but we've had liftoff. Moves have been made, several of them, in Firouzja Nakamura. So without any further ado, we need to head over there and dive into what Hikaru played after the move, queen to c1. So we left it in this position here. Hikaru spent, let's see how much time. This is very not Nakamura-like. Hikaru spent 42 minutes on this position that you see on the analysis board before you.
This is very important. He's spending 42 minutes on, what move is this?
It was on move 18.
18, so like, the positions is still very complicated, and it announces a very, very difficult time scramble.
Yeah, and if he doesn't speed up, you're right. He's going to be not only defending a position where his king has no pawns, right? The emperor has no clothes, but he's not going to have a lot of time to do it. So this is
unless there is a concrete way to liquidate. You know,
yeah.
So let's see. We had three opportunities here: rook d4, knight d4, and d5. So he went for rook d4. White took on d4.
Yeah. So again, if you're just tuning in, we looked at e5 as a main move, which would have stopped queen f4 and kept it maybe closed. It also stops white from playing e5. But knight d4 and rook d4 were both options, and Hikaru chose rook d4. After takes and knight takes, white had both e5 and queen f4 here, but Firouzja chooses queen f4.
I have a feeling that after e5, black had queen b7.
Ah,
is it
very
possible?
Nice. This knight is lost.
And then queen.
Oh, queen e4.
No, queen e4.
Even stronger.
Yes. I don't know if it's stronger. Just I was planning on playing, but maybe even queen g2.
Yeah, just take.
So there.
Okay.
Both
yeah.
are possible, of course, and this position is probably.
I thought it was stronger
lost,
for a
yes.
second because I was reminded of the fact that queen e3 is not possible.
But bishop b3.
But bishop e3 is. So yeah, black should just take the pawn first. All right, but rook takes d4, knight takes d4 was met with queen f4 instead of e5. And Hikaru is.
So I take in the f6 knight, the knight on f6, and I simply want to get it back and to mate you. And
I was saying Hikaru is about to make his move. That's what I was going to say, because he was leaning over, although now he has...
Well, he is certainly planning on this sequence of moves, so...
yeah, there's no way he wasn't prepared for this position.
Yes, that's also a small surprise for me here. Like, he's still taking a moment to reconsider.
Yeah.
So...
Well, and I think that pretty much confirms that he's out of prep, even if Firouzja isn't, right? Not because...
But let's have a look. Maybe he wanted to make knight c2 here, and something is not working. But what? We have to...
if you go here, there's knight takes e4 with check.
Exactly. So maybe this is a very interesting continuation.
And even though white wins the piece back, this would make Hikaru very happy, simplifying the pressure and... kind of getting out of dodge there. So white will probably play...
Where like, king e2, I can go back, maybe knight d4.
Yeah, so you go, you run, but now I can get out of check.
How difficult is this position? So,
and I can save my knight.
Can you play, well, check and take on e4, or you cannot do this?
I like that idea. Takes, and if the king moves, you take on.
No, this I don't like, yes.
Well, even this might be a little better for white, but yeah. So perhaps knight c2 is a move that is rather forcing. Again, this is...
Do we have something else? Knight c2, king d1?
Yeah, again, if king e2, there's a check back, and we assume that that's not what Firouzja wants.
But I think...
King d2, there's knight e4. So this is kind of forcing check, and then queen a4. Can you play king c1 instead?
That's...
duh.
Oh, and the rook is...
Okay, I forgot about that. So you can't... So actually, you have to go to b1, because if you go to the d file, I have rook d8. Or knight takes e4 check, actually.
So it's a very straightforward line. So he's simply...
Yeah, so this whole line might actually be what Hikaru was calculating. And that's why I didn't want to stop, because even though we got to the end and assumed that this is not what Firouzja wants, this position is maybe a little better for white, right? I mean, you have a traditional bishop versus knight imbalance, and the reason I say it's a little better is because typically the bishop is a better miner when there's pawns on both sides of the board. So maybe you just to make a move, you find a square that's safe. Your bishop is well positioned to put pressure here. Your bishop is well positioned to help these pawns advance. I mean, it's close to equality, but...
Well, I'm not so sure. Let's say rook d8 here.
Rook d8.
Well, I'm taking the open file for the moment, but then simply king c2. Yep. And you see, what I wanted to underline is the structure. c5, b6, a7. You know already where I'm going, because I want to exchange the rooks and then simply to go for your a7 pawn. This is a very long-term plan, of course. And if you bring your king there, I have my passer, the h pawn.
Yeah. No, that's why I think that this endgame has...
So the plan in this position is to exchange the rooks.
Yeah.
So this is probably the most important element. I don't know, like, if you can do so, but...
Yeah, and the reason you want the rooks traded, not knight for bishop, is, again, as we said, the bishop is a slightly better piece than the knight in a minor endgame where you have an outside passer. So this king can never go too far. This king always has to worry about this pawn becoming a queen. Whereas white's king is darting up the board as fast as possible to go win some of these pawns on the queen side.
Or even through c4, and if you play a6, I will always have b4, and then, I don't know, maybe attack the b6 pawn. I don't know how exactly to find my way to the a7 pawn, but this might be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, so Hikaru's got to be calculating and then evaluating.
Oh no, if you play a6, then I'll play a4, a5. That's at some point. I will simply go for this pawn. So there's no easy way to hold these pawns.
At the end of this line, you're saying if a6 is played, you play a4.
I mean, I will play f3 at some point, bring my king to c4, and then I will play a4, a5.
Yep, and win the pawn. And yeah, this is a tough endgame. And again, sometimes people don't get excited when the queens come off the board, but this could be a very, very hard position to hold because of what we're highlighting. White's plan is so clear, and it's not like black is just going to sit tight. I mean, he'll activate as best he can, but the point is, this is a deadly advantage sitting at the outside of the board. Outside pass pawns are a huge advantage in games like this, and the knight is the worst minor piece you can have in terms of dealing with your opponent's pass pawn. So, wow. Okay.
That's actually why Hikaru is thinking, because at this point he's trying to evaluate the endgame.
Yeah, and so, that's what I was going to say, is that you have to calculate, and then you have to evaluate, right? And so you can calculate all these forced lines like we're looking at, but then at the end of it, one way or another, you have to visualize a position that is not right in front of you as if it is, and make some key decisions, right? Like, what would be your plan in this position? How would you hold the knight? What would be the moves? And that's where the best players, pay their bills, right? That's what they do better than everybody else, is visualize and understand the correct strategy for positions that aren't right in front of them.
And this is also a perfect illustration or answer of the question, like how far, these players can see. Yeah, so it's not only a direct line, a direct calculation, it's also like that's what you just explained, that they need also to evaluate the position, to assess the end game, and to understand simply like 20 moves later, how is it going to be?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's Kaidanov. Sorry, what?
No, I just wanted you to have a look at, because you know his facial expressions very well, and Hikaru once again looked puzzled.
Well, again, his work is cut out for him, and what I was about to say, because we're talking about this evaluation, this sort of visualization thing, Kaidanov always called it the essence of the position. There's the concrete, and then there's like the essence, right? The nature, and he's not struggling even maybe right now with which line he wants to go for, but he's really trying to make sure that he doesn't put himself into a lost ending, right? Because he could eliminate the pressure of the live position, right, and feel better about himself. But if he goes into an endgame like we just had on the board, he may be in for an even harder task. So what are other options instead of knight c2? I think let's look at an option that keeps the queens on the board.
Yes, just queen d7, of course. So
because now you're threatening knight c2 and the king can't escape. So let's say that white.
No, bishop f6, threatening mate, maybe.
Okay, yeah, you can't take with the queen actually, because now there's this simple move, and how do you stop queen e2? That's actually.
No, I wanted to take with the bishop, simply threatening, well, queen g5, queen g7, and queen g8 for the moment. So, like,
if you play queen, you can't move the queen. Queen b5, then there's this, right? So now you have to come up with a forcing move like knight c2.
No, it's like if you move your queen, you free the d7 square. So.
Yeah, I just assume there has to be some mate.
Yes, but for sure there is. But you need to. Queen g7, because at some point you can take the rook. You will take the bishop maybe and take the rook. Is it possible? Sorry, you will take the knight.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you could have also taken.
Like bishop d4 and then queen g8. I'm not sure. There's like so you can take
d4 here.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Here.
And then you have this check. So okay. So what that means is bishop takes can't be followed by queen b5, and so. Again, we're back to knight c2, and if king e2, is there a perpetual?
No, you have a check first.
No, it was
queen b5. No, here maybe.
If you go here, you'll take on d4, I assume. Right? Or are you running?
No. Where? Queen.
There's no discovered check.
King d2. I wanted to take on d4 and play rook d1, but.
If you take, I mean, like. Doesn't seem like it's a huge advantage. I actually feel like the right idea is to keep the mating net and just run the king. There's no wind.
Oh, then you're completely winning if I don't have a discovered check. Let's say. But why don't you play queen b5 check first?
So queen d7, bishop takes, knight c2, king up. Okay, you're probably right. All right, queen b5 check is probably better. And after king d2.
But now I can run king f8, king e8, king d7, king c6. I mean, just in case.
Well, if you can run, then why not take the rook?
Okay, take.
Let's find out. Computer says, Computer says it's okay. We just have a draw.
Yes, queen g7. Okay, queen g8. So, can you take on f7? Then king c6, queen e6. Where do you go now? Okay, let's have. This position is absolutely amazing.
As wild as it seems, this is not outside of the realm of possibility, right? Because how deep does Firouzja's prep go, everybody? Look at, by the way, he still has 1 hour and 50 minutes, which means he's clearly still just, right now this is just like dress rehearsal for him. We do rehearsal before we go live every day. Firouzja isn't even playing the chessboard yet, everybody. He's remembering his preparation at home.
How would you evaluate this position? Because I'm thinking, like, can you take the knight on c2, but then queen c4, so you exchange the queens, but you have this avalanche of pawns, so...
I don't know that you would play queen c4. I think that white probably wins in this endgame.
So how to...
Yeah, this is just like, this is just way too many pawns. Yeah. So I think you have to find a way to get a perpetual somehow.
No, but maybe you can take on f2. No, can you take the pawn?
Take. Yeah, wow, Hikaru has...
But queen f2, I wanted to play king b3, and then maybe threatening mate at some point. Okay, this is so interesting.
If anyone's sitting here wondering why Hikaru is thinking so much, if variations like that king walk to b5 don't tell you what he's thinking about, then I don't know what will. But let's tell everybody again how Hikaru got to the candidates, how people view his chances, how it maybe turned the chess world upside down when he did so, qualifying at the FIDE Grand Prix, of course. Let's bring up another one of Chess.com's player profiles and let you know one more time, again, a little bit more about the man Hikaru Nakamura.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
And speaking of the coffee cup I mentioned earlier, we actually have confirmation, not that it may be a vanilla latte with almond milk, we have confirmation of someone who ordered it for him, and that, my friends, is the name of Chris Littlejohn, Hikaru's second right there. Look at the smiley face, first of all. We appreciate that. Shout out to you, Starbucks barista, for putting a smiley face on it. But Almira, okay, all right, speaking of the news we're breaking here, Chris Littlejohn is picking up coffee for Hikaru on his way to the venue. Chris is actually known as Hikaru's second. There's a lot of discussion about Chris Littlejohn being Hikaru's second because he's not a grandmaster, right? Not a well-known player in the community. Many of the players we're looking at in this hall throughout all the candidates, they have very strong grandmasters working with them as their seconds, and the teams that you have are often part of what influences what we see on the board. So what we see right here, everybody, in the game. By the way, it looks like we had this line with knight c2 and queen d7, so Hikaru does go for the endgame. What we see Firouzja doing here, Almira, while it is Firouzja playing the moves, this is probably work that was done by him and his seconds, and the team gets a lot of credit for that. Talk a little bit about how important these players' teams are, how they choose them, and a little more about that.
Of course, I think that choosing a team is probably one of the most important things in the modern chess era. Actually, right now I'm reading a very interesting book written by Jan Timman, about the candidates in Curacao in 1962. This book is called The Battle of the Minds, which shook the chess world. At that time, you had also 2 American players, Bobby Fischer and Paul Benko, and a lot of Soviet players, and the tournament was so long. But there was a funny story that I found out from the book that at that time, we will come back to the modern era, that you had teams, Soviet teams, the American teams, and very often you had seconds which worked for many players.
Right.
But story goes that Bobby Fischer was not very happy, and there was a feud with Paul Benko. He was even late. He was late for the flight. He came just at the beginning of the first round. And what they were arguing about, he was not happy that they had to share a second. Arthur Bisgar at the time, so he appealed to the American Chess Federation. They had to have a verdict, and they said that, well, yes, he was right. Bisgar could only help him, and can you imagine? Yes,
a battle over seconds.
The battle over seconds. So now, of course, the leading chess players, they have the right to work and to choose their own seconds, and very often the second is also a friend, someone who can support you through difficult times as well. You probably someone who shares a lot of views with you, so not only chess views, you can have interesting conversations with. So we still don't know who is supporting Firouzja here.
We don't.
No, we don't. It's like, so here, as you can see, the work has been done very thoroughly, probably, which has given him a very, a better endgame, in which actually, so he's working his magic now. Probably at some point he will start playing, so I don't know at what point
we just quickly flash to this, everyone, because there is a result in the books, which was a draw, as predicted. So the players are, discussing what they had for dinner last night, maybe what they'll do on the rest day, because they didn't have a lot to talk about on the board. But okay, they're talking about some sort of moves here. In fact, they've now just been told to stop talking by the arbiter, which is kind of funny. So, but back to the discussion about seconds, talking about Firouzja, we were talking about Fischer. there's going to continue to be a lot of talk about Bobby Fischer throughout this whole year, because as many people know, this year is the 50th anniversary of the Fischer-Spassky World Championship match. But I wanted to remind everybody that Bobby Fischer was also one of the youngest players to ever play in the candidates, because we're going to be focused on this Firouzja game we see on the right side. Firouzja, by the way, glanced at Hikaru when he chose to take e4 with the queen. So I can't wait to dive into this. Will Firouzja be showing preparation that's about to earn him a victory? But Almira told a great story about how Bobby Fischer fought for Alfred Bisquire to be only his second, and Bobby Fischer, of course, one of the youngest players to ever compete in the candidates, before ultimately, years later, going on to win the 1972 World Championship. So, okay, back to this game.
Yes, we were talking also how Alireza is reminding us of Bobby Fischer. That's
Firouzja reminds us of Fischer. They're both now two of the youngest players ever to make the candidates. Firouzja pausing and looking, and he's obviously going to be feeling confident, because he wouldn't have played this quickly if he didn't know he was playing toward his prep. The eval bar and our analysis tends to agree with him, Almira, that White's going to have a lasting edge here. Mm-hmm. If you're Hikaru, though, I mean, this is the first time you've gotten up from the board in like an hour and a half, right? I mean, you're up from the board, like finally you've gotten yourself out of the craziness that was this attack on your king. He's got to be feeling a small breath of fresh air, even though he now knows he has work to do. At least he didn't get checkmated, I guess.
But I'm pretty sure, once again, that he knows every plan and disposition. So,
you mean Firouzja knows every plan?
Firouzja, yes, yeah. Of course. So he
remind everybody real quick.
Because I think no, of course, because the knight f6 was played after bishop b4. I wanted to show this because White had two options of playing bishop b3 or bishop b4. Maybe both are very natural squares. So bishop b4 was also eyeing the b8 square at some point. So if the rooks are traded, then you can play bishop b8, bishop a7.
Oh, I like that a lot.
So
it's funny because, again, real quick context, what Almira was saying, when we were speculating that this endgame might occur, we just sort of randomly put the bishop on e3 and only highlighted later that White's long-term plan, of course, is to trade the rooks, because once these major pieces are off the board, White has plans to infiltrate with the king. But Firouzja shows again just how deep this prep went. We are now on move 25, and he was still playing instantly and played bishop b4. And what is the difference, as Almira pointed out? Well, now, in lines where eventually the rooks are going to be traded, you have to deal with f2 first, but eventually, let's say these rooks are traded, this bishop is already in a way more dangerous position. Something like this occurs, this bishop already threatens to start to poke at these pawns, right? And it's not to say White's just winning, but this is very irritating when your bishop starts to attack pawns that are all stuck on a color complex. I'm sitting here just like, again, we don't know who his team is, and he's going to be the one who gets credit because that's well-deserved if he goes on to win. But Firouzja is showing that he came super well prepared for this battle versus Nakamura, now taking his first real think of the game at this point with an hour and 45 minutes on the clock to 27 minutes for Hikaru. And will he be able to convert this small advantage we see? But I think Almira and I would say, I think from a human perspective, this is more than a small advantage. This is going to be a tough position for Black.
But I really like Hikaru's move knight f6, first of all, because he will always have the possibility to play knight d5 and to close the d file. Very important. Maybe to support his own pawns if they would move like c4, c4, b5, a5. Can we think about this advance?
So knight f6, I'll just make a random move to show what Almira is saying. So knight to d5.
Mm-hmm.
And
so bishop goes somewhere. Yes, let's say I can also go c4, then b5, and then a5, and simply to transform those pawns which we were considering weaknesses into a huge army. So you see, this is probably the way to play this position.
Yeah, I like it a lot. In fact, he also spies this d5 square. Again, if we were looking at the position when they first transitioned to the endgame, while the knight was on a central square, it's not the most stable central square, right? Why? Because one, it's not protected by a pawn. Also, White can play f3 and kick it out. So this is actually a really heads-up play to remaneuver the knight to the most stable central square available. 1, it's on a light square, which means the bishop will never be able to attack it. 2, it's protected by a pawn. And 3, it's safe from attacks from white. So, Almira, you point out something really instructive there. I think knight f6. I think knight f6 is a fantastic move.
Coming after a long thought.
By Hikaru. Yeah, and it pays off, I guess, that he spent so much time by the way. So again, we said he took 42 minutes on move 18, that being Hikaru, which was rook takes d4. He took 42 minutes in this incredibly sharp position where he's worried about getting checkmated before playing rook d4. Then, jumping ahead on move 20, 2 moves later, before playing knight to c2, he took another 15 minutes, which is also a pretty long think, to play knight c2. And now he's on move 25, which means if you look at the clock, he has 15 moves to make before reaching move 40.
And he has 27 minutes
27
left.
minutes. So okay. All right.
I'm really impressed. You know, when you're faced with such an opening novelty, and probably, you know, that was the case, to find probably every single move that Hikaru played was the strongest in the position, and also to find this strategic idea of playing knight f6 and knight d5. Once again, it reminds me of yesterday's game.
Yep. No, he seems to be playing well, right? I mean, Hikaru just feels on form, right? Again, because if you're just tuning in, you missed the first 2 days. Yes, Hikaru lost to Fabiano Caruana. You can see the scoreboard, but it doesn't really tell the whole story. I think Hikaru played pretty well in that game. We all felt that way. Fabi was just better, right? But Hikaru played great. He doesn't let it rattle him. He beats Radjabov. Now he seems to be on form here, defending clearly very good preparation from the young 19-year-old Firouzja, right? And all right, well, we're wondering what's going to happen in this game today. But if you are wondering what hiring a chess kid coach might look like for your game, wonder no longer. We've hired FIDE master James Canty to start doing live lessons for our own Scholastic Extension website. That's chesskid.com. Chess Kids Summer Clubhouse is starting on Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. chesskid.com and ChessKid TV. You can tune in every Friday to get some official lessons. All right. We've got 3 games still going, 1 game in the books. As you can see, it has already ended in a draw between Radjabov and Nepomniachtchi. So much ahead. We're going to dive again into Caruana Duda right when we come back. That's one that has been neglected for too long. So don't go anywhere. When we return, it's more from round 3, the FIDE candidates in Madrid.
He goes for it.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
The oldest player in Madrid at age 35, Teimour Radjabov is competing for the 3rd time at the Candidates and for the first time in 9 years. Once ranked in the top 5 in the world, Radja qualified for the Candidates 2 years ago, but was unable to compete due to COVID concerns. For this year's tournament, FIDE offered Radja a wild card, which Radja accepted. Born in the same Azerbaijani city as former world champion Garry Kasparov, Radja beat Garry Kasparov at age 15. In fact, he has never lost to the former world champion. One of the peak achievements of Radjabov's career was his victory at the FIDE World Cup. In that tournament, he defeated the top seed Ding Liren in the final to qualify for the 2020 Candidates Tournament. In Madrid, Radja hopes that he can lean on his experience at the Candidates to post some impressive performances, even though expectations for him here are not as high as they once were.
Time to take take control of your journey towards chess mastery, Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together. Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Back here
The 2022 FIDE Candidates from Madrid continues. We see Richard Rapport very focused, playing the black pieces in this Grunfeld versus Ding Liren. We're waiting for him to make it. We'll definitely keep looking at that game. I know we've been putting a lot of attention, of course, into Nakamura's defense versus Firouzja, as well as the Caruana Duda game, which I think we actually should get back to the Caruana Duda game. We haven't looked at that in a long time. But Almira, how you feeling? They didn't see us. We were jamming Spanish guitar. Almira asked me in my wildest dream who I play guitar like. Probably more Jimi Hendrix than Santana.
Okay.
A little classic rock. But what about you? Play any instruments?
Well, in my wildest dreams, I told you already, I'm singing. So you're playing the guitar
okay.
and I'm singing.
I'll play guitar. You sing lead vocals. Jan Nepomniachtchi will be partying in the front row. All right.
What do you think, Dini? Are they? Because this is something I was thinking about last night. The chess players and players in general, are they the rock stars of the modern era?
Chess players?
Chess players and the players. You know, it's like I think any kind, you know, like esports, you
right.
know, athletes, you
yeah.
know. So they are the rock stars of the modern era.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there are still, I think, rock stars, I guess, musicians, whatever. I mean, you think of Taylor Swift, you think of Justin Bieber, think of any, like, huge pop star. But, they are rock stars, especially in our world. And
because I think this is something which is very much well valued now, this expertise, you know, to play games, to have an expertise, well, any kind of sports. This is probably is more important now.
Yeah.
That's, I think it probably is going to be even more important in the years to come, because there's also this phenomenon which we were talking about, like the gamification of our society.
Yeah.
You know, you can observe it in any professional field. So
Yeah.
I guess that's my question. I think that soon, you know, Richard Rapport will enter a building, and you know, there will be millions of fans. You know,
I certainly hope so, and I do think chess, especially, is as modern technology, right? The internet, and you know, here we are with a broadcast, and you didn't have camera feeds like this 50 years ago, right? So technology, I think, is helping to make all gamers, but chess players, maybe the original gamers, the original gamer rock stars, right? Even more well known to all kinds of communities, right? Their faces are seen more often, so they're more recognizable, and yeah, I think technology is likely only getting better, right? And one interesting thing about what we're able to do now is I think we're able to see more up close, more of the emotions, more of how they feel in ways that, you know, you studied the great chess players of the past, but unless you were lucky to visit them in person, you never saw the live reaction. You see pictures of Tal or Botvinnik in a book, right? But you didn't feel like you knew how Richard Rapport would act if he's better in an endgame, right? And so those are some of the great things that we now see. I agree. It's a great point. So I didn't really think about it that way, but
I had another thought, because it's not only that. This was for me, there was a greatest shift in the way we what are the things we're worshiping or appreciating. So that's why this is one of the virtues of the expertise that we are actually looking for. Mm-hmm. You know, so this kind of intellectual battles, you know. So this is something which public eye is more interested now. And so that's why, I was thinking that in years to come, you know, we will be covering this in the stadium. You know,
I don't
80,000
maybe
fans.
not too far ahead, right? We got big plans for next year for lots of our live events. So
I'm playing the tournament.
Well, we do want to switch back over to Caruana Duda. We've got the live position up here, and I think we should dive into what's happening with Fabiano and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Because so much has happened. They're in an endgame, a similar imbalance to what we see in the game between Firouzja and Nakamura. You have bishop versus knight.
At the beginning, we had quite a complicated middle game, and now we have a very interesting end game. So let's see here. For sure, you have to keep your bishop first of all. That's first thing that comes to my mind. So,
assuming you're still playing for a win if you're Fabi, because the first thing I look at this is, at some point we'll back up. I want to analyze and see what happened, but I don't think white's any better in this endgame. I mean, the knight is well placed. The king is more active than the white counterpart there, and I think long term you look at the bishop and you think of your 3-on-2 majority, and you assume that white will have some way to maybe manufacture a passed pawn, but.
That's very strange. Let me tell you how I look at this position.
Yeah.
Let's say, all I say is the chain of the pawns, which is on the white square, so f7, g6, h5, which is already, you know, and a6, b5.
Yep.
There's always a possibility for me to play a4, and you know, to win those pawns. I can always play g3, so your knight will not have any squares. So
you mean b3 or g?
No, g3 here. Like if you play knight e6, knight e4, so this will not be possible as well.
Okay.
So now I'm trying to find out how to proceed. I certainly want to keep my bishop. So in this perspective, you know, of winning all your pawns. So bishop e2 or bishop c2, I don't know yet, but maybe let's say bishop e2. And let's say if you want to play rook d2, just to show you something, and to play king e7 and to exchange the one rook, just in case. So maybe you have the possibility of playing rook d5 later or c4, I don't know, like c4 now, I don't know, is it possible? Maybe start with
b4?
c4, b4.
You said c4.
No, c4. I want to activate my bishops, but maybe it is not possible in a very direct way. So, okay, then king c2 is probably, you have to play here king c2.
Yeah, I hear you. And again, I think I've played a lot of these positions actually with both sides. So I certainly agree with everything you're saying and evaluate white's long-term chances c4, a4. But I feel like the specific dynamics of what Duda's been able to do here are important, though, because the knight on c5 is not going anywhere. And that knight completely prevents white from executing the majority advantage.
But then maybe bishop c2. We start with bishop c2. Because what I want to keep the rook. So let's say rook d2, and king e7, because black wants to trade this rook. So I want to play king e7, and first of all, rook d6 maybe was a threat. Rook d6. And here, what do we have? Do we have more than rook e2? Or I don't want to play b4 here because he will play knight e6. So maybe you're right. Once again.
Well, the point is you can't do the things that you would want to do with a4 or c4. If you ever play b4, of course, c3 is just horrible weakness. And black isn't without counterplay, right? I mean, I can't actually play f6 and g5 right away because the bishop is spying this pawn. But, you know, I have f5 ideas at some point. I have f5, f4 ideas to kind of take advantage of the fact that these pawns are separate. So, I mean, I don't know. And again, I'm typically biased toward the white side of these positions. And as I said, I feel like Fabiano is, you know, the best prepared player on the planet in these positions. But look at his time, look at his body language, and you just look at what's on the board. Like Fabi did not get what he wanted to get in this game.
Can we have Can we have a look at how?
So
did we achieve this position?
You're reading my mind. So on that note, if we're right that Fabi didn't get what he wanted, let's see how we got here. Rook c8 was played. Knight. So he played knight to c6 right away.
But then we were looking at knight d5 in our analysis. So.
Yeah, I wonder. Okay, so I can't question Fabi's prepper theory to be better, but again, even in the lines I was looking at, where like it's better when you have the queen take on a5 versus c6. So sometimes, like if you can come up with another plan that improves your position. I mean, I said h3, which probably wouldn't have been good because like h4, but knight c6 is interesting. He took a lot of time on knight c6. That's my point. He took more than 20 minutes before playing knight c6, which is not suggestive of preparation.
Maybe like let's have a look, because you could play c4 in that position. Just a second, because we should understand what he was considering. C4, protecting the pawn. So like, and you can also take knight c4 then. And how is this position?
Looks better for white than what Fabi did according to the computer, although I don't really trust the computer compared to their prep at this stage. I mean, not that I don't think that white's better, but there's surely he knows this move, and I don't know what he didn't like, but Even
maybe
though
maybe a different queen move, like b takes c4 and maybe queen a7.
Queen where?
A7. I don't know, like b7. But no, then
No,
knight a5.
I think A7 makes
yes,
sense.
okay. There are three possible moves. So a7 and yes, because rook c5 is also coming here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but my point is, I guess that while we don't necessarily know what the
went
move
through his
is,
head. Yes, of course.
knight c6 really didn't seem to get anything. He goes for this transition where he's down a pawn immediately, but gets it right back. You're in an endgame where all the dynamics we've already highlighted are immediately true. Bishop versus knight, 3 versus 2 for white on this side of the board.
Wait. Daniel, so here, maybe that was the moment where my idea was possible. Could you play a4 here? Maybe that was the only moment where we could play a4, but...
Yeah, you're right. Maybe he missed it. Black can
you want to defend? I don't like b takes.
If you take bishop takes, you can't play b4 because bishop takes.
And then I'm trading the rooks, and
so
this endgame is,
this
of course,
seems correct.
And what if I take? Take on b5, and then something like bishop e4. Maybe I don't have much here either, but at least c3. Okay, how is this position?
Yeah, I mean, I think that white has similar chances as in the game. You have this two.
You will certainly play b4 in your next move with black, so and exchange this pawn. So.
Yeah, but here white could even play b4. Unlike the other position where the c pawn would become weak, you can actually do that and fix the pawn light square. So
this is a very interesting idea. Okay.
Yeah, so, I like your point. I think you might be onto something really important. If a4 was possible.
But maybe this position is still very equal.
Yeah,
so.
and I think it is, and I think even in the game, as we see what happened. By the way, bishop f1 has now been played, and the rooks have been traded on d2.
So he decided to play bishop f1. Okay. Let's see, what's the difference between bishop b2 and bishop c2? Why did he decide to place his bishop on this particular square?
I wonder if a couple things. One, maybe there's ideas where the knight comes here, he didn't want the bishop attacked, and the bishop defends this pawn, so that's a possible long-term thought. And if he likes the bishop on this diagonal, and we just eliminated e2 because of that idea, then that kind of solves why he went to f1, right? And we're guesstimating, but this is more than just us playing guess the move, everybody. We're trying to understand what Fabi thinks is the long-term strategy for white to have an advantage. As I said, I don't know that white is, I mean, the position is equal, right? But if Duda doesn't keep the pieces on the right squares, in theory, white's majority will come faster because 3 against 2 is a faster passed pawn than 4 versus 3. And if this knight ever moves, you're going to see this a4 shot. So I think that's why you kept the bishop on this diagonal here. But still, I mean, let's be honest. Well,
let's say king e7 here.
Yeah, I mean,
still in this position. Just wanted to see, king e7. Let's say if we bring our king, also king c2.
Yeah.
Are we trading rooks here, or is it dangerous with black? Or we're keeping the rooks? That's what I am trying to understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think black needs to trade rooks. That would be my argument. Is that
you can simply stay
you can simply sit, and if my rooks are on the board, my knight stays on the board because you can't kick it out. And so, I would argue that while we see Duda lean in, and he's going to think here. But I would argue that we've seen a lot as far as how they've managed this position. I don't think Fabi is feeling that comfortable, but okay, Fabi was feeling comfortable, Almira, yesterday when he caught up with our own Dina Belenkaya. They talked about Fabi's draw with Nepomniachtchi. They also talked about whether Fabi's cat watches his matches. Unfortunately, they didn't get into what Fabi's favorite recent horror film is. Fabi watches a lot of horror movies, for those who don't know it. But they did get into some fun talk, so let's see how that interview went with Dina and Fabi as we wait for Duda to respond to Caruana's latest.
Thanks for joining. When you saw Nepo took a pause, in a way got surprised, what was happening in your mind? Did you have like some kind of confidence boost?
Well, I knew that knight g4 would come as a surprise. I don't know if many people have analyzed this move. It's a novelty. I played the position myself against Wesley So in a blitz game or rapid game, I forgot. And I played knight h7, which is a common move. And knight g4 is borderline losing. It was a huge gamble. It's not losing. It's probably not even very bad, but it's definitely a very dubious move. But I was kind of counting on the surprise factor. And I also thought that he would go for what he did, which is the most natural way, putting his knight on g3 and everything. And then he shocked me with this rook a3 move. I didn't see that one coming.
So that was like a cold shower for you?
Well, you expect at some point that you're going to be surprised, and that was the moment when I had to start thinking very hard. But I thought my position was very good at some point. I thought I was much better, but I couldn't find the way to exactly coordinate my pieces, because I'm up a lot of material, but he has this very lasting initiative. My king is weak. I thought there should be some way to prove an advantage, but I just couldn't find it.
So now you're waiting until you get to the room to find what was the right way to finish him off?
I don't think I'll check the game.
All right. Then let me ask you something that is not connected to the game. You're not even 30, and yet you are here, the most experienced player when it comes to the candidates format. Do you think there is some kind of a good thing about it?
I think it's a sign that chess is getting younger and younger. I mean, I used to be the youngest player in tournament, or one of the youngest, and now I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like one of the more experienced players, but I don't know if experience counts for so much in this type of event. You know, like for example, Jan last time, he won the candidates on his first attempt. So it's not, you know, always that experience matters the most.
That makes sense. And it's the first candidates that you're playing with Vladimir Chuchilov. What is it different about, let's say, having him aboard?
Well, yeah, I've worked with a lot of different people, and everyone has their own approach. So Vladimir has his approach, and I'm kind of used to it because we worked together quite a lot in the past. About, I think, even 12 years ago, we started working together, and then we stopped for a period, and then we restarted last year. So we kind of knew each other quite well, personally and also in the chess sense. So it wasn't, let's say, a big adjustment to start working with him for this.
And my final question, how is your cat?
My cat's doing very well. He's really young. He's turning 2 soon, but he's doing well.
Is he watching your games live?
I don't think so.
Would you like him to be watching your games live?
Yeah, that would be very good.
All right, thank you so much, Fabi, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Almira, do you have a cat?
Well, I have a dog.
Oh, you have a dog?
Yes.
So you're a dog person. There's dog people and cat people.
Well, I didn't know what kind of person I was.
Okay.
Like, because we got the dog only recently. And now that I think about it, it's like I'm a real chess player. My dog is like black and white. Okay. I didn't think about this before.
Well, it's funny. Dina asked him whether he would want his cat to watch him. We know that the Paunchmeister, Levon Aronian's dog, is a legend. He watches all of Levon's games.
Okay, so...
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
yes,
the Paunchmeister. So anyway, but you know, you were talking about Fabiano yesterday, that obviously he's kind of a calm guy, sort of reserved in nature, right? But you know, a little bit of a different personality on the chessboard, right?
Of course, and you told me that you wanted to talk about this, and we missed a question, I think, by Robert Hess the other day. So like that he's watching a lot of horror movies.
Yep.
This confirms my feeling that, you know, there is a dark side.
There's a dark side to Fabi. You called him a serial killer on the board.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, it's how you feel. You know, you feel there is absolutely nothing you can do. There's a death sentence waiting for you.
Yeah.
So like it's a difficult feeling.
He is. He's a difficult guy. I can say, you know, more complicated than meets the eye. And him and Robert stayed up late, more than they should have. I had to discipline them and send them to bed because they were staying up way too late watching just like random Netflix horror movies. Like, in fact, the lower the rating, the better. They would just find a movie to watch, and in the Airbnb that we got for them during the World Championship. So yeah, there's a dark side to Mr. Caruana right there. Don't fool yourself.
Those movies are probably fun to watch because I think the best things about those movies is the commentary you provide while watching. So I think so.
Like, watch out, watch out. Well, we've had a lot of angles to look at the players. I saw Hikaru shaking his head a little bit ago. I think as we wait for Fabi to make his next move, I think we probably have to head back to the game of the day here as soon as we can and go on over to Hikaru. Hikaru's position versus Firouzja is really where the action's at. So
I'm looking at the plan he's chosen. So we knew that he would put his knight on d5, but after bishop t2 he played f5. Maybe we should have a look at this position first.
Yeah,
it's a critical move, like f5.
Yeah, we left the position. By the way, Hikaru's shaking his head, but it seems okay. And I'm looking at time. Yeah, he's not that much lower than he was. So again, I know I observed the dramatic kind of like Hikaru was frustrated with something, and he was showing it. But we left it after the very nice knight f6 retreat that you were applauding, Almira. You observed that Firouzja played h4 so fast, he was probably still in preparation, even now. And then knight d5.
Bishop t2, until this, everything's we were not looking at f5 immediately, so I was a little bit surprised. But then, of course, it explains that he wants to bring his king on f7 and then the rook to the h file.
Yeah. And tell everybody why you think this bishop d2 is such a nice retreat from Firouzja.
Well, nice retreat. First of all, it seems very natural to me because it keeps all the options. So you can always go with, both the diagonals are open. So
and it's a square that I think could quickly, if this knight ever decided to leave, could quickly go to a very useful spot, helping this h-pawn advance up the board, right? So you've just got Firouzja playing a flexible, small edge, f5 from Hikaru, g3, king f7. Here comes the majority. This is actually a very dangerous set, and it forces the response from Hikaru, because if you allow g4, and white has two connected passed pawns. We talked about that in one of the games yesterday, that you simply cannot allow something like that. You make some sort of random bad move, and white gets either h5 first or g4. Excuse me. This is a position that.
And how important it is to start with g3 once again. Maybe we can show it.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point.
Because when I saw g3 on the board, I was thinking, okay, how smart.
Yeah.
This is okay. I knew that he was preparing, but g3 first, not f3 first.
Yeah,
of course,
if f3 first, black plays f4.
Yes, it might seem faster. Okay,
but there's a rule in chess. What's the rule that happens here?
Well, en passant.
Oh, en passant. I had to set you up because you know all the memes of en passant, right?
Not at all.
Oh, I mean.
I live, I still live in the world where my virtual persona is virtually non-existent.
Virtually non-existent. Well, then I will educate you real quick, because there's probably some viewers out there who, I mean, literally, I'm sure there are viewers, whether they admit it or not in chat, who literally don't know en passant.
Okay.
And we get more support tickets written to our team on a daily basis where they literally say, like, you got to fix your site. There was this bug. His pawn moved like a ninja and took my pawn as if it had only moved one square. But you can see it. It moved two squares. But his pawn can't. Like, people just don't know it. I'm not even making fun of disparaging. It's a rule that a lot of people don't know, and it's so a bit of a meme that en passant is real.
But actually, just one historical overview, that was not always a rule.
It wasn't always
of
real,
course.
exactly.
And actually, I find all these questions quite legitimate.
Yep.
So it was invented also, I think, to make chess more dynamic.
Yep.
But I can understand
No, I've told that story many times. That the story goes that originally the pawns could only move one square.
Of course.
And as theory evolved and they started to understand that the best way to play was to be aggressive, there were stories, legends tell of games on the street would start with pawn in front of the king, pawn in front of the king, and then pawn in front of and so when you start doing that, obviously in casual games, you're just going to move the pawn to the center. And it literally was born out of the fact that they naturally changed the rules to evolve with the understanding of the game. But what that affected, as soon as they gave the pawn the right to move two squares, was this, it affected positions like this, where if your opponent works super hard and gets a pawn advantage like this, you can't just let him move by you, right? That would be unfair. So they invented the rule en passant to say that you can capture the pawn in passing as long as you do it on that turn. If you don't capture it right away, if you make any other move, now you can no longer take. It won't let you because you missed your chance to play en passant right there. So there you have it, everybody. That's a quick little history lesson here.
And okay, that's why, of course, Firouzja started with G3.
Yep, G3 was designed to
very
prevent
important.
F4.
Yes, G3, F3, Rook H8, Bishop G5 once again. So
Yeah.
protecting the pawn.
Rook H8 stops G4. And then after C4, we stand in the live position where Firouzja is.
He can play G4, but, well, he's weighing his options because Hikaru just played C4. So G4 is possible, and he does this, of course.
Yeah,
so.
this is going to be a wild game. I mean, White's.
I'm thinking that maybe you should keep the tension.
Yeah, I don't think taking makes a lot of sense.
Yes, you don't
here.
have to take. And maybe he should proceed with my plan, B5. If he played C4, then maybe you should go for B5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Leave the tension, play B5, then you have A5, B4, and Black's whole plan is to create some sort of counterplay, because the one advantage that Hikaru has right now, Almira, is that while this looks really dangerous, it's very pretty with the two pawns, the pieces are kind of in each other's way, right? This pawn can't advance as long as the bishop's there, but if this bishop moves, the pawn falls, so you'd have to play H5 first. But if you play H5, there's ideas of Rook G8, and then maybe if the bishop moves, you can win the pawn. We have Bigfoot pronouncing himself in the Twitch chat. Hi, Danny. I was born in 1879, and en passant wasn't a rule then. I think, first of all, wait. Please don't patronize us elderly. You were not born in 1879, young man. You are a young Dutch lad, and we all know it.
Well, I think this would be more funny if you would use before the French Revolution, it's like playing with the en passant. Be more creative, people. Okay.
Yeah, be more creative if you're going to troll us, Bick and chat. By the way, we do love you, chat. Thanks for being here. Again, only one draw in the book so far. Only one game has finished here in round 3 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. It was a bloodless affair, not too much fight from Radjabov and Nepomniachtchi, but the opposite of what we have here. By the way, Almira is on fire today. Can we just give her an applause, chat? Everyone, give Almira some love here, because I feel like she has called more moves today than anyone did in the first 2 days combined. So, yeah, and again, we were just highlighting that.
Well, there is one table which is, that's free, so maybe I can try my luck to go to the playing hall.
Yeah, today's the day to buy a lottery ticket, as we say that in the States, because that's an irresponsible way to spend money, and Americans love that. Anyway,
Danny, I had another idea, because now I want you to force to take on G4. We need, this is the battle of the ideas, because, we clearly understood that Hikaru is not going to take on G4.
Yep.
So how to force you to take on G4?
Okay,
That's very important. So, either playing Rook E1, I was thinking, and then my threat is to take on F5 and to play Rook E5. Just very simple threat.
Sorry,
so does it force you to take?
My mouse was glitchy there, just to show everybody. Rook E5 would come in and double attack.
So how do you parry this threat? Another one was way more simple, Rook D1. I also forced to take on F5 and to take your knight.
Oh, that's a good point too. Rook D1 just threatens to undermine the knight by capturing here.
So there are two possibilities, and this is the battle of minds. We know the plans, and so I want you to take on G4.
Yeah, and if F takes G4, everybody, the reason we want to push this is because the moment we have clarity, it's a lot easier for White to just get this bishop out of the way and push him, baby. Start pushing these pawns. Although, again, Hikaru's pieces are well placed for defense. The knight is centralized, the pawn defends the knight, the king is in a good spot. So, with time, this is an unstoppable advantage. But if Black has time, you still have ideas like A5. You still have ideas like B4 coming, and so.
Then, but then maybe like now I'm trying
if h5, do I have rook g8?
I'm trying to find the weaknesses because now I can play rook d4, play a4, and go for the c4 pawn. This is also possible.
Yeah, undermining this to get this. The part of me feels like if you start going for ideas that aren't just pushing the pawns, that black will be happy. Like, don't even know how, but I mean, okay, like, yeah, like
protect.
Even
yes,
just like
protect
and b4,
course.
but
maybe rook e1 is more accurate.
yeah, so rook
don't know.
e1 instead.
So let's say I force you to take on g4.
Well,
if
I don't want to take on g4, you're making me do it. I don't want to.
But can you play some? You can play rook e8. But then if I take there. I'm not sure that I can exchange rooks here.
I'm afraid. I want to play c3.
Like,
I want to play rook c8 and c3, but I guess I'm too slow. Just to show the idea to make sure Almira is right, because I'm not totally sure she is, but I guess the eval bar says, yeah, Danny, Almira is always right. Okay, you win. So, and again, I can't go to e7 because that loses the knight. So, okay, so Almira does have a threat. What if I play rook e8? Because even if it's not good, I just wanted to show that if the rooks are traded and you don't have two connected pass pawns, this is not a bad endgame for black, right? You can, like, everybody is holding. Look at this. Such a beautiful display of knight on light squares.
Yes, and have a look at this knight now. Like, my king cannot penetrate.
Yeah,
like,
it's a wall.
It's a wall.
Yep, it is a brick wall here. All the squares are guarded between the knight and the pawn. So
rook e8 is a very interesting move, of
sorry,
course.
I pressed the play button by accident.
Rook e1, rook e8 you want to play. But can I play simply rook e5 here? I still want to force you. Why not? Rook e5, yes.
But now if you force me, now your rook is not ideally placed. So now I'm a little bit like, let's go. Like, this is not like an, you know.
Okay, the same, rook e4, because I don't want you to, like.
Okay.
Rook e4, c3, maybe it was possible as well. Yeah. Okay, I'm afraid, like, the rook is in a very awkward square. Okay, rook e4, now that I understood, because it protects the g4 pawn as well, so, or rook d4 for that matter, in our previous version, so I can play now h5. I mean, no, just, it was here. Let's say you took on g4.
I don't know which line you're...
It doesn't matter, it's whatever line it is, where my rook is on the force file. Yes, let's say, because you played h5, rook e4, because I protect the g4 pawn. And I can play h5 here, so maybe you can play c3.
Yeah, I want c3 or b4. I don't even know, though. So, all right, this is exactly the type of variations we might get into. Let's back this thing up. We're eagerly awaiting to see, is Firouzja's prep finally done? That's the question. We are on move 31, Almira, and...
it's already move 31, okay.
The young man has an hour and 8 minutes left compared to Hikaru's 20 minutes. So, but this has been a great display of whatever Firouzja brought here to Madrid as far as preparation. Again, you don't know anything about who he's working with, his team?
Well, we know for sure that he worked with Ivan Sokolov, like a very strong grandmaster, like, and probably who was trying to contribute more to this overall,
sort of
understanding of the game, yes, chess. But we all know that also that Firouzja didn't play for a while, so he simply disappeared. He didn't play online. He didn't play board-to-board chess.
I wanted him to play in all these online events, but he hasn't played anywhere. He played in one Grand Chess Tour event,
and that was
in
it.
Bucharest.
Of course. So that didn't go so well, by the way. So maybe the adjustments they were trying to make during this preparation, well, didn't work out immediately. So let's.
Looks good in that suit, though. Just pointing out, he's grown a lot too. A growth spurt. He's a tall kid. For those who don't know.
And Magnus Carlsen has designed him. Probably is his. I don't know if not his challenger, but potentially someone who would challenge him.
Yeah.
For the world title.
Yeah, of course, Magnus's comments were all the talk, right? And of course, Magnus has made a couple statements sort of since then, kind of clarifying since that initial interview that was given after the World Championship. But yeah, it obviously put a huge target on Firouzja's back, but as he said many times, he doesn't feel the pressure. He feels nothing but fun and love and joy for the game.
So what I want to say, so if not this cycle, maybe the next cycle, but he's going to give it a shot.
Yep.
Because when I'm thinking about Bobby Fischer, why Curaçao? Why I was so much interested in this candidates? Because first candidates, as we've seen, he was one of the youngest player to qualify ever. The youngest was Magnus Carlsen, then Bobby Fischer. So he was playing his first candidates when he was 16, and then another candidates in Curaçao, where they had to face a lot of Soviet players. Those were the tournaments where you had to face players 4 times.
Yeah.
So here you have the double round.
Not this easy double round robin.
Exactly.
4 times.
And after this tournament, actually, Fischer, he expressed his concerns that the Soviet players were not playing each other. It was much easier for them, to play the candidates tournament. But what was most important is that he didn't play so much. That was his first retreat from the chess scene. So this tournament had a huge impact on Fischer's psychological, emotional state. So I was very much interested, how he managed to recover from this, which led also from him winning the candidates and playing the match against Spassky.
Yeah. Well, he did recover.
Of course,
play the match.
But it also this retreat, helped him, maybe also to work on many things like Firouzja did now, just after playing the World Blitz and the Rapid Championship. So he decided not to play at all and to prepare for the candidates.
Well, Firouzja maybe following suit then from Fischer, deciding not to play to prepare for the candidates. But right now, Hikaru is trying to figure out what to do against this young man. So while we take that in...
Rook D1.
I know, you called Rook D1. A lot has been made about Firouzja being whatever it is, the next challenger to Magnus Carlsen, similar to Bobby Fischer. As Hikaru thinks about what to do against Firouzja, we're going to take a closer look at this rising superstar.
Considered by most as the rising superstar in chess, Alireza Firouzja makes his candidate's debut here in Madrid. The only teenager in the tournament, Firouzja is the youngest player ever to break the 2800 rating barrier. Born in Iran but representing France, Firouzja strikes fear in his opponents with his array of surprising tactical shots. Alireza qualified for the candidates by taking first place in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He also followed up that performance with a strong finish at the European Team Chess Championship. Coming in with heavy expectations, Firouzja has a more than reasonable opportunity here to become the youngest winner in candidates tournament history. With that, the teen prodigy would take one step closer to potentially knocking Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch.
Firouzja, 2019 FIDE World Rapid Silver, 2021 World Blitz Bronze. Really, the Grand Swiss was the most important tournament of his career, Almira. One, because it's the reason he's here in the candidates. And it was quite the tournament to win, right? The field there, obviously, we know Fabiano Caruana got second. So it was a very strong field. And it was also the tournament that made him the youngest ever player to break the 2800 barrier, right? Which, again, these are the records he's breaking along the way. Youngest to 2700, youngest to 2800, third youngest ever to play in the candidates, right? So when you're crashing through the record books like that, that's why you get a target on your back from Magnus Carlsen.
Well, it's a very interesting thought, of course. I think Magnus Carlsen broke all of these records himself, but Firouzja broke the 2800 barrier and he broke Magnus's record. So I think this is, for me, is very significant. You know, so I actually wanted to say that after his Grand Swiss result, you know, it was followed by his absolutely stunning performance for the French team. He won the gold medal on the first board, and then I think his performance was over 3,000.
Yeah.
So it shows it's quite a unique performance, I think.
Yeah.
So I've never.
And it was
seen
really his first performance representing France
Exactly.
in a meaningful way, right?
So he's my teammate.
Now he's your teammate. That's right. MVL was on board too, all of a sudden, right?
Exactly. Well, we're also like the United States is going to have like an incredible team in the forthcoming Olympiad, I think, in India. But this time, for the French team, both Alireza Firouzja and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave declined because like Firouzja felt that it would interfere too much with his current schedule, and we don't know like if he wins the candidates or not. You know, there are a lot of preparation is involved. So both players are not going to play in the French team at the Olympiad.
It's interesting from Firouzja, but it makes, I mean, right now everything for Alireza is about the candidates. It's about what he's doing in this game as white versus Hikaru. And it's about him potentially winning this tournament to become the challenger to the title. And here as we see him come back to the board.
So this actually shows how focused he is on this cycle.
One goal.
Like
His goal, and I know from conversations with the family, I mean, Firouzja has one goal. That is it. And that's why he didn't play in so many events in 2022. It's why he's been, as maybe you said, reinventing different aspects of his game, working super hard in secret, right, with whoever he's working with. And right now, him and his seconds, whoever they are, have been putting on quite the show, just given that he has a huge advantage. He has a huge advantage on the clock. The advantage on the board, I think more and more as we get into this, what's becoming a race of an endgame, I think we have to give Hikaru some props because he's made this quite the game given how quickly Firouzja was playing.
But we guessed pretty much correctly, you know, how the game would proceed. So he forced him to take on g4. He forced Hikaru to take on g4. Hikaru played a5. Everything is pretty much logical. But how do we continue once again?
Yep.
So we need to protect the g4 pawn. I think in this variation we suggested rook g4 and then h5. But maybe there is another option. How did you play after rook d4? Did you play rook c8 here?
On rook d4, we suggested rook c8, yeah. But Firouzja I wonder how. Again, I'm just sitting here looking at him. He just seems so confident. I feel like he's still recalling something from memory. I don't know. But by the way, recalling from memory, my predictions before the round started, Almira, do you remember what they were? What I said Liren would be able to do this round as white?
Well, you said that he will be able to win.
I did. I said Liren was going to win. And if we take a look at that board, it's actually the one with the highest potential to become a decisive result at this point.
Well, we left this game for a while. So what happened after queen b4, queen d3? He kept his queens on the board.
Yeah.
And then he went for h4.
It's the alpha pawn.
The alpha pawn.
The alpha pawn. The alpha pawn is not the a pawn. The alpha pawn is the h pawn. Rushing up the board in any phi and kettled structure, you have this position where h4, h5. By the way, we're referring to alpha 0 for those who don't know. The Google's DeepMind project that rocked the world, the Alpha 0 papers, and we saw so many games where this pawn just in a legendary way just rushes up the board either to pry things open or sometimes just to put itself on h6 and cause long-term issues to black. So
there were some games like completely crazy where like computers push their pawns to h6 and then maybe like 62 moves later, you know, they're like winning an end game because the h7 pawn is fixed.
There's either, or there's like out of nowhere, all of a sudden you have to worry about checkmating ideas that didn't exist, you know, in an end game where the king is on the back rank. But okay, like you said, let's back up and see how we got here real quick. We'll do that because I think we left on, let's see, queen b4 was played.
Queen d3.
Offering the queen trade. Queen d3 to avoid it. e6. Liren had still been playing very quickly to this point, by the way, but he spent, let's see, about 15 minutes on the move h4. Here comes the pawn. Bishop g5 is played. Now that's the interesting part to me. It's Rapport who goes for the first really big transition here. He sacrifices the exchange, and that's actually what the computers didn't like. So that's kind of weird. I mean. We'll catch up to. Certainly, Black has some compensation in a live position, but
let's have a look.
But did he have to sack the exchange?
Before, calculating any narration. What comes to my mind is that, like, let's say black has put its pieces on a perfect square. Let's say the bishop on g7, the rook is on c8, the rook is on d8, bishop is on b7, knight is on c6. So I'm not questioning the queen d6, queen b4 maneuver. So now everything is at the right place. And things move bishop g5 is actually questioning the strategy, because are you going to play f6 here? Because if you play rook f8 at this moment, you're probably planning to sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah, and f6 doesn't look good, right?
So that's what I wanted to explain. Probably Richard already anticipated this move, bishop g5, and he wanted to sacrifice, because I'm not sure that he's the kind of player who will make f6 here.
Yeah, no, it's fair. And again, you're right that I think what you were kind of get to is like a chess principle when you have this like dynamic factor that all of your pieces are on their best squares, right? You can't make them better. And so in theory, there's like this, whatever dynamic tension theory, that there should be something in the position before you can make concessions or consider remaneuvers. You should always consider concrete ideas before you start moving your pieces around when in theory they're on their best squares. So Rapport believes in that theory.
And also what I think is, well, I had another thought that sometimes it might be not the best move, but sort of a gamble.
Right.
You know, first of all, you know that this move, well, would put your opponent in a very uncomfortable position. Sometimes there's only one way to refute this strategy. All other moves maybe bring you to a very unclear position. So I think you should always be ready to take this gamble. So and I think this is where Richard Rapport excels.
Yeah.
I think he has a feel for those, well, maybe intuitive sacrifices.
Yeah.
And even if it's, well, from a mathematical point of view, not correct.
Yes.
That's like almost like a tile plate, you know.
Yeah.
And I really like this idea, because I'm pretty sure that when he played rook d8, he was planning on playing knight d4. This is...
Well, so here's going to be the math, speaking of the mathematics, which may not be correct, but there's a lot of tension in the position. Black is going to end up with a pawn for the exchange, right? So with black, this is very typical. You give up a rook for a minor piece, but you get a pawn to go with it. So if you're doing the math, that's 5 versus 4, because a rook is worth 5. But again, I like Almira's point, because that's the math, quote unquote, Dr. Evil, quotation fingers, the math, right? But the activity of the pieces, the squares they control, the threats they create, is what humans have to solve, because they don't have the eval bar.
And from the practical point of view, once again, if you're not losing on the spot,
right.
So maybe this decision is justified.
Right. So a4. And after king g7, this is where we stand, where Ding Liren is on the clock, down by about 15 minutes roughly, just under 30 minutes.
But I'm not so sure. Once again, this is so easy. Like you were telling me that the computer, well, of course, he loves the material advantage at times. So how are you going to continue there? You're not going to take on d4, because then you will lose the e4 pawn, because I'll take rook d4 and rook d4.
We'll just show that real quick. If you take, black is going to take with the rook. E4 is going to fall. Black will then have 2 pawns for the exchange.
And look at this bishop, this powerful bishop on b7 then. So
yeah.
You don't want to play f3, because this will leave all your dark squares very weak.
Yeah,
so
the moment you're playing pawns in front of your king and your opponent has a couple of bishops, you got problems. So
okay, let's see.
So we're not going to see knight takes d4. It's very hard to find a move here.
What I like about bishop b5, once again, that you cannot play rook c7. It's a very subtle move. So you you take the control of the dark squares, but you also control the c7 square, and the rooks cannot invade the 7th rank.
Yeah.
And what is this bishop doing on d5 as well?
This is such a good piece. You're right. Hits this, defends this. The dark squares are unchallenged. The bishop on b5 feels awkward. It's funny, the computer still loves white. And the computers are smart enough now to understand dynamic pressure. So there must be some approach here for white to kind of maintain the balance with a material edge, or the computer would already be saying black is better. I don't see many good moves for white, though. It's really hard.
Let's say, like, the very direct approach, something which looks completely dangerous, but f4. Yes, we will just show the danger in one move. Like, I probably take on e2, queen e2. I can take on d1, take on f4.
I was going to say you just take right away.
I know, I wanted to take on d1.
Okay, take on d1 because you don't want the trade that way. You want to take here and then take.
Okay, and let's have a look at this position now. This is a total disaster. So you cannot proceed in this way. So bishop is staying on e5.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna check what the engine thinks beforehand rather than afterwards on a rare occasion, because I want to understand what's going on here. So as we look up, look at this engine suggested move.
What is, I cannot see.
King f1.
King f1.
And maybe from a tactical perspective, it's just getting the king off of checks. But that should tell you how hard the position is. So that explains to everybody why what we're doing is talking about Rapport's pressure, Rapport's sacrifice, Rapport's, dynamic feel for the game, right? Even though the eval bar says that Ding Liren is better, that's just such a hard move to play to avoid the tactics that are coming. And
King f1.
I guess the point is that it's just like, now it's like, if you do this, I can take d8.
Yes, maybe you can take the rook.
If you make some other move, maybe I'm just slowly untying my pieces, play like queen e3. You can even consider things like f4 when the king is out of check. Maybe not right away, but the knight is no longer taking e2 a check. That's sort of the point. So, okay, if Ding Liren finds king f1, by the way,
but
if he doesn't find king,
such a computer move.
Totally, but if he doesn't find king f1, we might be talking about Ding Liren potentially losing his second game with white in the tournament. Again, he has a huge advantage here. Computers say so mathematically, but from a practical point of view, I agree with you. This is so much easier for black to play. So what a story that would be if, one, it would prove my vote using the chess.com vote tool wrong, so I'd be greatly disappointed in that. Let's consider the real issue here, my prediction. But for Ding Liren, Almira, that might be his candidates tournament. I mean, you don't want to call things early, but if you lose with white twice before the first rest day, I don't think you win the candidates tournament. Like, you're just calling it,
So this is it. Then this is the critical position of the game. And
yeah, you saw him just make that sort of shuffle there in his chair and kind of look over. His expression was that of frustration.
What move are we now on, like on the game?
Oh,
because he has only 24 minutes left.
Yeah, it's move 21, so he still has 18 moves to make.
And he has this position.
19 moves to make. I'm sorry, 19 moves to make. He hasn't even made move 22 yet. So. Yeah, this is why you just saw him you saw right there. He just glanced over at the clock right there, right? He's, he's visibly showing his frustration, which is just not the Ding Liren that, you and I were talking in the first round, despite ultimately losing to Jan Nepomniachtchi, just what a cool cucumber he looked like. Is it cool cucumber or cool? Cool cucumber, I think.
Cool as a I don't know.
A cool cucumber.
No, but the thing is, so it's not that I had this feeling that it's not easy. So as you can see, the top seeded player in the event, like one of the strongest players in the world, is looking for a solution here.
Yep.
Okay, let's get back maybe to Firouzja Nakamura if we all have a chance after this game. So.
Yeah, we will for sure. I think we're probably going to head out to our bird's eye view when we can, take a look at all three games, and have a super quick break before we dive likely fully back into Firouzja Nakamura. So maybe not quite yet, but soon we will. Before we do that, I want to remind everybody that the Chess.com Global Championship, our first shout out to our biggest event ever of the day. Open qualifiers are going down every Saturday and Sunday through July 31st. Be a part of history on chess.com. It's our largest tournament. You can go to go.chess.com/CGC2022, become verified, sign up to play for cash prizes, and of course you'll be playing in an event that you'll get to say you played in the same event as massive, massive superstars, the best chess players in the world joining at the round of 64, 32 of them directly invited. So as we said, these are the 4 matchups of this round. One of those games is already in the books. That was the draw there in your lower left. But we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, our matches are pushing into the time control period. That means the pace for round 3 of the 2022 candidates is going to heat up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Chess Kid is fun.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. club arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Mis amigos, we are back here in Madrid. I see chat. Loving the mis amigos. And my friends, that is El Retiro, beautiful park where lots of chess is played. I think Almira and I might take a visit to El Retiro on one of these break days. Maybe we throw down in some chess. Who knows? All I know is that guy's throwing down right now on the board. Alireza Firouzja has so far been playing kind of the game of the day. Although, mis amigos, Liren found King F1. I saw chat go nuts for that. That was hilarious. Anyway, I am here with Almira Skripchenko, International Master Danny Rensch. We are really just beginning what is about to be an epic journey here in Madrid. I know it's day 3. We're looking forward to the rest day. I see you saying, Danny, I'm exhausted with your face. I get it. I know what you're telling me. But we're really just beginning, and we have a lot of fun ahead.
Well, of course, we need some fresh blood. You know, Robert, where are you?
Where are you? We need some fresh blood. The two of us are holding it down.
Promised me that Robert is going to be here.
He's coming. Robert is on a plane.
But King F1, like King F2, King F1,
we were just talking about how could
squares.
Liren find King F1, and he did it. By the way, this has been an awesome addition. Speaking of the man Liren coming back, the chat went nuts. They love their man Liren. We said this is an engine move. Humans don't find it, and he found King F1. It was wild. We see Hikaru also trying to find as many engine moves as he can for the rest of the day, because this is going to be a tough endgame to hold. And
so this is our mothership.
Yeah.
We have so many screens,
so many. I know this is we're surrounded by technology. It's a little bit bright under these lights. Anyway, Liren right there. I know we're gonna get more into, of course, the Firouzja Nakamura match. Don't worry, but we had to come back to this one because the hype was real. Liren found. It's funny, we didn't cheat Almira for a really long time. We were looking at the position, not wanting to see why the engine thought white was better, because we were having trouble playing any moves. And then I turned it on because we had to find complete information to not leave people hanging. And we're like, okay, there's no way he's going to find this super weird looking move. But turns out Liren is maybe more machine than man.
I'm absolutely stunned once again. This is such a difficult move. That's what I was trying to tell. Like Hikaru, he found King F2, so King F1, these are the squares.
The mysterious king moves. It used to be mysterious rook moves,
So, but is it all over now? Okay, let's say he he found a very difficult move, king f1. What is the threat?
That is a very good question.
Once again, do you want to... I'm not sure...
It's funny because you know how we said how black has all these pieces on optimal squares? I think that's also part of the problem is I don't see a way for black to improve his position without risk too. And king f1 kind of exposes that, right? It's a really subtle move that says, hey, like if you, just to show everybody, if you start making trades, okay, well actually that move you can't even make a natural trade. But if you make some sort of random move, white will slowly start to untie. Queen e3 gets off of the file. It threatens to take the knight. It threatens h6 check. If you do a6, you're trying to attack the bishop. Okay, the computer really doesn't. There must be some move that king f1 is also threatening that we were. Why would?
Well, first of all, you cannot unpin once again because knight e2 is no longer possible. So it means that maybe you can. Well, you can do something about
I remember when we looked at king f1, Almira, that it was. I don't have it in front of me anymore, not looking, but the computer was suggesting queen e7. I think I just figured out why.
Queen
it's because
e7.
there's a threat. I didn't realize that's the threat.
Okay, rook c4, of course.
And that makes sense as to why king f1 is actually really strong, because you remove the check. So it suddenly all makes sense. King f1 threatens rook to c4. That's the idea.
So does it force black to play queen e7?
And then you get off.
Okay, and h6 is even possible on the next move. Okay, queen e3.
All right, Almira, we need to get over to the Hikaru game. He's getting low on time.
Really? Okay,
yeah.
Let's have a look.
I think we're gonna back this thing up, and also remind everybody of time control in the process. So great cue there from the production team, because 60 minutes are added after move 40. But guess what? You got to reach move 40 first, and Hikaru Nakamura is in a bit of a tough spot over here against Alireza Firouzja, and the position is getting sharper and sharper.
But how did they trade the rooks?
We're going to find out.
Yes,
we are definitely going to find out how they traded the rooks in a minute. But let's evaluate this position first before we dive into analysis. Because are we moments away from Firouzja getting his first victory at the candidates? This is.
First of all, the last move probably was bishop d8, and he's trying to fix black's pawn.
Yeah.
Even if black plays a4, he still has the possibility to play b4 and to make this breakthrough. If you take on b4, play a3 or c3, so the king maybe cannot move away from those pawns.
Yeah.
But
a4 is not a move you want to play when your opponent has a dark square bishop, because even, I don't know if this is the best, but even like this, okay, yeah, this is like, now you're just stuck, right? Your pawns are completely frozen on light squares, and...
But on the other hand, you're losing a pawn. What do you do? You have to play a4.
Yeah, I guess that's why he looks so frustrated, because what you're saying is true. If you don't put your pawns on light squares, you lose a pawn.
And I simply come back bishop d2, and I'll protect all my pawns, and I'll bring my king, and this is an absolutely winning endgame. So a4 is forced.
Yeah, Hikaru, he is.
And it's very important that the knight is staying close to the f4 square, so he can play knight e4 and knight to keep the pawns from advancing. So g5, g6.
Yeah, you have to keep the knight over here to help.
So a4, let's have a look.
Okay, let's say he has to, and then let's say Firouzja is going to play bishop a5.
No, I was thinking about the immediate g5. That's why
push?
I was, yes, just push, let's say.
Okay.
How do you, because if you play knight f4, then
I'll play king f7.
Because that's what I wanted to say. If you play knight f4, I will bring my king. King c2, and then king c3, king
that's
b4.
Actually,
okay,
but I want to highlight that because that's a super instructive point that Almira is making. If this knight says, hey, I'm going to help out, the knight no longer holds the blockade. So principle of two weaknesses is a very important principle when it comes to converting endgame advantages, which is don't ever get focused on just one advantage. Focus on the other side of the board, and that's it, right? That's just like mind-blowing that's the problem. So that was a really important point. So g5, as Almira said, so it's black to move. g5, as Almira said, probably has to be met by king f7, because if the knight moves, it's over.
And once again, even if you're, keeping my pawns from advancing, like even king g6, and if I move my my bishop, you cannot take on g5. I will always play h7. Okay, so your king is kind of stuck
I'm going to show
here.
that point real quick, because what Almira is saying here is that these connected pass pawns are a huge advantage. Even if you put this bishop on a random square, this isn't even what you want, but just to prove the point, you can't take the pawn. Because the moment you do, this pawn is gone, and that's what happens when you have two connected passers, is this pawn is actually never hanging. And Hikaru is about to get under 5 minutes. Look at that. View of the clock. 5 seconds, and he's under 5 minutes. Remember, no increment for him, Almira. This is real-time pressure.
Danny, I was thinking, but then if this is true with the pawns on g5 and h6, maybe he can push h7, g6. No, and get to this place. So g5, king f7. Can I play h7 and then g6? Maybe I'm losing everything here. I'm not sure. Is this some kind of Zugzwang?
I was worried. Oh, but you have bishop f6.
Yes, that was my threat.
Okay, this is huge.
I managed to trick you, but I'm not sure. Maybe this is losing all the pawns. So.
But these are all the reasons why we're seeing a very, very distraught Hikaru right now. He's focused, not dejected yet, I would say. He's not like, but you know he's looking at positions like this, because what we're seeing is that you can't take the pawn because of the queen. You can't even move the knight to go get the pawns because bishop f6 check, sacrificing to get a queen. So you're essentially frozen to the king side, but unlike Elsa, you can't let it go when you're frozen.
Okay, and the thing is, like,
Almira, did you get that Disney reference?
Oh God, my kids were killing me with this one. And now I was thinking, so in the, like, this is my like imaginary position.
Okay.
This is the position which I would like to get and bring my king. So is it possible now that I bring my king to e5 somehow?
Well, not even that. Like, you don't need to, because you can't keep me out the whole time. Like, you're completely frozen. Your knight can't move because of bishop f6. So white has, I mean, I don't care how long the journey is, eventually.
No, you still can play like king h8, king g7. This is like your possibility. So
if this king gets to h5, then there's going to be threats. Actually, it's funny because even there, if you get check and check, it's not so clear. So, okay, Hikaru looks like he was about to play pawn to a4. Unfortunately for him, regardless of how tough the position is, what's even tougher for Hikaru is that he now has less than 3 minutes on the clock. You see Alireza Firouzja pacing like a shark in the background. Great whites like to circle their prey before they eat the fish, right? Great white sharks. And Alireza Firouzja is what is it? Dana, 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 and just like that, we've made a Jaws reference that you did not see coming on a chess broadcast. Check that one off on my bucket list.
For how many years have you been planning this one?
Like most things that come out of my mouth, it took like zero thought. I don't usually think about it, so it was just impromptu. But a4 was played. I expect g5 to come from Alireza. He plays it basically faster than I can say it. And, again, if there's one person who I look at who could lose with black, and I'm not going to count them out at all, it's Hikaru Nakamura. He's already shown he can bounce back. But really, this is about Alireza Firouzja getting his first victory at the Candidates and showing why people fear him.
And what victory would it be? This game is absolutely incredible. Just sacrifice a piece, then Hikaru transposes it to a complicated endgame, and Firouzja knows. He simply knew all the plans, I think.
Yeah, he knew.
So h7, king g7, g6. We analyzed this. I don't think that there is anything else in this position.
I don't think you can do any. I mean, we might be watching the beginning of a historic run if the youngest player in the field also becomes the #1 player in the field at the end of the tournament. This would be a victory that catapulted his path to getting there. Not over yet. Still some opportunities to maybe misevaluate a defense, but the more we look at it, I like Almira's line. I'm going to show it again. h7, king g7, g6. Let's say you just kind of play fiddle. Like this just shows.
No, but I wanted to bring the king. And
I'm just showing that, like, even if you just kind of sit tight, like you can't really do it. Do I move the bishop first? I don't know. I mean, or do I?
Well, I didn't think about it. I just really, okay, what happens if I play king e2?
If you just run.
Yes.
No.
Oh, we lose the
okay.
pawn.
You can't blunder knight f4 check.
Knight
Okay.
f4. Okay,
so
we cannot
don't blunder
go
knight
there
f4.
too.
But okay, what about king to e1?
King e1, yes.
And then king g7, and then the reason I want bishop g5, by the way, so just to go back, was because it guards f4, and you still can't move the knight. So if we want to do that earlier, maybe that's a little more accurate. Now I can play king e2, and it's faster than going king e1. So
yes, you're right.
So that was my idea.
But
and then
wait. But then maybe we could use this moment to play b4. Maybe that's the last moment, like when your king is on f3.
But even here?
Well, it's farther from the c pawn, like b4, and I want to play c3, but
I love it, just to show it.
Just to, well, but maybe this is still...
It's still winning somehow, I don't know how.
So how is it winning? Ah, you bring your bishop to d4 with check, probably, maybe.
Oh,
like
yeah, like, or even e5. Like,
E5,
okay,
yes.
yeah, this is it. Or you can go to d4, like you said. Oh, no, but that would allow this. Okay. But if you play here, you're winning. Okay, by the way, guess what we have on the board? H7. Alireza Firouzja is a man on a mission, and wherever he got some of this helpful prep from, and maybe it's all him. Maybe he's just on a solo adventure. One man, one cheese, one pizza, one night. Sometimes you order a pizza for yourself. You ever done that?
And 1 year older.
And 1 year older. But have you ever eaten a whole pizza by yourself in a night?
I don't think so.
Okay, well then that makes only one of us. But he is on a solo adventure right now.
Well, but I do have a strange habit, like, because like the peak of my intellectual activity sometimes is like about 2 or 3 a.m. So like I make myself an omelette.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. You and I lead very different lives. I am in bed at 2 or 3 a.m. or I am an unhappy guy. I will tell you that. I go to bed at 9 p.m., wake up at the crack of noon. No kidding.
But look at this, c3.
C3, look at that counterplay. Wait, and Hikaru stood up from the board like he... Okay, wait, hold the phone, everybody. We were anointing Firouzja, but something has gone wrong here. Holy bejesus snaps. Wait a second. We went for this line, and we were predicting it.
Mm-hmm. G6.
But the advantage was maybe bigger, but... Okay, hold on. C3, what's the idea? He's trying to get everything off the board as quickly as he can. Almira, I have to highlight something, or my normal commentator partner in crime will yell at me. We have to think very macro about this and point out one thing. If somehow these pawns get traded and this knight can sacrifice itself for both pawns, this bishop is the wrong color corner of the A pawn. So what that means, everybody, if you imagine all the pieces off the board and white has a full piece advantage and a pawn, if this king makes it to the corner, it's actually a draw. So C3 has an outside shot at like, just to show, like, so take, shake and bake, you bring the knight back, and if somehow, you find yourself, okay, you can't do it because, as we've established, this wins. The king moves, we get a queen. You can't allow this check. But if you could find a way to get rid of these pawns, you might actually still have drawing chances if you're Hikaru. Like how? Oh wait, that allows knight f4.
Oh God, like what have I seen there on the screen?
Oh my gosh, what have you done, Vic? That is a subscriber alert that I was not ready for. I saw Jan's face frowning at me earlier, but they changed it out. I can defend myself about that video if you'd like an explanation.
But I was not sure.
I will only do it if it comes back again.
But all I wanted to know, like, that was the last move of the time control. I suppose.
We are on move. Oh, I didn't realize that. We just crossed time control.
If Hikaru, like he...
Okay, that makes me wonder.
Board, yes,
I think we need to back up to the bird's eye view because it makes me wonder, as exciting as this game is, and we don't want to leave it, is what's going on in the other games. There it is. Yeah, as far as time goes. Caruana and Duda have not reached time control, so that's one we could check on.
And
Rapport and Ding have also, this is the game. This is the game. I mean, Rapport and Ding are engaged in a battle to the death, and they still have 18 moves to make
And
with not so much time to do it.
I somehow suspected that Richard will go for this line because let's say I wanted to show you that if knight e2, queen d8, like let's say like a little bit like, then queen e4, you want well somehow to, well, you want to take on g2.
I just want to take.
And if I take queen g2, where do you go? Then queen g1. Maybe it's not the perfect square, then like to give something like bishop b4. So you're running for your life. You see, I just wanted to show bishop e4 now. Or maybe queen f2 first, then bishop b4. But you know, it's not so easy once again, even if you have those two rooks.
Well, obviously Ding agreed with you or he would have gone for this, but I'm kind of surprised by, okay, we just saw it again. So that was a video I made for TikTok not too long ago. Do you TikTok? You don't social media?
No.
Okay, so and there we go. We've got another resub there, and Jan likes it. All right, well, shout out to all of our subscribers.
You cannot influence me. You know, that's take this.
We might get you on social media just yet. Unfortunately, that would be a bad thing for society. Not because of you, but because one more person not using social media is one more good thing happening in this world. But in all jokes aside, thank you to all of our subscribers. We do appreciate your support. Really, I have not made a call to subscribers and thanked them in too long. I feel ashamed. That is, my God, those crazy alerts just got me back in my body. We really appreciate it. You're subscribing, really helps support the shows. It makes this thing happen, and we do appreciate the love and support. So it means a lot. And now you get entertained every time you do it with the new GIF alerts that the team has come up with. So, all right.
But then, okay, let's say he didn't go for the complications. He went for queen e2. Okay, now I see this. Queen e2. Let's say I'll take on d1. And why I cannot take... because you will play f3. So rook d1.
Okay, rook d1, rook d1.
Rook d1. I cannot take on e4 because you will, with the bishop, because you will probably play f3. Just to show you.
This might be about to get nutty. We might almost have to disable. I don't want to disable it because we love the support and you're all amazing. The hype train is real, all of the subscribers, but you are distracting us from very serious FIDE Candidates chess right now. Chess.com. Focus on the FIDE Candidates. Look at this move, Almira. Good call. Wins a bishop.
Okay, so you cannot win this pawn. Then let's have a look.
Okay, so yeah, you can't.
Let's rewind. So here.
Yep.
Is this so easy, this one? Okay, rook d7 is coming your way as well. So
yep, rook d7 is coming in. And
maybe not immediately. I will have queen b1. I have to find a useful move here.
I don't know, Almira. The more this game goes, the more I'm feeling a 4-for-4 day. Predictions. I need Hikaru to hold a draw if I'm going to go 4-for-4 on my day today.
And I cannot play bishop d4 because you will play queen c4.
But queen e4 also doesn't work, right? Not because of that, but because
because you simply take and then
take and rook e1 followed by f3. We win a piece. So rook d1 has been played.
And once again, yes, you have to make a useful move here. So.
By the way, we skipped past it because I was distracted by the subscribers. But I meant to argue with you. You know, we love a good argument. I meant to argue with you that I think he might regret this. By the way, I know how scary that was, but I'm wondering that Ding Liren doesn't miss his chance to win this game because I feel you, and it's scary, but it's not winning, right?
Well, it looks scary, of course, but there are like here you have so many checks to worry about in the time trouble. That's one. It's a very important factor.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, it's the more I look at it, and the more I see how pesky this bishop is on the dark squares. What a fascinating position. You're down an exchange and a rook, but you're right. This is hard to play, and despite what. Wow, thank you for all the gifted subs coming in. Seriously, this is awesome. We appreciate the love. Sorry to get a little overwhelmed here. A6 has been played, Almira.
A6.
Can we take it? It's a pawn.
You know, Richard's games remind me like of the of Korean series. Like you were talking about horror movies on Netflix, but I've been watching some of the Korean series, and I think that they're really the masters of the scenarios. You know, like whenever you feel that how will it go further. This is Richard's game. You know, you don't know like
like it doesn't the Squid Games.
Well. There are a lot of like Korean, so like not only Squid Game, they are masters of writing, you know, the scenarios of keeping the drama alive. So I think like, okay, how will go further? Hope they knock off the character of the series, and you know they push someone off the cliff. You know, so that's Richard games. Knight d4, knight e2, a6.
So your point is every time
something dramatic happens.
Yeah,
like,
I get it, and that's what he just did, I guess. He sacrificed the queenside pawn in order to take e4. What's funny is he doesn't want to take this pawn with the pawn because that would bust a lot of things open. But at some point, if the king is not going to come under fire, I mean, you can consider taking this pawn. There's not a lot of pieces on the board anymore, right?
Let's say first of all, okay, let's take on g6, take on g6. Because I'm afraid of losing this pawn, because he might play queen h4. Okay. And can you take, if you take on b6, I take on a4. Is this the plan?
Yeah, this is going to be a draw.
Okay, so this is something to avoid, of course.
Yeah.
What do you do here? Or maybe we can keep the pawn on h5, but I don't like queen h4 there, so maybe. Doesn't matter. Queen e2, maybe.
As far as move numbers go, just reminding you, we still have a pretty long way to go to move 40. We're on move 26. So just there's time, right? 14 minutes for 14 moves, but it's not an eternity for Ding Liren, so he has to be focused. Don't let this time pressure get worse.
So can we play queen e2, rook e1? You know, there are several moves.
I know a lot of people are yelling at us still. I mean, we know Firouzja and Nakamura are playing. We're not hiding under a rock, but just so you know, Firouzja has not moved since Hikaru's c3. So we're not missing anything in that game at this point. Remember, you can go to chess.com/events, open up the games on your own, choose your own adventure if you're ever unhappy with our choice. But we are very aware of the 3 games still going. The FIDE game, too, is... I was so excited when I saw my English attack, but I wonder what happened there. I'll catch up with Fab when we can. Get him to tell me more than he should. I've been getting him to do that for a while.
But it's a very interesting endgame. You play the 4. You have this powerful knight on c5.
Yeah.
And if I'll manage to push a4, a3, then I will sacrifice it on b3.
I like that idea.
So, but okay, some long-term plans.
For those who like to, we'll do one nod to the advanced players in chat. Almira was pointing out an idea where black has a4 and can sacrifice the knight, and the pawn might not be stoppable on the queen side there. Likely not something that will happen, but you got to watch out for it if you're Caruana.
And actually, by playing f4. Fabiano is trying to get some squares for his king. He wants to play king d4. So it's important maybe not to take on f4. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is still thinking, so but maybe he can play king d6 and then... he played rook e1. Okay, so like that's completely...
We have to go back to the Ding Liren Richard Rapport game because Ding Liren played rook e1. Doesn't look like he has a totally clear plan on what to do here. The rook goes to e1. Mm-hmm. Okay, that actually it stops black from taking the pawn, so you got to find a safe square for the queen. Let's just say you move the queen somewhere. Oh, but okay, but then...
No, then you can take... I think queen d4 is better.
Okay, so you have to put the queen here.
You need to protect your bishop and to protect the pawn at the same time. So what can you do here? Queen b5, maybe? Penny? Let's try queen b5. And then you can simply move your bishop somewhere.
Like f6.
F6, yes. Maybe bishop d6, bishop c5 is also a very nice idea.
Yeah, I changed my mind as soon as I almost did that. I think both are fine, but bishop d6, bishop c5 actually looks... It's a spice, you know?
It looks very dangerous to me. So well, black certainly can hold this position. So maybe it's not all over yet.
No, I think actually it was a very resourceful. I told you I thought that maybe Ding Liren would regret queen takes d8. I understand. I mean, I agree. It was a hard thing to go for, but this just doesn't. If this bishop gets to c5, and these pawns are traded, we already said you had a pawn for the exchange. So again, the math is 4 versus 5, which is, you know, at that point it's just a single point. But in reality, the bishop is a very good piece. It's going to be very hard for white to win. He plays queen d4. By the way, Almira predicts it again.
Yes, but
She's all over it.
I don't want to lose my bishop or my pawn. That's probably the only move in the position, you know. There's nothing like surprising about it. It's like when you're defending...
yeah, they're giving you a hug. That's the crowd. They're cheering for you. You got it right. You've been so great today. You're all over it. I see a lot of love for you in chat, by the way. Almira's a great commentator.
Thank you so much.
Almira's a great singer.
Oh, no.
Kidding. That one was from me. We're talking about maybe karaoke on the rest day because Almira likes to sing.
Well, we have a date.
Karaoke.
Yes, we are going to sing.
We don't know that it exists yet in Madrid. I'm sure they have a karaoke bar. I'm sure they do.
Does Robert sing?
Robert actually, like, contrary to what you may not know, everybody, Robert is an aficionado of modern pop music. He knows like every like the other day I heard him singing "Driver's License" by Olivia Rodrigo. Do you know that song? Like, I'm like, what are you singing? He's like, that's "Driver's License." You ever heard that? So Robert actually does like to sing. He's more of a bathroom singer. Doesn't want anyone to know.
Well, I am sort of a shower singer.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so queen e2 is played. The bishop is on pre. That means it's attacked. You got to find a safe square.
Queen e2 is better than queen b5. Okay, I understand, because you might tickle the queen by playing rook d1. If bishop d6, then rook d1.
Yeah.
Okay. So then bishop f6.
Yeah, bishop f6 now, right? Rather than d6.
I'm a bit afraid. So let's see, bishop d6 if you want to play bishop c5, but then I will play, let's try it, bishop d6.
Bishop d6.
And then rook d1. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but that's what I was planning anyway. So
seems more problematic. Because one thing to note, Almira, is if the queens are traded before the queen side has been simplified, I think that could be risky, right? Like takes, and now
this is absolutely lost.
Yeah, totally
because
lost, right?
You can the thing is that whenever you will keep your bishop on c5, I will find a way to play a5. And you cannot keep it on this diagonal. So this is absolutely lost.
So to visualize everybody, even if the bishop gets here, the rook is on c7 or c6 or something, and then you can play a5 because the pawn can't capture. So this is.
And it's very important that you cannot play bishop d4. So like rook d7 is fine, and then I will bring my king. So it's
So rook d7,
king
comes
d2.
in. Yeah, this is going to be losing. And another way that a5 occurs is when the king is over here. Eventually, you play a5. The bishop will be undermined. So Rapport cannot just simplify the queens off the board just yet. He's got to make this position a little easier before he does. Speaking of getting easier, with every move they inch closer to time control, which is going to add time back onto the clock. We still have not had a move. Firouzja watch. We still have not had a move in Firouzja Nakamura. So cool your jets, as my mom used to say. You cool your jets, mister. That was her favorite phrase. Tell me to calm down. Cool your jets.
Now, coming back to the game between Firouzja and Nakamura.
Yeah.
Because you said like Firouzja watch, but there's like a phrase from Game of Thrones like pops up to my mind. It's like, from Hikaru's perspective, it's like, not today. So
not today?
Not today.
Not today, Junior.
Yeah, no, it's like you're not going to die today. You're facing death, but it's like, not today.
Not today. Not today. Okay. I thought it was more of a, what is it, like a Happy Gilmore reference to Today Jr., or is that Billy Madison? I get my Adam Sandler confused all the time.
So C3.
But you know what I don't get confused?
Hmm?
What I'm going to be doing July 9th and 10th.
Tell me.
I'm going to be commentating on Blitz Champs. You know who's going to be joining me? The one and only John Urschel. It's been a while since we've seen our man Urschel on a Chess.com show, everyone. If you remember the show that John and I used to do together long ago. John Urschel is an NFL player, former All-American for his time at Penn State. He's also a very strong chess player. He and I will be doing commentary for all of these guys that are going to be playing in Blitz Champs. It's coming in July. Watch your favorite NFL stars compete for their share of $100,000 to charity. Like we said, the legend Larry Fitzgerald is playing in this event. Cleveland Browns wide receiver Amari Cooper. The recent top 5 draft pick, Kayvon Thibodeau. Linebacker Micah Parsons. And there are others too. So make sure you tune in to July 9th and 10th Blitz Champs. It's the first influencer, streamer, celebrity event we've done really in a while since last year's POG Champ. So make sure you tune in. All right, H takes G6 has been played. H takes G6.
H takes G6, take on G6. And, well, once again, Richard has to keep his queens on board. Like, it's very important.
Yeah, very important.
And then I'm not so sure that how easy it will be to win this position with white. I really don't understand how are you improving this position.
You know what, though?
I just don't want to exchange the queens. Let's say, well, queen anywhere. Queen C5.
This is kind of a dingly run. I don't know. The more I'm looking at this, I'm visualizing it. Like G3, I'll put the king on G2. I'm going to get my rook somewhere. I'm going to get it over here at some point.
Let's say you bring your rook to D7, your queen E8 in some.
But if I get to the 7th rank, I can hit
scenario.
the D7 where I'm protected. And now you've got to defend the pawn.
Yes, but okay, I'm not going to sit and wait.
I know, but you don't have anything really to do, right? The question is like...
Whenever you leave, let's say I will play queen C5 here, I have my options of playing bishop D4 as well. And
okay, that's fair. Yeah. If queen C5 and bishop D4, that's a battery that's irritating because if I ever leave with the queen, then maybe A4 becomes vulnerable, right? Okay.
Once again, I really think that this is going to be a draw now.
I think Ding's going to win.
Okay.
I do. It's not just because I predicted it. I think he's going to find a way to kind of torture this one through. Also, if you're looking for a game to find your form, is there any game better than like a grinded out victory where like maybe it should have been a draw, but you pushed and pushed, played through? We've got Ding will win this from a Twitch chatter. So the Twitch agrees with me right now. We'll see. One person did.
Okay. Game on.
Game on. You want to? It's a bet?
It's a bet.
Okay. Bet. All right. I think Ding Liren is going to find a way to grind it out, and he's going to find his form here in Madrid and not go quietly into the night. Big Ding for the win.
But what do we have at stake?
We got to figure that out. What's at stake? We'll figure. I'm not doing any cosplay. I'm not dressed. I've lost too many bets with weird cross-dressing things that I have to do on the other side of it. If Danny says Ding will win, then he will not. Thanks a lot, devil dog sir. I'm not that bad at jinxing everybody. But figure out what you want. I mean, we can all buy the first round for karaoke, you know?
Okay.
We'll do that? Okay. So that's the bet.
But I think that's more about being objective, I think. So this position is not that easy to win, I think. Like the worst is way behind.
I agree.
Richard.
You're right. I'm excited about my man Ding Liren finding his form, but you're making great points. And if this bishop comes here, again, you have a really hard time. So I'll take the devil's advocate view to my own prediction real quick to just kind of add the points that Almira's making. Just even though we could maybe fantasize about the rook being on a square, hitting the B pawn, and maybe the queen is even on a square, hitting F at the same time, coordinating this type of thing when black is going to be super pesky, consistently trying to poke and prod at white's king, f2.
Okay, now they will probably repeat because he wants to reach the time control. So queen d1, rook e1, queen d2.
Yeah,
because
he's not going to take the draw, though. He'll just repeat a little bit.
But on the other hand, I wanted to explain why Ding also didn't take queen d8 at the moment, like where he had to go for the complications in order to win the game. It's just because he lost his...
Like the psychological
psychologically, you start to doubt your own ability to calculate because he lost his first game. Yesterday, he gave a very interesting interview to Dina. He explained that there were some of the moves that he didn't really see. He said that his position was probably worse. That's what his own assessment. So at the end of the game against Duda. So here, you have a safe choice of taking on a2 or of going for wild complications. So he's simply
his confidence
is really shaken. So
no, it makes a lot. I think you're absolutely right, and it's one of the reasons why, again, to add more to that point, is why I was saying sometimes to get back on form, you need a grinded out victory that maybe you shouldn't have won, but it's like that. The labor part of chess, where you just put in the time, you get your opponent under time pressure, you do everything you can because you just won't be denied, because sometimes going for the slugfest, right, the tactical melee, is just not something you can do to pull yourself out of a hole, right? You don't have the guts, right? It's too scary. So that's why I'm kind of, rooting for it. I love Richard, so I'm not rooting for either player, but I'm rooting for a push here, and I think if Ding Liren finds his form, it's an interesting storyline.
Of course, so more drama.
Yep. Rapport says, "I don't want that drama in my life." Thank you, Mary J. Thank you, Mary J. Blige. That's a song we could sing karaoke. No more drama in my life. Rapport does not want the drama in his life. He wants a draw in this game, not drama. Chat loves the drama. They said I made a bad bet because the bet was Danny buys the drinks. No, to clarify, either I buy the drinks or she does. That's the bet. So maybe I said it wrong, but the drinks are the bet.
But can I also add to this one that I can choose one song for you to sing?
Okay, fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Deal.
Okay, that's the most important.
That'll be great. That makes sense.
Some Madonna songs are coming your way.
Yeah. Wonder what chat thinks. What they think is going to happen in the game. What they think that song will be. That Almira is going to pick for me.
Okay.
You want chat to pick the song?
Okay, let's could they?
Yeah, chat. Okay, chat. Pick a song. That's going to be the bet. So, but I want it to be for both sides. That's to be fair.
Okay.
So chat picks a song that you have to sing and a song that I have to sing.
So are they going to vote? How are we proceeding?
We'll have to figure that out, right? And we'll have to be safe and all the things. It might be till the second rest day. We'll give it some time. We're going to be in Madrid for a long bleeping time.
Okay.
So we will make this karaoke thing happen. Chat, you're going to pick a song. Oh, GM Hess. Hey, Robert, did you see I outed you for singing Driver's License earlier? LOL. LOL. If you make me sing Britney Spears, you will be entertained. Okay.
Okay. Britney Spears is a very nice
well,
choice.
They're still voting on the song. All right. I just wanted to make fun of Robert every chance I get. I love when he's here. Okay.
Ding is thinking,
Yeah, he's thinking. He's getting down under time pressure. By the way, we're sitting here talking about Ding can't really lose this game, but I think this is a big moment where he might get so nervous. No, he does. Okay, good. Yes, let's go, Ding Liren. I don't want to sing Britney Spears. We want Almira to sing, what is it, Justin Bieber I'm seeing suggested? We'll see.
Oh, no.
There we go. I think we're finding Almira's kryptonite. What I was about to say is with time pressure approaching, Ding's lack of confidence, what we've been talking about, I was worried we were going to see that sort of old-fashioned draw offer with the repetition, but no. He plays G3. He's going to put the king on... So here's the way I'm visualizing this. G3, king on G2. If I can pull that off and at the right time put my queen on F4, the reason I like that square, forget where the black pieces are now, is because I'm guarding the A pawn and I'm hitting the F pawn. If I get that position and my rook is free to roam, that's the position I'm visualizing for the win.
But bishop D4, exactly.
Okay, but now here comes rook E2.
Queen D1.
And then king G2.
Okay, bishop C5.
Right? So it's going to take some time. Maybe I play queen F3 first, right?
Wait. No. Wait, bishop d4, queen d1. Can I take on a4? Wait, you cannot.
Oh, well, you played queen e2.
Because rook e2, queen d1,
You're right,
and
you're
I
right.
could take
It
on
actually,
e4.
this
Yes.
is a good line to show. This was the problem.
Not even bishop c5, because maybe it allowed like queen e5. But
Okay, so Ding Liren plays queen e2.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change. Okay, but now where does Rapport go? The problem is can he put pressure on the pawn, and then you just don't have time.
Can I go queen b4?
Queen b4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was highlighting. Yeah, I think you can. And I think now I have trouble. Okay.
Queen c2 to protect the pawn, but
Yeah, I like this move.
Mm-hmm.
You protect the pawn, threaten rook e4.
But it's not really a threat, because remember, now my bishop is on d4, like I'm not forced to play bishop c5. Maybe I can play e5. You know, it's such like such a nice square for the bishop on d4. And whenever you will threaten to play, let's say, rook c7 or rook d7, I will play bishop c5, bishop d4.
You're just going to go back and forth.
Yes, I will close your.
That's a really nice
close
idea.
Those lines. Just in
E5 is
case.
a little. I mean, you open up more squares, so kind of long-term defense. Maybe you don't want to, but Almira's point is, now the bishop can be protected and block the d file, and then if I try to switch to the c file, you go there and block. So, yeah, it's.
Maybe this is the way to hold.
Yep. Trying to set up the perfect way to hold. Ding is trying to think of the perfect song to sing. I mean, the perfect move to make.
He's still thinking, so maybe that's not so obvious.
6 more moves to make. He has 3 minutes for man.
Queen c3 is on the board.
Is there a chance we see Ding Liren blunder in this time pressure and something really crazy happen? The problem is it would have to be the blunder of the most epic proportions to create losing chances. I don't think we'll see that, but boy does he want more time on his clock. He just wants to get to a position that hasn't changed too much, but he has an hour to think about it. So he's got to reach move 40 to get more time. Again, Firouzja has not moved against Hikaru Nakamura.
Queen c3 is on the board, I think.
What? Yes, since c3. So again, Hikaru played c3. We got 28,000 of you. I know people are anxious, just on Twitch. More than 10,000 of you on YouTube. Hi, everybody. I love you. I love you. I love you.
No, I was actually talking about this game because I'm looking at the image and the queen is on c3. In live, yes. Okay. So in our analysis position.
Hikaru is still pacing, by the way. Firouzja hasn't moved in more than 30 minutes, I think. Yeah. He is a focused boy right now. Yep, man, 19 years of age. He would say, I'm not a boy, 19 years of age. He would be right. But all right, here we go. We got action. Ding Liren plays rook to d1. He has he's got 1 minute and 23 seconds, everybody.
So e5 is the very natural move. What do you think, Danny? It doesn't matter if the queen is on c3 or b4, e5, and it stabilizes the position. I feel that it's a very important move to make here.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, yeah. I'm agreeing and focused, waiting. So queen to c6. Ha! That's a checkmate threat on h1, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you miss that. It's also an irritating time pressure move to play. Look at that.
But wait a second, then...
Ding Liren is like, you dirty dog. Way to get more time off my clock.
Does it mean he can win the a4 pawn? Okay, queen g4.
Woo! Queen g4 laughs in the face of danger. He'll bring his king to e2. Thank you very much.
Maybe e5 now. Okay, that's yes.
Rapport is Okay, this is a bailout move. Okay.
So he's going for a draw.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, darn it, schmarn it. I'm singing something. Okay, now it's time to get serious, chat. You better pick a decent song or we are going to have issues.
Bring in the lawyers, we're signing.
They have to agree. What you didn't know is I already knew that chat would never agree on a song, so I will never have to sing. Chat will never agree. If they don't unanimously spam the same thing, then I shall. No, I'm kidding. All right, it's a draw, and wow, did that end anticlimactically or what? Just like that, Liren says, this time pressure is too much for me. Almira Skripchenko was right.
No, it's not even that. I think he sensed that the position was becoming dangerous, especially after this queen g4, e5, you know, like a few moves, you are going to lose your a4 pawn. You know, if you cannot play king g1, queen a4 is possible. So rook d4 was simply necessary then.
Yeah, no, it's totally fair, and we're having a good time. Hope everyone is having a good time too. We're just having some fun. But no, that was a really instructive game. You know, Liren had the chance, right? We talked about it. The chance was all the way back in the position.
Do you want to have a last glance at this position?
Just the last glance at this position. And again, it's hard to qualify it as a missed win because we understand how hard that position was to play. But when Liren did not take on d8 with the queen, and
but let's see, queen d8 once again.
Yeah, hold on, I'm just giving a second for all of us to get caught up here. We see Firouzja has still not moved after c3 from Hikaru. The Caruana Duda endgame is moving along in an interesting way. Caruana actually down a pawn now, but with a very active king, so that's fascinating. But yeah, if we can head back to the big board here, we'll keep Firouzja on cam, but just want to bring up the big board and show exactly what Liren may have missed in the game. Again, it was not queen takes e2 that ultimately went to the endgame we saw, where the exchange was simply not enough to win. It was right here whether. But Almira, talk again about the psychology, the fact that Liren just isn't feeling it right now, right? So going for this crazy position where, you know, you might get mated, he's scared, even though objectively White has to be winning here. But this is hard to play. Maybe.
Should we start, like, okay, yes, bishop f4 is probably premature because you will have queen d4 check. Okay, so.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's scary, but if you just like keep making like forcing moves, eventually the checks run out, this queen is coming back. Okay, you know, we want to get back to Firouzja's game with Nakamura. We know Liren drew, but...
We didn't have a look at the endgame between Fabi and Jan-Krzysztof.
That's true.
Just a glance.
I want to go back to this game though real quick just to make sure that we give it the appreciation it is, because it has been how long already?
Remember I told you that Fabi played d4. He really wants some squares for his king, so right now he sacrificed the pawn.
Oh wait, you're talking about Fabi's game?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
no, we'll get there. Yeah. All right, so Firouzja still hasn't moved, and that's why fans we're gonna follow Almira's direction and head over to Caruana Duda, because I just wanted to make sure we're checking in, because this is the matchup that people are freaking out about, and Firouzja may be struggling to find a clear win, or he wouldn't be thinking for so long. But all right, Almira, take it away.
So just go back to f4.
Okay.
When I think that's where we stopped here. Okay, f4. So what happened? a4. You see?
Yep.
You're forced to take here with white, because otherwise we're talking about the idea. You know,
the
that we
pass
mentioned. Yes, of course. So he took knight e4, and then
a thematic clearance sacrifice, if you will, clearing the c4 square for the bishop.
And once again, maybe this was almost forced because knight c3, knight e2 was a threat also.
Oh, that's interesting. Knight c3, knight a2. This is one of those. It's like an endgame study almost, right? Where it's not even necessarily this is like a Dvoretsky position to me. Like
then,
really struggling, but c5 is the best way to maintain the balance.
Well, maybe that was not a strategy. I don't know. Like it's a very complicated endgame. So let's have a look. c5. He wants to get some squares, yes, for his king. Knight c5. Bishop c4.
You can't give up the pawn, so you got to go f6. but then I take. Which, by the way, this all makes sense as to why Duda took here first. So there we go. We've paid off the debt of that line, everybody. The reason Duda took first is because that's the only way to actually win the pawn. Now, no matter where the king goes, to guard this guy, you take. So that's why Duda took.
First on f4.
And then took with the knight.
And so now
this is where we stand.
No, now you can play king d4.
King d4, yeah.
Okay, we have the king d4 on the board, and so what to do here? Can you play king d6 simply to protect the knight? And bishop c4.
And if you go here, do I pop in?
Maybe then I can play g5 and okay, maybe it's still a draw.
I think we're likely headed for a draw in this one.
Oh no, wait. g5, he'll take.
You gotta wait.
No, first f takes g5.
You have to take and then push.
Okay, my king is still in the square. No, I was afraid that you are going to.
Yeah,
promote.
we're gonna end up with a draw. Both kings are. So now if you go here, I go here. You go here. I think I can play king f6. Yeah.
But why do you want to play f6?
What?
When I played bishop c4, maybe can you play knight e6 check? Maybe I don't know. Okay, there's not enough, clearly not enough material.
In this position?
Yes, I mean before. No. f6. I don't like the move f6. Can I play knight e6 here?
Okay, I see.
But you have to calculate, you know.
By the way, this position is on the board, so Almira and I are currently analyzing something that will probably occur, to be honest.
Maybe it's just a draw. So king e4, knight c5, king d4.
I think it's a pretty decent chance.
Because I don't want to play f6. Maybe it's still a draw, but okay, f6, bishop f7.
But this is going to be a draw.
Okay.
Justin Bieber's Baby is apparently what I'm singing.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm trying to recall that song. Yeah.
Yes, like I hope like this we have our crew singing the song for you. So.
Yeah, you're excited about that song. Okay, I'm excited about it, I guess. So Firouzja is what? Firouzja,
no, this is just.
I think this one's going to be a draw. Firouzja's in the think tank. That's going to be the last game going and take us home. Will the youngster find a way to get the victory, his first victory in the candidates, or will Hikaru hold? We're going to find out as round 3 for the 2022 FIDE Candidates. We are live from Madrid. Continues in a few.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the candidates. the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Look at that beautiful chess garden, the chess garden. I visited that before the tournament started, Almira. It was awesome. There's a big old giant chess. You see the giant chessboard? The pieces aren't there, but there's a giant chessboard. That's another thing we could do. We talk about karaoke. We could visit the chess park.
Okay.
And play a giant chess game. What do you think?
Game on.
Game on. Okay, I like that. Well, you know, it's more things to do on the rest day. We are back inside the playing hall of the beautiful Palacio de Santonia. The Palace of Santona is home to the FIDE Candidates here in 2022. Welcome back to Madrid, everybody. International Master Danny Rensch here alongside Almira Skripchenko. Almira, this has been an interesting day here, day 3 to say the least.
Well, it's given me a headache. All these end games are giving me a headache, you know. And I understand why Alireza is spending so much time, because even now this is still not very obvious to me, you know, like what are we supposed to do here?
It is, you're right. And the Belenkaya, mis amigos. Hello, friends. My friends all around the world. Hope you enjoy that. I never get old of the Spanish guitar, so you guys might get tired of hearing my voice. Just find a way to split the audio and kill my voice and raise the guitar up. That thing is jamming. Mis amigos. But okay, you said it's giving you headaches. It's giving Alireza a headache right now because it's so funny. So Hikaru played c3 and got up very confidently. At the time, we weren't really thinking about it, right? Because this position has been headed toward what we think is going to be a win for Firouzja. It looks very hard to stop the kingside pawns. But maybe Hikaru sees something that the rest of us don't, that this is not so easy, because Firouzja's thinking maybe there's a reason for that.
So let's say we take on c3 first, like an obvious.
Are we ready to?
Yes, we need to.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a reason he's thinking. I think you're right. I think we should dive in here and just try to figure out why is Firouzja taking so long here in a plan that we thought maybe was more clear. It's not so simple. So
probably like half of our audience is already asleep. No.
The audience is not asleep. We've got a lot of people tuning in. Everyone's excited for this result. This is the battle we've all been waiting for. Can we just like celebrate that Firouzja and Nakamura are finally playing over the board classical chess? Okay, we'll look at it. B takes c3.
First, yes. Let's see what's wrong with B takes c3. Why?
Knight takes c3.
Okay, king c2.
Uh-huh.
That's just something very simple. So probably knight d5 back.
Right.
I understand that Hikaru wants to keep, you know, this option of playing b4 when we will bring our king to the center. So b4 and then a3, a2, something like this.
Yeah.
Let's
trade off the pawn.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Can we play king d3 here immediately, or?
Well, no, not right away, because knight f4 check.
Yes, once again.
So play this move first, I think.
Okay, like bishop g5, of course.
This is the line we looked at the last time we were at the board, which, by the way, everyone was probably like 40 minutes ago, because Firouzja's been thinking. But e5. Okay. Oh, I think I just realized one idea. If you play king d3, do I have knight f4 check?
Ah, you mean?
I think I do, because the king and pawn endgame is winning for black.
Mm-hmm. So you cannot take.
What a crazy idea.
Of course. Okay. So
what a crazy idea, and black is actually queening. So e5 actually makes it hard on white to come forward.
And if you play king d2...
Okay, let's say king d2. What can you do here? Can you play b4 here? Because you cannot play...
No, I don't think you can play b4 because you can't ever take it because of knight f...
No, but I want... Yes, bishop f6 is still a threat. But can I create... No, b4.
We need to...
No, I want to create another pass pawn.
Let's change the live position, which is still on the Caruana Duda game, just so fans don't get mad at us. The live position, there we go. Yeah, now we've got this analysis. So continue. You think you can get away with b4?
No, just to check this line. b4, a3. So how are we winning here? Like, okay, we simply stop the pawn. Yes. Like.
Yeah, just.
No, now maybe I can
even if you take it, I think if this counterplay disappears, now my king will get in.
So this doesn't work. Okay, let's...
And remind everybody again of the basic tactic in case you weren't here what happened. If this knight is not guarding f6, white is winning on the spot with bishop f6 check, and then you get a queen. So just never forget that tactic in the back of your mind. It's why the knight is frozen on d5 in the center.
So this doesn't work. Okay,
yeah, b4 doesn't work.
Let's say, what else? e4. Okay, that's another option.
Computer doesn't like that either.
Why?
I do not know.
Let me understand.
Oh, it's the same idea we saw before. There's the diagonal.
You simply need to bring your bishop.
Not here.
No.
But like here, and then you go slowly.
Okay, but e3. Where do you go now?
You can't go here or here because of knight f4, so I have to go here.
Okay, king c2. Yes, this is probably winning as well, but how are you winning? b4. Okay, you need to take, probably, no?
Yeah, but I feel like all these things are just kind of a matter of, I just got to get my king to a safe square, and I'm bringing the bishop to a diagonal. Can I go here? And then here I come.
Well, yes.
Or here, actually.
There is no way. Okay, knight d3. I still cannot go. Knight
you
d3.
can't. I'm threatening bishop f6.
Yes, of course.
So you can't go here to try to stop bishop e1 because now we go back to this side. Oops, sorry. So I moved my king first. Okay, apparently I was careless. That shows you how dangerous this endgame is. I was careless with one move, and look at this. You can play king takes g6. That's the idea, not the bishop.
So knight d3 was possible, or you?
No,
you
I
had
just
a
put my king
move?
on a wrong square.
Okay,
I think knight d3. I guess king d1 maybe.
King d1.
No, apparently that also fails. Oh, e2 check and then knight f4.
Okay, so you see.
So this is so the only winning move is king c2. And then if the knight goes back, I go. I guess I should have just gone to d1 right away. So king c1 was just a mistake. It just allowed knight d3, but king d1 works.
But it's like it's a study.
Yeah,
this is a study.
Well, it is a study, and it also again shows us why Firouzja has been studying the board now for more than a minute. This is not an easy position to play, and again, Hikaru knew that something was up when he played c3, and I think that we saw a very focused, kind of a nervous, right, a very deep in think Hikaru Nakamura, but it wasn't like he was just twiddling his thumbs there. He was working super hard. Right, and it shows you that he was thinking about something, because as soon as he played c3, he knew that Firouzja's work was cut out for him. So, all right, well, Alireza's got to figure this out. His work is cut out for him, and so we're going to let him think about it and remind you again who this rising star representing France is. He has a very bright future in classical competitive chess and all kinds of chess. Let's bring up our chess.com profile once again.
Considered by most as the rising superstar in chess, Alireza Firouzja makes his candidates debut here in Madrid. The only teenager in the tournament, Firouzja is the youngest player ever to break the 2800 rating barrier. Born in Iran but representing France, Firouzja strikes fear in his opponents with his array of surprising tactical shots. Alireza qualified for the candidates by taking first place in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He also followed up that performance with a strong finish at the European Team Chess Championship. Coming in with heavy expectations, Firouzja has a more than reasonable opportunity here to become the youngest winner in Candidates Tournament history. With that, the teen prodigy would take one step closer to potentially knocking Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch.
Will he knock Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch? Who knows? It would maybe be similar to when Kasparov knocked off Karpov from his perch. Is that a comparison, Almira?
Well, I think it's a perfect comparison. Well, first of all, do you remember, Danny, the first match Garry Kasparov played against Anatoly Karpov? Because that was
yes.
That was still the
85?
match. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That was still the match that was played according to the ancient rules.
Yeah, no, it is a match that every chess player thinks about and goes, "What were they doing?" It was a match that lasted months. It's insane. Go ahead.
Yes, but that's because this was, we should probably talk a little bit about the history of the World Championship matches, because not always they were played like only, like now we have 14 games, before there were 12 games.
Rapid tiebreak.
Rapid, yes, because before, for example, they were playing for the first one to win 6 games. And, so it could last for months. Yeah. So that was why this match, I think, was stopped after 6 months.
Yep.
And then they changed the rules. Yep. But that was it. Well,
they had to change rules. So again, and I see the chat coming in. Yeah, the Gary face is, sorry, everyone is commenting on the Gary face. So I just have to call it out. Yes, we picked a pick of Gary. We picked a pick of pickled peppers for Gary. Maybe he's smelling pickled peppers and that's why he looks like that. But Almira, no, it's crazy. That match, 6 months. Like, let that sit in, everybody. A 6-month chess match, one that had to be stopped due to health concerns of Anatoly Karpov. And there's all kinds of stories about that he was maybe taking some substances to help himself have energy that he shouldn't have been or something like that, and needed a break so that his energy could...
So how worthy you should be of this title? That was my, my question.
Yeah.
So, and, we have another format, because modern chess is really getting even more physical than it was before.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, the next challenger will play a match against the world champion in a 14 games match. Yep. And then you will also have a tiebreak.
Yep.
Because before, of course, I think this is one important element. Why do we have a tiebreak now? Because before, the world champion was simply keeping the title if the match was drawn.
Yes, it's very different, very different. Yeah, and by the way, Almira, as of right now, the seconds that just went by, Firouzja's been thinking about this move for 1 hour, an entire hour. I mean, I know chess matches used to be 6 months to decide the title, but this position is also grueling because it's been an hour for Alireza Firouzja in deep thought. And again, he's probably, like, what he's looking at right now, everybody, is not even the chessboard that we see. He's looking at the matrix. He's deep in code. You got lines of green code, and Morpheus is fighting Neo, and, he is the one. Suddenly the code aligns, and I don't remember what happens next, but...
And the Red Queen.
Yeah. By the way, where do you think Hikaru's been for an hour, chat? Like, can we get some... That's a fun... Where do you think Hikaru has been for the last hour? There's a bar right around the corner outside of the Palacio de Santonia, I will tell you that. Or he's off eating lunch, yeah.
Okay, make a move.
Yeah, Hikaru actually knows what?
No, I just asked.
He's pulling his hair now. You said that.
Make a move.
You were talking about how, like, pulling your hair out, right? And so you don't have to have long hair to pull your hair out. Hikaru could be eating lunch. Hikaru, by the way, is a bit of a foodie, for those who don't know that about Mr. Nakamura, a friend of mine. I've known him for a very long time. I remember he took me to his favorite sushi spot last time we were in Florida. Hikaru, that Hikaru's a bit of a foodie. He loves nice food places, loves the research, loves figuring out.
Well, I have visitors because you know that I manage a restaurant. So
he loves pineapple cocktails. Go ahead.
No, I was just telling that next time you're in Paris, like, basically that's why I've been off from the chess tournaments. I'm managing a restaurant. So,
okay, really?
So, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, some more things about Almira we didn't know. We're learning about the players with our player profiles. We're learning about Almira running a restaurant. Someone just told him, hey, buddy, put down that pineapple cocktail. Head on back to the board. B takes C3. He immediately plays knight takes C3, and he's up again, wandering about. He is a confident Nakamura right now. And again, I'm just like really impressed right now. I don't know that he's gonna hold this, but it would seem the longer the engine thinks, Almira, the closer that eval bar is getting to equal.
Well, I can see this, of course, but we still didn't figure it out.
We didn't figure it out, but we don't have a clear win in mind right now either necessarily.
So King C2. Okay, I think that this game is going.
Yeah, this game is getting closer and closer to draw. We'll stick right here for the ending because Firouzja Nakamura is going to take us home. This game is about to have a handshake in peace in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. I said 10 seconds to be a draw. 6, 5. Come on, make me right. 3, 2. Oh, they didn't offer. Just offer the draw. Okay, but it's a draw. He just look at that. A3 allows the fork. Play King C3. He makes him. I was gonna say, do it the funny way, Fabi. Come on, Fab. He'd be like, Danny, that's the stupidest bleep and bleep I've ever seen. All right. Well, there you go. I am wrong on my prediction yet again. At one point in this day, Almira, I thought I was on pace for 4 for 4.
Actually, now I understand why we're not allowed to wear white on the show.
Oh, yeah, look at
you
that.
See, yes, that's now, of course, like, when I have this image, we have clear instructions of the colors.
Yeah, so. Caruana and Duda have played a few times. I don't necessarily know that they're super close friends, but they're just engaging in the normal top level player banter. Right, this is because the reason they'll banter about the specific game, right, Almira, is because right now they're analyzing the game itself, which is not opening prep. It's not what their strategy was coming in. Those are the things that you'll never see. But unless the players dislike each other, which some do, but unless the players dislike each other, they will pretty much always engage in some level of, hey, in the critical position, I thought I read Fabiano's lips talking about this F4 idea, so maybe Duda missed it as a way to equalize. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, it's not so clear to me for the moment, but I think that's maybe more to the openings ideas, like if.
Oh, they were talking about the F4 opening idea?
No, like I cannot read their minds, but maybe C4 like instead of knight C6. I don't know.
Interesting. I felt like they were talking about the endgame one because I assumed that they wouldn't be talking about anything they brought from a preparation standpoint. But okay, as we see, everybody, 3 games are in the books. Almira, trace.
3 draws today.
3 draws today. We have 1 game left. We have 2 more moves already having been played on that board. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. So Firouzja has now played King C2, and Hikaru immediately puts that knight back on D5. Remember, it has to guard the F6 square.
Okay, so we cannot play King D3, we know that.
Yeah, we've established the things that Firouzja can't do.
So how are we going to continue here? Once again. Did you start with bishop h4 first, or king d2? Okay, king d2.
Well,
you wanted to play bishop g5, and I wanted to play king d2 here.
But you might be right, actually. Why can't we be more aggressive for this idea? We haven't looked at that yet.
But then, well, you said e5. You know, like even after bishop g5, e5, it's the same.
But there's something to inducing the e pawn. Maybe I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
We have to make a move anyway. There is no other move for black. King h8, king g7 is also like a possibility.
Black can sit. And there's no black can't play knight f. Oh yeah, I forgot my own idea. Yes. Of course, bishop 6. Yeah, okay. So there's no. Black is still frozen.
So unless I'm blundering, with king d3, you cannot play knight f4.
Yeah.
So but can we start with king d2?
King d2.
Like not with bishop g5, but king d2, you know, just without e5. Not
Okay.
bishop h4, not here.
So you
king
just
d2.
want this right away. Okay.
So you play d5. I cannot play king e2, so... Is it... I was thinking, you know, we have, like, this is a study-like position, so we have to find it zugzwang. It will only work, like, if you find it zugzwang. So if I'll put you in a position where, like, any move you will make, you will lose.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. Is it possible?
No,
to do so?
yeah, and what Almira is saying, I think, is a super instructive way to approach these types of positions in your own games, because if you, what we're doing is really in some ways not the right way to do it. We're like analyzing and guessing moves. What you have to do, what the players are doing, is trying to just visualize. It's like you have to think about where you want to go before you get in the car, right? What is the goal city, right? Where are we driving to? And so if we're visualizing something where Black has the pawn all the way to e3, let's say, and you can't advance any further. So you can't play b4 in a position, because if you move the knight, I'll have bishop f6, and you can't advance the e-pawn because I'll take it. So you get a position where there's zugzwang, and then all of a sudden Black has to make a... Zugzwang, by the way, is the German word that literally translates to English as move compulsion, meaning you have to make a move that loses the position. The problem I have with that, Almira, is if the king can always shuffle from h8 to g7, right? Unless there's a way to break down the blockade of the knight and pawn sort of holding squares, I don't have a zugzwang in my head, right? I can't visualize a goal position for Firouzja that's winning.
Okay, but then let's say here, what do you do? Can I play king e1?
Okay. So to be clear, I guess we could visualize. Okay, if we just put the king somewhere, there is a win for sure. Don't get me wrong, but how do we get there? So king e1, Black just sits tight.
No, maybe like you can also use my idea of playing b4 here, exchanging. You cannot take on b4 once again.
I love every time Hikaru walks in the background chat says a wild Hikaru appears.
But b4 and a3 then. You know, you cannot take a3.
A wild Hikaru appears. Black is winning.
So you cannot take on b. Okay, so that's why you cannot play king e1, of course.
Well, you could maybe come back and maybe you're still drawing, but okay. Yeah, so you don't want to do that.
Okay.
This is why Hikaru was so thrilled when he saw c3. Perhaps what he visualized is he knew the king was going to be trapped. If you ever try to run, at some point I'm going to play b4 and push him, baby. Look at Hikaru in the background. He's getting his grocery shopping done. He's getting his laundry probably taken to the laundromat. We all have to do laundry while we're here in Madrid, because we're going to be here for way too long.
Do we have like a super powerful computer? What is the evaluation? What is the assessment? Okay, we cannot make a king move. We have to make a bishop move.
Well, I keep coming back to bishop
g5. This was your idea. And then, okay, let's say e5.
Well, because at least here I'm threatening king d3.
Okay, e5 anyway.
Okay.
And what can we do here?
Oh wait, again, I forgot about
knight f4.
This awesome knight f4 check, and then Black can win. This is just crazy.
So,
crazy.
E5.
The foresight for Hikaru here. Look at that. Firouzja's dejected. I think he's frustrated. Frustrated with the.
Well, I think the more we look at it, and he spent how much time on his.
Yep.
Two moves.
At one point, he was an hour and a half up on the clock. Now he's a half an hour behind, and he's struggling to find a victory. And again, the longer we let the engine think, Almira, the closer that eval bar comes. That's what I'm saying. We have Stockfish 15, which is the neural net version running cloud. This is the strongest we can get unless we're like, pull out the jet engine, whatever. Like as far as from all practical purposes. The computer is as good as it can get, and the computer, the longer it thinks that it might be a draw. You know what? The longer I sit here, the more I'm thinking that I could go for some faster moves to be played and not just these long time controls. Like the kind of fast moves that are going to be played at the 3rd annual Chess Kid Youth Speed Championship. We'll feature 8 of the top youth players from around the world in a series of blitz matches. You might think that sounds silly at first, but let's not forget, Alireza Firouzja first turned heads in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. He played on chess.com almost 5 years ago. So when you tune in to these events with the youngest players in the world, some of the best and brightest for the future, you might be looking at future Alireza Firouzjas. I think Jeffrey Zhang won one of our first ever Chess Kid National Championships that I organized back in 2011. Take that, Fun Master Mike. That was before we even hired you, buddy. Just kidding. Love you. Love you, Mike. Anyway, you can catch all the action June 20th at twitch.tv/chesskid with your host, Fun Master Mike, Ketty Tetsalvasvili as well, and WFM Maria Rodrigo. So, Almira, I know you haven't played in these online events. We're going to solve that next year. We're going to get you in.
Well, it's basically that I haven't played in many online events at all. It's not like online.
I know. Yeah.
It's like I really love like over-the-board chess, and during the pandemics, I didn't know who I was anymore. Like I was not
in online chess.
No, I didn't play at all. Like maybe I played maybe during the pandemics. Like I played maybe like a few tournaments to support women's chess.
Yeah.
And that was it. So coming back to the food, So so what kind of food do you like?
We're back to the board. Almira knows who she is again. Over the board chess has returned.
So what, like you were talking, like coming back to the foodies, like you said that Hikaru was quite a foodie.
Yeah.
So like what kind of cuisine do you like?
Me?
Yes.
Everything. There's nothing I don't like.
Okay.
There's not a single type of cuisine that I do not eat.
Some of the candidates actually, came to my restaurant. They played some blitz. Yeah, of course.
Really?
Yes.
Which ones?
Fabiano.
Okay.
Richard. That was also Livon Arenan.
Okay.
Like we hosted.
I had no
some
idea
of the
about this
events,
restaurant. So when I'm in Paris.
So we can also play blitz there.
Yeah. My apologies for that, everybody. I was not in the live position, on the analysis position, but at this point, I might have been looking into the crystal ball there, because I'm not sure that there's anything better than the lines we've been looking at with Bishop G5.
I'm pulling my hair.
You're pulling your hair out.
I don't know what to do. But maybe it's such a save. If this is a draw,
okay,
it's a miracle.
I'm gonna do some work. All right. Time to sit up and maybe I want to figure this out. Before we just decide it's a draw, I think I just had an idea.
Okay, tell me.
I think I have a plan. Okay, so I'm going to start with Bishop H4 or Bishop G5.
Mm-hmm. So
and on E5, I'm going to go back to D8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I know what you're thinking.
I will King H8, I think, and just I need to keep the status quo.
King H8, but here was one of my thoughts was, if you play B4, actually, I lost my thought.
No, you need.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, because my point is, we can't ever run. If we run,
yes, you need to keep your king close to the pawns.
Yeah, if we run, then there's not right away. There's no
King G7 first. So I want.
Yeah, so because you have to guard. You have to guard F6. Maybe. No, maybe you don't. Okay, then I go back. No.
I don't see any difference.
If I step too far, we know this is a landmine square. You can't go to E2 because of the check. You go to E1, and then finally, again, here comes B4, Schmarnet. And if you take it, it's just baited. Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It's black who wins. So how do you make progress?
I had another idea. So is there any way that I can play Bishop G5, Bishop H6, and to make you move the pawn? Can I zugzwang you in this way?
Bishop G5, okay.
Yes, E5.
Bishop G5, E5, Bishop H6.
Yes.
The king goes to H8.
And now, can I do something here?
Okay, that's interesting because now, all right, so we're actually onto something here. Because again, to create zugzwang, you have to take away your opponent's options. You have to make them make forcing moves to eventually maybe reach a position where they've gone too far. At the very least, in Almira's plan, we've now corralled the king in a way that he's stalemated. So if we can force black to do something he doesn't want to do with one of the other pieces, because the king has no legal moves, maybe there's a chance. So,
but on the other hand, like, you're threatened to win the g6 pawn. So knight e7 and knight g6.
Yeah, and because that's the problem with the bishop on it. So that's actually a really instructive point for everyone wondering about this. This is why this isn't a threat, because the moment you're not threatening bishop f6, the knight is actually free to move. So you're actually threatening both knight f4 and knight e7 for the record. And both of those moves, black is suddenly with chances. All right.
So you have to keep your bishop on g5.
Yeah, you have to keep your bishop on g5 in order to, or at least this diagonal.
Yes.
Sorry, not that diagonal. This diagonal. All right.
Okay. He's going for bishop g5.
Okay, he plays bishop g5. Like I said, I think I was predicting the future. I think Hikaru will come back and quickly play the move e5 if I had to go. There he is, back from lunch. Hey, buddy. Hope you got all your groceries done. There's a shop in the corner that had surprisingly fresh peaches. I had one this morning. It was delicioso. Delicioso. It was, I'm not kidding, actually. e5 played instantly. Again, Hikaru is like, I got this, bro. Hikaru's foresight to understand that this was going to be a tough nut to crack is absolutely mind-blowing, and this changing the storyline of the day from brilliant preparation by Firouzja, which did indeed get him an advantage. There's no debate that he's the one playing for a win here, but as you look at the board and as we just beat our head against the wall, literally beating our head against the wall, there's nothing here for, okay. Yeah.
I think that, well, Hikaru, he's so expressive. So, like, what we are watching actually is a real show. You know, we have chess games, but we also have a drama, but we have a character play, so Oscars.
We've got so much. We've got acting, we've got drama, we've got chat, we've got votes on songs we're going to sing at karaoke. We've got Hikaru off in the wild. I wonder what he's doing. Maybe he's preparing for his next performance at the Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship. We're taking a bit of a break for the candidates, if you didn't know that, but the RCC returns July 2nd. 7 weeks remain before we ultimately decide who the 12 will be that are invited to the $150,000 final. Who's going to lock up their spots before the knockout rounds begin? You catch the action every weekend. It is literally every weekend except right now during the candidates. So, all right, we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to come right back into this. We see the moves are being made, but this is our last break likely. So don't go anywhere. We return to Madrid for round 3 of the FIDE Candidates in just a few.
Right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the Candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the Candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Rensch's games all-time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mid and one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Palacio de Santonia. Look at the beautiful art, Almira.
Well, that's all I'm looking at, the beautiful art.
What do you think about it?
I'm counting the angels.
There's something about naked baby statues. Am I right, Almira?
I don't know.
What do you think?
Okay. Chess?
I don't know. Speaking of young people, he's not a naked baby, but he is the baby amongst these 8 competitors. I'm sorry, I'm gonna lose it on it.
Are we live?
We are live.
I'm so sorry.
Indeed. Did you think I was kidding when I
Yes.
said something about naked baby statues?
All of them.
I was hoping you were going to give us a breakdown of naked baby statues.
Okay.
It's for some reason when you put wings on them and give them a bow, it's okay to just have a bunch of naked babies everywhere. You know, they turn them into angels and we're all just supposed to play along. Any hooters. What we have here is Alireza Firouzja, no longer a baby. He is a man child, a beast among men. This guy is shout out to Peter Griffin. That's a blunder. I've made a few, but no, he's a monster. For many years to come, we're going to be looking at that guy. So you better get used to it, regardless of what happens in this game, Almira. But I feel like the longer he thinks, the more we've just hit the wall. I've turned the engine on. We're okay from here on out. From here on out, we're just going to look at what the engine says and see if there's a way to figure it out. By the way, King E1 is on the board.
Wait. But did we try King E1 in this position?
He just did it, and the computer instantly says B4 is a draw.
Yes, but we.
As the late and great Emery Tate would say, after that move, you know what the computer said? Zeros.
No,
Sorry.
but we know that B4, like you cannot take, then you simply have to bring your king closer. So B4, you cannot take AB because A3.
Look. No, I'm with you. I'm just like, can I drop an F-bomb? I'm flipping blown away by Hikaru Nakamura in this game. The moment he played C3, Almira, the dude got up. He spent a total of maybe 3 minutes at the board in the last 2 hours. Like, he knew it was a draw before Stockfish did. Right? I know sometimes he can bluff or whatever, but everything about this has said, like, he knew it was a draw. Firouzja took an hour, kind of came to the same realization, and now we're about to see Hikaru Nakamura hold against great preparation from the youngest beast in the field.
Well, that's why I still think that, well, even if we are facing such a technological progress these recent years, that the state of technological singularity is not, well, at least I hope, is not here soon.
Yeah.
It's because this is a proof.
Human will, the willpower, right? It's willpower, you're saying, is still greater than the machine. So you're saying when Skynet becomes self-aware and launches the missiles, Hikaru will be our John Connor?
No, I was thinking more about the 2001 Space Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
Kubrick's,
That's also
this
a great,
one, you know, this,
yeah.
like, and they're playing a game of chess.
Yeah.
You know, halls. So,
yep. I think Firouzja is aware that there's just knowledge. Now, do not play A takes B4. Oh wait, no, you can play A takes B4 here because bishop C1. We were looking at similar positions, Almira, and the bishop was here, and then it was losing.
Ah, yes, okay.
So he
Take
can
on
take,
B4,
and the reason
A3.
everybody is because on A3, bishop to C1,
C1. Mm-hmm.
A2, bishop B2, and what will happen is, wait, no, you don't play A2. If bishop C1, I think you immediately go for the pawns, because now you're not threatening bishop F6. Yeah, he instantly played knight F4. Hikaru knows this is a draw. No, oh, he takes there because there's knight B4. Was there another one? No. Okay. No, he was. Okay, so it's the only one. Okay. Well, it's just, I can't keep up.
So, but you can. Why can't you take on A3? It's still a draw. Knight C2, and then you go for the pawn.
Yeah. No, it's brilliant. Almira, let me ask you something. If this is the first meeting between these two, over the board chess is back. Nakamura is back and over the chessboard. He's not just a streamer anymore. We know Firouzja is going to be the future for a long time. What do you think? This is a little bit of the future. I could get used to this type of battle between these two guys. What do you think? A little taste of the future?
This game is, well, it's a living proof that, you know, they're at their best now. Probably Firouzja will improve, of course, but once again, Hikaru is playing some brilliant chess. Like if he managed to defend this position. So,
yeah.
This is a draw.
So you're saying you could get used to this. I think chat could probably get used to this. This has been a battle for the ages. Alireza Firouzja brought the heat. He left nothing at home. Literally, he brought home preparation, brought it all to the board. He was better. At one point, I think we thought this was going to be a winning endgame.
Wait, but King G2 is such a tricky move. Of course, you have to go Knight D5 and go for the bounce. But,
You have to go back.
You have to go back, yes.
Yeah, you have to go back in a hurry, actually. That's maybe the only move. Because if you play A2, bishop B2...
And you're...
And you lose.
You lose. And if you play King G7...
If you play King G... Look, he already knows it. What are you doing, Hikaru? None of us have figured it out yet, Hikaru. Slow down so that we can figure it out too, Hikaru. Let us play.
If you play King G7, you can simply...
He's already figured it out.
A3, of course.
Sometimes you can be a real jerk face, Hikaru. Obviously, I'm saying it in teasing because you just figured it out faster than the rest of us, and now we're all figuring it out an hour and a half after you did that this was a draw.
This is simply probably one of the most intense draws that I've ever seen.
Seriously?
Yes, this is an absolutely epic battle.
All the way until the, literally, you can't play any further. This is a table-based draw, legal draw. I can't checkmate with a knight. Firouzja is smiling and... Okay, I think Hikaru was saying he thought he was winning if he did something different than allow C3. I'm speculating, but I am entertained. For all those of you who photoshopped Hikaru Nakamura's face on Russell Crowe, thank you. You'll get your diamond membership. But the answer is yes, I was entertained.
It's a pity we cannot hear the players analyze.
I don't know. I don't know that that's something we can pull off, get an audio of that room. So I'm not even going to request that because my producers are going to literally strangle me if I make that request. But it is cool. I just wish I had a professional lip reader. Can we have somebody out there do some bad lip reading videos of chess? Come on, there's a professional lip reader out there. You guys have all seen that channel where they do bad lip reads of NFL. Start doing that, and chess.com will buy your channel and pay you lots of money. Because what I want right now is for someone to do a bad lip reading. He's like, oh, you want some sushi? Yeah, I love some sushi. Like, oh, okay, cool. I know a great place. Yeah, I do too. In fact, I was thinking we could order the spicy tuna. Yeah, spicy tuna is my favorite. But don't forget the Vegas roll. Ah, Vegas roll. Yep. Yeah, Vegas roll. Yeah, Vegas, I like it. I like the volcano roll too. Yeah. By the way, that's our own Maria Emerlin over in the background. Shout out to Maria. We love you. We love your work. Okay, yeah, no, for sure. But sometimes you got to go places with a noodle dish too, Hikaru just said. I agree. I also like noodles.
You have a lot of hidden talents, yes.
Okay. If someone starts doing a bad lip reading channel for chess, I'm not kidding. Chess.com is going to pay you a lot of money. We're going to hire you. We're going to buy your channel. So you can sign me up now. Like, so whoever you are out there, I've had this idea actually for several years, and I've learned it's actually a lot harder to do. You really have to be a great lip reader, but that is content the world needs. So there you go. The challenge has been made. All the games for day 3 have come to an end.
And they were all drawn.
They were all drawn, which means I was wrong. Go figure. We had 4 draws in the books at the Palacio de Santona in Madrid, Spain. And this is how they won. Mira, okay, do I even have to ask the game of the day?
No.
No? Go ahead. Give us your final thoughts on just how epic that Firouzja Nakamura first ever battle was.
Well, this was absolutely... Well, this was an epic battle, of course, and let's remember how it went. They went for the Nemtsovich defense, a relatively calm opening, the beginning, so then Firouzja simply sacrifices a piece for a long-term compensation. Hikaru finds the only moves, I think, in the position to transpose it to a slightly worse endgame, and then defends it till the end like a computer.
Yeah.
This is not human, actually. This is just the perfect defense.
Yeah. No, and again, and just to add to that, because I want to give a thought on each of these games. They all deserve a quick thought, but it was the way he did it, Almira. Like, played C3, gets up, and we're sitting here this whole time, like, okay, we switched over to Ding Liren's game with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Now I'm spacing out with Rapport, right? We spent all this time everywhere just expecting Firouzja to move, and in hindsight, now that we've got this sort of 2020 vision, everybody, are you not entertained? I mean, that was mind blowing. He knew it was a draw, and then he played instantly for the rest of the game. Like, he just held the position like it was freaking nothing. I can't believe it. It was.
Well, but once you figure this out, then everything becomes clear. It's an evidence. So.
Yeah. Well, do we want to let's quickly just give a small recap for those who may have tuned in late of the other three games. I will say that again. So, Firouzja Nakamura was a draw, as we said. We just mentioned Ding Liren and Rapport. In hindsight, was maybe the game really with the most potential chances, but a very, very hard thing to judge Ding Liren for not playing the dangerous Queen takes D8. So we have another draw. Caruana and Duda. I was personally a little disappointed. I'm saying that for my friend Fabi because I had this hype in me. Almira, remember the beginning of the show? I was like, all right, English attack by Fabi. Here we go. But Duda, right? Credit to that young guy. Maybe we have a new future best Najdorf player in the world. NBL, watch out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Radjabov and Nepo, sorry, not really giving a thought on that because it was a bloodless draw. We love you guys, but of course we will. I'm sure we will see better fighting games in the future. So, okay, quick draw. That's what it was. So standings now as they sit after 3 days. Almira, I know you're counting the seconds till the rest day, but real quick, we look at the standings and biggest storyline of the first 3 days before we talk about what we're going to do on the rest day and get the bleep out of here.
Well, first of all, I think that the first 3 rounds showed us what is the player's form. So it became rather obvious for me that Ding Liren is struggling, in this tournament for the moment. So does Teimour Radjabov, and they are at the bottom of the of our standings. So it's very important. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, they're playing very well. Both won one game in this tournament, and we know how difficult it is to win at least one game.
Yep.
So, but everything is still possible. So they're followed by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Alireza Firouzja, Rapport, and Hikaru Nakamura. So.
Yep. Hikaru, the only person with the same digit in all 3 categories. They're a win, a draw, and a loss. It's kind of a funny looking stat there. So he's got the picket fence.
So
right?
Hikaru also won his game yesterday, so it means that he is having one decisive game under his belt.
Well, these are the standings, as we said. After round 3, we're gonna, even though we're moving to a rest day, we're gonna preview the matches for Tuesday, and round 4 after our well-deserved rest day for both us and the players. I'll say it. I would challenge someone in chat to tell me a different sporting event that is harder to commentate on than what are we at now, Almira? We're at almost 8 hours of being live.
Well, I have no idea.
I mean, like an NBA game is 3 hours, right? An NFL game is 3 hours. I mean, like, this is exhausting, and I cannot wait for the rest day. I'm not ashamed to admit it, but okay, real quick.
Yes, let's have a look.
What's the big matchup we're circling for Tuesday?
First of all, Ding Caruana, not because, Fabi will maybe even try to play for a win. Ding is out of form, but look at the score. He's leading at the personal encounters, so 5-2. And also another score, Rapport, has a 0-3 result against Hikaru.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Both American players actually might push with black in the 4th round. Nepomniachtchi Firouzja. This is a very interesting
that's
matchup.
an interesting game for sure.
And we also have Duda Radjabov, so they just have one draw.
Yeah, I think the Rapport Nakamura, I want to unpack that stat. I'm going to on the rest day because I wonder how long ago were those games? What color was Hikaru? He has black. Has he gotten all 3 wins with white? So I'll unpack that stat a little more. But the other thing to mention again about the Liren versus Fabiano Caruana matchup is we learned the context of that when Hammer was here, that a couple of those victories came when they were very young. So that's also good. It's obviously a lopsided score in the favor of the highest rated player coming into the candidates, but there's more there than meets the eye. And Nepomniachtchi and Firouzja, right? I mean, again, Firouzja hasn't lost in the event. He played fantastic chess today against Hikaru. Jan Nepomniachtchi also hasn't lost. The only other player to get a win besides Caruana. So, and Duda Radjabov, I don't know what to make about that matchup because look, they've only played one game. They drew it, right? It'll be really interesting to see what Duda brings with the white pieces. That's for sure, right? And you mentioned how this is revealing in the first 3 days of what are the players' form. I think right now Radjabov maybe is the one who's maybe struggling the most with form. I know Liren also had that loss, but does that make Duda a little more aggressive with white? We'll find out, right?
I think that Duda is always aggressive with white.
Yeah.
It's just that he doesn't need another reason, to be aggressive with white. So
yeah, he is always aggressive. So, well, Almira, thank you for holding it down. We did it. We got through the first 3 days. We have a well-deserved rest day. I hope that everyone has enjoyed this. Right there, the Palace of Santona. What a great first 3 days we've had here. Another great view of that naked baby. Take that naked baby. Take that naked baby in, will you, everybody? Just go ahead and take a look at that naked baby. And we are going to see you on Tuesday as round 4 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates kicks off. We are going to enjoy the rest day in Madrid. I hope you do as well. Until then, enjoy, and we will see you on Tuesday, everyone.
To take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.